Chapter 24. The office was in twilight. Someone had turned off all the lights when they left, probably thinking they were the last ones there, and Simon had let it stay that way. The summer evenings were still light enough. Besides, he had a new keyboard with illuminated keys, so he hadn't even needed to turn on his reading lamp. Their floor of the office building alone consumed 250,000 kilowatt-hours per year. If they could bring it down to 200,000, they would apparently save enough money to run 2 extra emergency vehicles. He navigated his way around the Howell Clinic's website. The pictures from the eye clinic were nothing like most other American private hospitals, which resembled 5-star hotels with smiling patients, ecstatic testimonies, and surgeons who looked like film stars and airline pilots. This clinic displayed only a few photographs and sober information about staff qualifications, results, articles published in reputable journals, and Nobel Prize nominations. And most important of all, the percentage of successful operations for the procedure Elsa needed. The figure was well above 50, but not as high as he had hoped. On the other hand, it was low enough for him to believe it. There were no prices listed on the website, but he hadn't forgotten what it was. It was high enough for him to believe it. He sensed movement in the darkness. It was Kari. "I tried calling you at home. Your wife said you were here." "Yes." "Why are you working so late?" Simon shrugged. "When you can't go home with good news, sometimes you put off going home for as long as you can." "What do you mean?" Simon ignored her. "What do you want?" "I did as you said, turned over every stone, looked for every possible and impossible connection between the Everson murder and the triple homicide, and I can't find a single thing." "You realize, of course, that doesn't rule out that there is a connection," Simon said, and moved to another page of the website. Kari pulled out a chair and sat down. "Well, if there is, then I certainly can't find it. And I've had a very good look. And I've been thinking—" "We like thinking." "Perhaps it's this simple. The burglar spotted 2 opportunities, the Everson house and a location with drugs and money. And he had learned from his first robbery that you should always make people give you the code to their safe before you kill them." Simon looked up from his computer. "A robber who has already shot 2 people squanders half a kilo of Superboy with a street value of 500,000 kroner to kill his 3rd victim?" "Björnstad thought it was gang-related, a way to send a message to the competition." "Gangs can send messages without spending 500,000 on postage, Officer Ardle." Kari threw back her head and sighed. "Agneta Everson definitely isn't mixed up with drug dealing and the likes of Karl Farrison. I think we can be sure of that." "But there is a connection," Simon insisted. "What I don't understand is that now we've uncovered what he's trying to hide, namely that there is a connection, we still can't identify what that connection is. If the connection really is that obscure, why go to all the trouble of hiding that it's the same killer?" "Perhaps the cover-up isn't designed to confuse us," Kari yawned. She closed her mouth immediately when she saw Simon stare at her with wide eyes. "Of course. You're right." "Am I?" Simon got up. Then he sat down again. He slammed the desk with the palm of his hand. "He's not worried that the police might work out his identity. This is about someone else." "He's scared that someone else will come after him?" "Yes, or perhaps he doesn't want to alert them to his presence. But at the same time—" Simon cupped his chin with his hand and swore under his breath. "At the same time what?" "It's more complicated than that. Because he's not hiding altogether. Killing Culler in that manner is sending someone a message." Simon kicked off irritably and the chair tilted back. They sat, not saying a word, while the darkness grew denser around them without them noticing. Simon was the first to break the silence. "I've been thinking that Culler's life was ended in the same way as some of his customers. Respiratory failure following an overdose, as if the killer is some kind of avenging angel. Does that ring any bells?" Kari shook her head. Only that Agneta Iversen probably wasn't executed according to the same logic. As far as I know, she never shot anyone in the chest. Simon got up, walked over to the window and stared down at the street lights. A rumbling came from under the wheels of 2 skateboards. 2 boys, both wearing hoodies, passed below him. "Oh, I forgot," Kari said. "I did find one connection between Per Vollan and Kalle Farrison." "Yes?" "I spoke to one of my old CIs from the drug squad. He said he thought it was odd that 2 people who knew each other so well had died in such a short space of time." "Vollan knew Farrison?" "Yes. Well. Too well, according to my CI. And another thing, I've checked Kalle's file. He was questioned repeatedly in connection with a murder investigation some years ago. He was even remanded in custody. The victim was never identified." "Never?" "All we know is that she was a young Asian girl. Dental analysis suggested she was 16 years old. A witness saw a man inject her using a syringe in a backyard. The witness picked out Kalle in a lineup." "Uh-huh." "But Kalle was released when someone else confessed." "Lucky guy." "Yes. Incidentally, the man who confessed to the murder is the same one who has just escaped from Staten Prison." Kari watched Simon's immobile figure in front of the window. She wondered if he had heard what she said. She was about to repeat it when his rough, comforting, grandfatherly voice rang out. "Kari?" "Yes?" "I want you to check out absolutely every aspect of Agneta Iversen's life. See if there is something that even looks like a gunshot anywhere near her. Anything. Do you understand?" "Sure. What do you have in mind?" "I'm thinking," the soothing quality of his voice had gone, "that if, then..." "Then what?" "Then this has only just begun." Chapter 25. Marcus had switched off the light in his bedroom. Watching others in the knowledge that they couldn't see you was a strange feeling. Even so, a jolt like an electric shock went through him every time the sun looked out of the window and right into Marcus's binoculars. It was almost as if he knew someone was spying on him. The sun was in his parents' bedroom now. He sat on that pink blanket box, which Marcus knew was empty except for some duvet covers and sheets. The room with no curtains was lit up by a ceiling lamp with 4 light bulbs, which made it easy to see inside. And since the yellow house lay on a lower level than Marcus's own, and Marcus was sitting on the top bunk of the bed, which he had dragged over to the window, he could see what the sun was doing. Which wasn't much. He'd been sitting there for a long time with his earphones plugged into his mobile, listening to something. It must be a good song, because every 3 minutes he would press the phone again, as if he couldn't get enough of it. And every time he would smile in the same place, even though he was probably feeling a little sad because of that girl. They had kissed, and then she had rushed off as fast as she could. Poor guy. Marcus wondered if he should go over and knock, ask the son if he fancied coming to their house for dinner. His mother would probably think it was nice. But the son looked sad, so perhaps he didn't want company. There was always tomorrow. Marcus would get up early, go over and ring the doorbell, bring him some warm bread rolls. Yes, that was what he was going to do. Marcus yawned. And in his head, he too played a song. No, not really a song, it was just a sentence. But it was going around his head on a loop, ever since that thug from Torsen had asked the son if he was Marcus's father. Might be. Might be. Wow. Marcus yawned again. It was bedtime. After all, he was getting up early tomorrow to heat bread rolls. But as he was about to lower the binoculars, something happened. The sun had got up. Marcus pressed the binoculars to his eyes again. The sun had moved the rug and lifted up the loose floorboard. The hiding place. He was putting something in the hiding place. It was the red sports bag. He opened it, took out a bag of white powder. Marcus knew immediately what it was. He had seen bags like that on TV. Drugs. Suddenly the son lifted his head. He looked as if he was listening out for something. He pricked up his ears like antelopes at the watering hole on Animal Planet. And now Marcus could hear it too, the distant sound of an engine. A car. There weren't many of them in his street this late at night during the summer holidays. The sun sat very still, as if paralyzed. Marcus saw the headlights light up the tarmac. A big black car, what they call an SUV, stopped below the street lamp between their houses. 2 men got out. Marcus studied them through his binoculars. They were both wearing black suits. Men in black. The second was the best, but the smaller of them had blonde hair, and that was all wrong. The taller did have black curly hair, just like Will Smith, but he had a massive bald patch, and his skin was as white as chalk. Marcus watched them straighten their suits as they looked at the yellow house. The balding man pointed to the window in the bedroom, which was lit up, and they quickly walked up to the gate. The son would have some visitors at last. Just like Marcus, they jumped over the fence rather than going through the gate. And like him, they had realized that walking across the lawn made much less noise than taking the gravel path. Marcus swung the binoculars towards the bedroom again. The son had gone. He had probably seen them too, and had gone downstairs to let in his guests. Marcus aimed the binoculars at the front door, where the 2 men had already walked up the steps. It was too dark for Marcus to be able to see exactly what happened, but he heard something smash, and then the door opened. Marcus stopped breathing. They had broken in. They were burglars. Perhaps someone had told them that the house was empty. Whatever, he had to warn the son. What if they were dangerous? Marcus jumped down from the bed. Should he wake his mother? Ring the police? And say what? That he was spying on his neighbor with his binoculars? And if they came to dust for fingerprints to find the burglars, they would find his, Marcus's fingerprints, and the son's drugs, so that he would go to prison as well. Marcus stood in the middle of the floor. He had no idea what to do. Then he detected movement in the bedroom across the street. He held up his binoculars again. It was the men. They were in the bedroom. They were looking for something. In the wardrobe, under the bed. They had guns. Marcus instinctively took a step backwards when the tall man with the curls came over to the window, checked that it was shut, and stared out, right at Marcus. The son must have hidden himself, but where? He appeared to have put the bag with the drugs back in the hiding place, but it wasn't big enough for a person. Ha! They would never find the son. He knew his house much better than they did, just like the Vietnamese soldiers knew the jungle much better than the Americans. He just had to be quiet as a mouse, just like Marcus himself had been. The son would be all right. He had to be all right. Dear God, please let him be all right. Sylvester glanced around the bedroom and scratched the naked crescent between his dark curls. Damn it, Bo. He must have been here. I'm sure the light wasn't on in any of the windows yesterday. He flopped down on the pink blanket box, stuck the gun in his shoulder holster, and lit a cigarette. The small blond man stood in the middle of the floor, still holding his gun. I've a hunch that he's here somewhere. Sylvester waved his cigarette. Relax, he's been and gone. I checked both loos in the other bedroom. The blond man shook his head. No, he's somewhere in this house. Give over, Bo. He's not a ghost, just an amateur who's been lucky up until now. Maybe you're right, but I'd never underestimate Abloftus's son. Am I supposed to know who that is? Before your time, Sylvester, Abloftus was the toughest cop in town by a mile. How would you know? Because I met the guy, you moron. Back in the 90s, me and Nestor were in the middle of a deal at Alnabru when Loftus and another cop just happened to drive by. Loftus knew straight away that they had stumbled on a drugs deal, but rather than call for backup, him and his partner tried to nick us. Abloftus single-handedly beat up 4 of our guys before we managed to floor him, which was no easy matter, let me tell you. The guy was a wrestler. We were going to shoot him right there and then, but Nestor chickened out, was scared that spilling cop blood would be bad for business. And while we were arguing about it, the guy was lying there screaming, 'Bring it on!' like that deluded knight in Monty Python. Do you remember? They chop off his arms and legs, and still he won't accept that he's beaten." Bo laughed, like you laugh at a treasured memory, Sylvester thought. The man was sick. He loved death and mutilation, and would lie on his couch watching entire seasons of ridiculousness on the web, because it consisted of footage of people properly hurting themselves, not just the funny home videos of people tripping over or spraining fingers, something the whole family could laugh at. "I thought you said there were two of them," Sylvester argued. Bo snorted. His partner backed off immediately, very happy to cooperate, fell on his knees and begged for mercy, you know the type. "Yep," Sylvester said. "A loser." "Nope," Bo said. "A winner. It's called emotional intelligence. And that guy's strategy took him further along than you would think. But enough of that. Let's check the house again." Sylvester shrugged and was almost out of the door when he realized that Bo hadn't followed him. He turned round and looked at his partner, who was still standing in the same place, staring at the spot where Sylvester had just been sitting, at the lid of the blanket box. Bo raised a finger to his lips and pointed at the box. Sylvester took out his gun and flicked the safety catch aside. He felt his senses heighten. The light grew stronger, sounds intensified, and his pulse throbbed in his neck. Without making any noise, Bo shifted to the left of the blanket box, so that Sylvester also had a clear line of fire. Sylvester closed both hands around the gun handle and moved closer. Bo signaled that he would open the lid. Sylvester nodded. He held his breath as Bo, with his pistol aimed at the blanket box, placed the fingertips of his left hand under the edge of the lid. Waited a second, listened, and flipped open the lid. Sylvester felt the resistance from the trigger against his forefinger. "Damn!" Bo hissed. Apart from the bed linen, the blanket box was empty. Together, Bo and Sylvester searched the other rooms, turning the lights on and off, but found nothing. Eventually they went back to the bedroom, where everything was as they had left it. "You were wrong," Sylvester said, articulating the words slowly and clearly because he knew exactly how much they would anger Bo. "He's gone." Bo rolled his shoulders as if his suit didn't fit him properly. "If the boy is gone but left the light on, it could mean he's planning on coming back, and if we're ready and waiting when he does, it makes our job easier than if we have to force our way in." "Maybe," Sylvester said. He could see where this was heading. "Nestor wants us to get him ASAP. He can do a lot of damage, you know." "Yeah, right," Sylvester scowled. "So you stay here tonight in case he comes back." "Why do I always get the crappy jobs?" "The answer stands with an S. Seniority." Sylvester heaved a sigh. He wished that someone would shoot Bo so that he would get a new partner, one with less seniority. "I suggest you wait in the living room where you'll have a view of the front door and the basement door," Bo said. "We can't be sure this guy is as easy to end as that chaplain." "I heard you the first time," Sylvester said. Marcus saw the two men leave the well-lit bedroom, and shortly afterwards the small blond man left the house, got in the SUV, and drove away. The sun was still in there somewhere, but where? Perhaps he had heard the car start and drive off, but did he know that one of the men was still in the house? Marcus aimed his binoculars at the dark windows, but he couldn't see anything. The sun could have sneaked out of the back of the house and got away, but Marcus didn't think so. He had sat by the window listening out. He would have heard something. Marcus sensed movement and aimed the binoculars at the bedroom, which was still the only room in the house with the light on, and saw that he was right. The bed. It was moving. Or rather, the mattress was. It was pushed up and to the side. And there he was. He had hidden between the bed slats and the big, thick double mattress which Marcus loved lying on. Just as well that the son was so skinny. Had he been as fat as Marcus's mother feared that Marcus would be one day, they would have seen him. Carefully, the son made his way to the loose floorboard, lifted it up and took something from the red sports bag. Marcus zoomed in. He focused and gasped. Sylvester had positioned the armchair so that he could see the front door and the gate outside. The gate was lit up by a street light, but he would hear in plenty of time if anyone came. He knew that from the crunching of the gravel when Beau left. It might turn out to be a long night, so he needed to think of something that would help him stay awake. He checked the bookcase and found what he was looking for: the family photo album. He switched on a reading lamp and angled it away from the window so that the light couldn't be seen from the outside. He started flicking through the photographs. They looked like a happy family, so very different from his own. Perhaps this explained his obsession with other people's pictures. He liked looking at them and trying to imagine what it must be like. He knew that these family photos didn't tell the whole truth, obviously, but surely they told a truth. Sylvester paused at a picture of 3 people, possibly taken during the Easter holidays. Smiling and tanned, they were standing in front of a cairn. The woman was in the middle. Sylvester presumed from the other pictures that she was the mother. To her left, the father, this Ab Lofthus, and to his right, a man with frameless glasses. The Troika and me on a trip. Photographer. The diver. Read the caption in feminine handwriting below. Sylvester looked up. Had he heard something? He looked towards the gate outside. No one there, and the sound hadn't come from the front door or the door to the basement. But something had changed. The density of the air. There was something substantial in the darkness. The darkness. He would always be a little scared of the dark. His dad had made sure of that. Sylvester concentrated on the photograph again. On how happy they looked. Everyone knew you shouldn't be scared of things that go bump in the night. The noise sounded as if it had come from his dad's belt. Sylvester stared at the picture. It was now spattered with blood and had a hole which went straight through the album. Something white floated down and got caught in the blood. A feather? It had to come from the chair's upholstery. Sylvester thought he must be in shock because he felt no pain. Not yet. He looked at his gun, which had slipped down on the floor and out of his reach. He waited for the next gunshot, but it didn't come. Perhaps the guy thought that he had killed him, in which case he had a chance as long as he played dead. Sylvester closed his eyes, heard the boy come in, and held his breath. Felt a hand on his chest, searching his jacket, finding his wallet and driving license and removing them. 2 arms clasped him around his waist, dragged him out of the chair and eased him up onto his shoulder. Then the boy started walking. He must be very strong. He heard the sound of a door opening, a light being switched on, footsteps staggering down the staircase, and felt raw air. He was being carried down to the basement. They were downstairs now. There was a noise of plastic seals loosening their grip. Then Sylvester fell, but his landing was much softer than he had feared. He sensed pressure in his ears, and it grew darker. He opened his eyes. It was completely dark. He couldn't see anything. He was lying in some sort of box. The darkness is nothing to be afraid of. There are no monsters. He heard footsteps shuffle back and forth until they faded away. The basement door slammed shut. He was alone. The boy hadn't noticed anything amiss. Now it was a question of staying calm, not doing anything rash. Wait until the boy had gone to bed. Then he could make his getaway, or call Beau and get him and his guys to pick him up and kill the boy. The strange thing was he still didn't feel much pain, only warm blood dripping down on his hand. But he was cold, very cold. Sylvester tried moving his legs in order to twist himself into a position where he could reach his mobile, but was unable to. His legs must have fallen asleep. He managed to ease his hand inside his jacket pocket and pull out his phone. He pressed it, and the display lit up the darkness. Sylvester held his breath. The monster was right in front of his face, staring at him with bulging eyes above an open mouth lined with tiny, sharp teeth. A codfish, probably, wrapped in cling film. Around it lay several freezer bags, some boxes of Frianor seafood, chicken fillets, pork joints, berries. The glow from his phone was reflected in ice crystals in the snow-white walls that surrounded him. He was in a freezer. Marcus stared up at the house and counted the seconds. He had opened the window, heard the bang coming from inside, and seen a flash of light from the living room. Then everything had gone quiet again. Marcus was convinced that it was a gunshot, but who had done the shooting? Dear God, please let it be the son. Please don't let it be him who was shot. Marcus had counted to 100 when he saw the door to the bedroom open. Thank you, God, thank you. It was him. The son returned the pistol to the sports bag, removed the loose floorboard, and started loading plastic bags of white powder into the sports bag. When he was done, he slung the bag over his shoulder and left the room without switching off the light. Shortly afterwards, the front door slammed shut, and Marcus saw the son march towards the gate. Stop, look left and right, and then disappear down the street in the same direction Marcus had first seen him come from. Marcus flung himself down on his back in the bed, stared at the ceiling. He was alive. He shot baddies, because they had to be villains, didn't they? Of course they were. Marcus was so excited he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep a wink tonight. Sylvester heard the front door slam shut. The chest freezer was too well insulated for him to be able to hear much, but the door had been slammed so hard that he had felt the vibrations. At last. Of course his phone couldn't send or receive anything from a freezer in a basement, so after 3 attempts he had given up trying. Sylvester was starting to feel pain now, while at the same time he was growing drowsy, but the cold kept him awake. He pressed his palms against the lid and pushed. Felt a small dart of panic when it didn't budge immediately. Pushed harder. It still didn't give. He remembered the sound of the plastic seals, how they had glued themselves together. It was just a question of a little more force. He pressed his hands against the lid, pushing as hard as he could. There was no movement. And that was when he realized. The boy had locked the freezer. This time the panic wasn't just a prickling. It was a stranglehold. Sylvester began to hyperventilate, but forced himself to block out his panic to prevent the dam from bursting and letting the darkness, the real darkness, flood in. Think. Keep a lid on things and think clearly. His legs. Why hadn't he thought of them before? He knew that his legs were much stronger than his arms. He could easily lift over 200 kilos on the leg press against barely 70 kilos on the bench press. And this was only a freezer lock. It was designed to prevent people from nicking meat and berries, not stop a big, desperate man who really wanted to get out. There was enough space between him and the lid so that if he bent his knees and pressed his feet against the lid... But he was unable to bend his knees. They quite simply refused to obey him. He had never had such a bad case of pins and needles before. He tried again. No response. It was as if they had been disconnected. He pinched his shin. He pinched his thigh. The dam started to crack. Think. No, don't think. Too late. The hole in the photo album, the blood. The bullet must have severed his spinal cord. That would explain the absence of pain. Sylvester touched his stomach. It was wet with blood. But it was like touching someone else's body. He was paralyzed, from the waist down. He bashed the lid with his fists, but it was no use. All that opened were the floodgates in his mind. The dam, he had learned, must never be opened. His dad had taught him that. But now the cracks appeared, and Sylvester knew that he would die as in his nightmares. Locked up, alone, in the darkness. Chapter 26. "This is the perfect Sunday morning," Elsa announced as she looked out of the car window. "Agreed," Simon said, changing down through the gears and glancing at her. He wondered how much she took in, if she could see that Palace Gardens were especially green after yesterday's violent downpour, if she could even see that they were driving past Palace Gardens. It was Elsa herself who had suggested that they visit the Chagall exhibition at Hervikoden, and Simon had said that it was an excellent idea, only he just had to swing by an old colleague who lived in Schillerbeck, which was on the way to the art gallery. There were plenty of parking spaces along Gamla-Drummansveien. The old patrician houses and apartment blocks looked decidedly empty during the holidays. The occasional embassy flag stirred in the breeze. "I won't be long," Simon said. He got out and walked up to the door of the address he had found on the net. The name he was looking for was listed at the top of a row of doorbells. After ringing the bell twice, Simon was about to give up when he heard a woman's voice. "Yes? Is Frederick there?" "Eh? Who wants to know?" "Simon Kefas." There was silence for a few seconds, but Simon could hear crackling as a hand was placed over the microphone on the intercom. Then she was back. "He'll be down in a moment." "Okay." Simon waited. It was too early for normal people to be up and about, so the only ones he saw in the street were a couple his own age. They looked as if they were out on a Sunday walk, a walk whose starting point was also its destination. The man was wearing a tweed cap and nondescript khaki trousers. This was how you dressed when you grew old. Simon looked at his reflection in the glass pane in the carved oak front door. Tweed flat cap and sunglasses. Khaki trousers. Sunday uniform. It was taking a while. He guessed he must have woken Frederick up, or his wife, or whoever she was. Simon looked across to the car and saw that Elsa was looking straight at him. He waved. No reaction. The front door opened. Frederick appeared in jeans and a t-shirt. He had taken the time to shower. His wet, thick hair was combed back from his face. "Well, this is unexpected," he said. Why don't we go for a little walk?" Frederick looked at his heavy wristwatch. "Listen, Nestor and his drug-dealing underlings paid me a visit," Simon said, loud enough for the couple nearby to hear. "But I'm happy to carry this on upstairs in the flat where your wife is." Frederick looked at Simon. Then he closed the door behind him. They walked along the pavement. Frederick's flip-flops slapped against the tarmac and cast an echo between the walls. "He came to offer me that loan I had discussed with you, Frederick. Only discussed with you. I haven't spoken to anyone called Nestor. You don't have to refer to him as anyone called Nestor. We're both well aware that you know the name. You're free to lie about any other knowledge you have of him." Frederick stopped. "Come on, Simon. Getting you that loan from any of my clients was impossible. So I discussed your problem with a third party. That was what you expected me to do, wasn't it? Be honest." Simon made no reply. Frederick sighed. "Listen, I was only trying to help. The worst that could happen was surely that you got an offer you couldn't refuse." "The worst that could happen is that now some scumbags think they've found a way to get to me. Finally, they're thinking, because they never had anything on me before, Frederick. On you, yes, but me, never." Frederick leaned against the railings. "Maybe that's your real problem, Simon. The reason you never had the career you should have had. Because I wasn't for sale." Frederick smiled. "Your temper, your lack of diplomacy. You even insult people who are trying to help you." Simon looked down at the old abandoned railway line below, from the days when Westbahnen was still in use. He didn't know why, but it made him both melancholic and excited to see that the cutting in the ground was still there. "Have you read about the triple homicide in Gamla-Bien?" "Of course," Frederick said. "The papers write about little else. Every member of Kripos has been drafted in, or so it would seem. Do you still get to play with them?" "They prefer to keep the best toys to themselves, as usual. Kalle Farrison was one of the men killed. Do you recognize the name?" "I can't say that I do. But if homicide isn't allowed to look in, why are you? Because Farrison was once suspected of having killed this girl." Simon produced the picture he had printed out from the file and gave it to Frederick. He watched him study the pale face with the Asian features. You didn't need to see the rest of her body to realize that she was dead. She was found in a backyard. It was made to look as if she'd accidentally OD'd. 15 years old, 16 perhaps. She had no papers, so we never found out who she was, or where she was from, or how she got into Norway. Possibly in a container on a ship from Vietnam. The only thing they did discover was that she was pregnant. Yes, wait. I remember that case. I thought someone had confessed. Yes, late in the day and much to everyone's surprise. What I want to ask you is, was there any connection between Kalle Farrison and your favourite client, Iversen? Frederick shrugged and looked across the fjord. He shook his head. Simon followed his gaze towards the forest of masts on the yachts moored in the marina, where the term yacht these days meant something slightly smaller than a frigate. Did you know that the man who confessed to and was convicted of the murder of that girl has escaped from prison? Frederick shook his head again. Enjoy your breakfast, Simon said. Simon was leaning against the curved cloakroom counter at the art gallery in Hövikodden. Everything was curved. Everything was neo-expressionist. Even the glass walls separating the rooms were curved, and possibly neo-expressionist as well. He looked at Elsa. Elsa looked at Chagall. She seemed so small as she stood there, smaller than Chagall's figures. Perhaps it was the curves. Perhaps they created an Ames room illusion. "So you went to see this Frederick just to ask him that one question?" asked Kari, who was standing next to him. She had come over 20 minutes after he had called her. "And what you're saying is that I knew he would deny it," Simon said. "But I had to look at him to know if he was lying." "You are aware, despite certain TV series that claim the opposite, that it's extremely difficult to tell for certain if someone is lying?" "Frederick isn't just someone. I have experience of listening to him lying. I recognize his tell." "So Frederick Ansgar is a notorious liar?" "No. He lies out of necessity, not from predisposition or inclination." "Right. And how do you know that?" "I didn't before we started working together on a big property investigation at the Serious Fraud Office." He could see that Elsa was looking a little lost, and he coughed loudly so that she could hear where he was. "It was tricky to prove that Frederick was lying," Simon continued. "He was the investigation's only expert accountant, and it was difficult for us to verify everything he said. To begin with, it was minor discrepancies and odd coincidences, but the sum total seemed a little too big just to be a coincidence. He failed to inform us of certain things or directly misinformed us. I was the only one who got suspicious, and in time I learned to tell when he was lying." "How?" "It was very simple. His voice. His voice. Lying triggers emotions. Frederick was good at lying with his choice of words, logic, and body language, but his voice was the one emotional barometer he couldn't control. He couldn't strike quite the right natural tone. He had a lying inflection, which he himself could hear, and he knew that it might give him away. When he was asked a direct question and had to give a straight answer, he couldn't trust his voice, so he started nodding or shaking his head by way of response." "And when you asked him if he knew of any connection between Kalle Farrison and Iversen?" "He just shrugged as if he didn't know." "So he was lying?" "Yes, and he shook his head when I asked him if he knew that Sonny Loftus had escaped from prison." "Isn't that a little simplistic?" "Yes, but Frederick is a simple man who just happens to know his times tables better than most people. Listen, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go through all of Sonny Loftus's convictions. See if you can find out if there were any other suspects in each case." Kari Arder nodded. "Great. I didn't have any plans for this weekend anyway." Simon smiled. "That Serious Fraud Office case," Kari said. "What was it about?" "Fraud," Simon said. "Tax avoidance, serious money, important names. As the case stood, it could bring down high-profile business people as well as politicians, and it looked as if it would take us to Mr. Big." "Who was?" "The twin." Kari shivered. That's a strange nickname, I must say. Not as strange as the story behind it. Do you know the twins' real name? Simon shook his head. He goes by several names, so many that he's totally anonymous. When I started in the Serious Fraud Office, I was naive enough to think that the biggest fish would be the most noticeable. The truth is, of course, that someone's importance is inversely proportional to their visibility. The twin eluded me yet again, because of Frederick's lies. Do you think that Frederick Ansgar could have been the mole? Simon shook his head vigorously. Frederick wasn't even working for the police back when the mole started operating. I believe he was a minor player at that stage, but it's clear that he could have done a lot of damage if he had been allowed to rise up the ranks. So I stopped him. Kari's eyes widened. You shopped Frederick Ansgar to the commissioner? No, I made him an offer. He could either go quietly, or I would take what little I had on him to the top. It probably wasn't enough to warrant an investigation or a dismissal, but it would have clipped his wings, put his career on hold for a while. He agreed to leave. A vein bulged on Kari's forehead. You just let him go? We got rid of a rotten apple without dragging the police force through the mud. Yes, I let him go. You can't just let people like that walk away. He heard the outrage in her voice. Quite right. Frederick is a small fish, and like I said, he would have got away with it. He couldn't even be bothered to pretend that it wasn't a good offer. In fact, he feels that he owes me a favour. Simon turned to her. He had intended to provoke her, and it had worked. But it seemed as if her outrage had already passed. Now she just looked like she had found yet another reason to quit the force at the earliest opportunity. What's the story behind the twins' nickname? Simon shrugged. I believe he had an identical twin brother. When he was 11 years old, he dreamt 2 nights in a row that he killed his brother. He concluded that since they were identical twins, it was logical to assume that his brother had had the same dream. From then on, it was simply a question of beating the other one to it. Kari looked at Simon. Beating the other one to it, she repeated. Excuse me, Simon said, and rushed after Elsa, who was about to walk into a glass wall. Fidel Lau saw the car before he heard it. This was the thing about new cars. They hardly made any noise. If the wind was coming from the road across the moor and towards the farm, he might hear the crunching of tyres against the gravel, gear changing or high revving as the car drove up the hills, but otherwise Fidel had to rely on his eyes for warning. Of cars, yes. People or animals were another matter. Then he had the best alarm system in the world. 9 Doberman pinchers in a cage. 7 bitches that had a litter every year which sold for 12 grand per puppy. They constituted his kennel's official business, where dogs were delivered microchipped to buyers, insured against latent defects, and their pedigree registered with the Norwegian Kennel Club. The unofficial part of the kennel lay deeper into the woods. 2 bitches and 1 male, not registered anywhere. Argentine mastiffs. The Doberman pinchers were scared witless of them. 55 kilos of aggression and loyalty covered in an albino white short coat, which explained why Fidel's dogs all had names with the word ghost in them. The bitches were Ghost Machine and Holy Ghost, the male Ghostbuster. The buyers could call the puppies what the hell they like, as long as they paid up. 120,000 krona. The price reflected the rarity of the dog, its effective killer instinct, and the fact that the breed was banned in Norway and in several other countries. As his customers weren't especially price-sensitive or concerned about Norwegian legislation, there was little to suggest that the price would go down. On the contrary, for that reason, Fidel had moved the Argentine Mastiff enclosure even further into the forest this year, so that their barking couldn't be heard on the farm. The car was heading for the farm. The track led nowhere else, so Fidel walked quietly down to the gate, which was always shut. Not to prevent the Dobermans from getting out, but to stop trespassers from getting in. And since everyone except his customers were trespassers, Fidel had a refurbished Mauser M98 to hand in a small shed backing onto the kennel near the gate. He kept fancier weapons in the main building, but he could always argue that he used the Mauser for elk hunting, as elks did sometimes walk across the moor. Whenever the wind didn't blow from the direction of the enclosure with the Argentine ghosts, that is. Fidel arrived at the gate at the same time as the car, with the rental company's logo on the exterior. Fidel could tell from the crunching gears that the driver had little experience with this particular make of car. He also took his time switching off the headlights, the windscreen wipers, and finally the engine. "All right," Fidel said, studying the guy who appeared from the car. Hoodie and brown shoes. A townie. Every now and then some of them did make their way here on their own, and without having made an appointment. But it was rare. Fidel didn't advertise with directions on the net like the other kennels. The guy came up to the gate, which Fidel showed no sign of wanting to open. "I'm looking for a dog." Fidel pushed the peak of his cap up on his forehead. "Sorry, but you made a wasted trip. I don't talk to potential owners of any of my dogs without getting references first. That's just how it is. A Doberman Pinscher isn't a cuddly family dog. It needs an owner who knows what he's taking on. Call me on Monday." "I'm not looking for a Doberman," the guy said, and looked past Fidel, past the farm and the cages for his 9 legal bitches, to the forest behind. "And my reference is Gustav Rover." He held up a business card. Fidel peered at it. Rover's Motorcycle Workshop. Rover. Fidel had a good memory for names and people because he didn't see many of either. The motorcycle guy with the gold tooth. He had been here with Nestor to buy an Argentine Mastiff. "He said your dogs will keep an eye on the Belarus cleaners and make sure they don't do a runner." Fidel spent some time scratching a wart on his wrist. Then he opened the gate. This guy couldn't be police. They weren't allowed to entrap people by provoking crimes such as selling illegal dogs. It would sabotage their entire case. At least that was what his lawyer told him. "Have you got—" The guy nodded, stuck his hand in the pocket of his hoodie and pulled out a large wad of notes. 1,000-kroner notes. Fidel opened the gun cabinet and took out the Mauser. "I never go and see them without this," he explained. "If one of them were to get out—" It took them 10 minutes to walk to the enclosure. During the last 5, they could hear furious and increasingly loud barking. "I think they're about to be fed," said Fidel, but didn't add, "with you." The manic dogs hurled themselves at the wire fence when the men came into view. Fidel felt the ground shake when they fell back. He knew exactly how deep the fence post had been sunk. He only hoped it was deep enough. The imported German cages had metal floors, so that dogs like terriers, dachshunds, and bloodhounds couldn't dig themselves out, and corrugated iron roofs that kept them dry and prevented even the fittest ones from leaping over the fence. "They're most dangerous when they're in a pack," Fidel said. "Then they follow the top dog. Ghostbuster. He's the biggest." The customer just nodded. He looked at the dogs. Fidel knew he must be scared. The open jaws with rows of glistening, gleaming teeth arranged on pale pink gums. Fuck, he was even scared himself. Only when he was with a single dog, preferably one of the bitches, could he be sure that he was the boss. "With a puppy, you must establish yourself as the top dog quickly and make sure it stays that way. Remember that kindness in the form of indulgence and forgiveness will be viewed as weakness. Undesirable behavior must be punished, and that's your job. Do you understand?" The customer turned to Fidel. There was something strangely remote in his smiling eyes when he repeated, "Punishing undesirable behavior is my job." "Good. Why is that cage empty?" The customer pointed to an enclosure near the dogs. "I used to have 2 males. If I put them in the same cage, one of them would have ended up dead." Fidel took out a bunch of keys. "Come and have a look at the puppies. They have their own cage over there." "Before you do that, tell me something." "Yes?" "Is it desirable behavior to let a dog bite a young girl in the face?" Fidel stopped in his tracks. "Aye?" "Is it desirable behavior to use dogs to bite off a girl's face when she tries to escape slavery, or should it be punished? Listen, the dog is just acting on instinct, and you can't blame it just because... I'm not talking about the dog. The owners. Should they be punished, in your opinion? Fidel looked closely at his customer. Could he be a cop after all? Well, if such an accident did happen, then I thought it was an accident. Afterwards, the owner cut the girl's throat and dumped her body in the forest. Fidel gripped the Mauser harder. I don't know anything about that. But I do. The owner's name was Hugo Nestor. Listen, do you want a dog or not? Fidel raised the barrel of his rifle, which up until now he had been pointing at the ground a few inches. He bought the dog from you. He has bought several dogs from you, because you sell dogs that can be used for such purposes. What would you know about that? A lot. For 12 years, I sat in a cage listening to people tell me stories. Ever wondered what it's like to sit in a cage? Listen, you can try it now. Fidel didn't have time to get the rifle in place before the other man had locked him in a hold from behind and was pressing his arm so tightly against his body that the air left Fidel with a hiss. The kennel owner barely registered the frantic barking as he was picked up. The other man leaned back as he lifted Fidel and threw him in a large arc over his head. But when Fidel hit the ground, neck and shoulders first, the guy threw himself so that he landed on top of Fidel. Fidel gasped for air as he struggled to free himself. But he stopped abruptly when he stared into the muzzle of a gun. 4 minutes later, Fidel was staring at the retreating back of the man, who looked as if he was walking on water as he crossed the moor in the fog. Fidel's fingers were gripping the meshed fence next to the big padlock. He was locked in the empty cage. In the next cage, Ghostbuster had lain down and was watching him lazily. The man had filled the bowl in Fidel's cage with water and left him 4 boxes of raw dog food. And he had taken his mobile, his keys, and his wallet. Fidel started to scream, and the white devils responded with howling and barking, from an enclosure built so deep into the forest that no one could hear or see them. Fuck! The man had gone. A strange silence descended. A bird screeched. Then Fidel heard the first drops of rain hit the corrugated iron roof. Chapter 27. When Simon stepped out of the lift and into Homicide's office at 8:08 on Monday morning, he had 3 things on his mind: that Elsa had been bathing her eyes in the ensuite bathroom earlier, completely unaware that Simon had been watching her from the bedroom; that he had possibly given Kari too much work to do on a Sunday; and that he hated the office layout, especially after one of Elsa's friends, who was an architect, had told him that it was a myth that open-plan offices save floor space per employee, that noise issues meant that so many meeting rooms and buffer zones had to be created that any gain was eaten up by the additional expenditure. He went over to Kari's desk. "You're in early," he said. A rather bleary face looked up. "Good morning to you too, Simon Kefas." "Thank you. Found anything?" Kari leaned back in her chair. Even though she was yawning, Simon thought he detected a certain satisfaction behind her expression. "First I looked for a connection between Iverson and Farrison. Nothing. Then I looked up Sonny Loftus's convictions and any other potential suspects. Loftus was convicted of the murder of an unidentified, possibly Vietnamese girl who died from a drug overdose, and at first the police had suspected Carla Farrison. But Loftus was also doing time for another killing, that of Oliver Jovic, a drug dealer, a Kosovo Serb, who was trying to butt into the market when he was found in Stinsparken with a glass bottle of coke down his throat." Simon pulled a face. "They slashed his throat?" "No, that's not what I meant. A bottle of coke had been rammed down his throat." "Down his throat?" "The bottle neck first. Easier that way. Pushed right down so that the bottom presses against the back of the teeth." "How do you know?" "I saw the photos. The drug squad thought it was a message to show potential competitors what would happen if you try to bite off more than you can chew in the Coke market. She looked up quickly at Simon and added, "Coke bottle, as in Coca-Cola?" "Yes, thank you. I get it." The police launched an investigation, but got nowhere. The case was never actually abandoned, but very little happened until Sonny Loftus was arrested for the murder of the Asian girl. He confessed to murdering Jovic as well. In the interview records, he states that he and Jovic had met in the park to settle a debt, that Loftus didn't have enough money, and that Jovic had threatened him with a gun. Loftus had attacked him and floored him. I guess the police thought it sounded reasonable, given that Loftus used to wrestle. The interesting thing is that the police lifted a fingerprint from the bottle. And? And it didn't belong to Loftus. Simon nodded. And how did Loftus explain that? He said he'd found the empty bottle in a nearby bin, that junkies like him do this all the time to get the deposits on them back. But? Junkies don't collect recyclables. It would take too long to get together enough money for that day's fix. And the report stated that the fingerprint was a thumb, and that it had been lifted from the bottom of the bottle. Simon could see where she was going with this, but didn't want to spoil it by beating her to it. I mean, who puts their thumb on the bottom of a bottle when they drink from it? If, however, you were forcing a bottle down someone's throat. And you don't think the police considered that at the time? Kari shrugged. I don't think the police ever prioritized drug hits. They hadn't found a match for the thumbprint in the database, so when someone offers them a confession to a case they've had lying around for a while, then they say thank you very much, mark the case as solved, and move on. That's how you work, isn't it? Simon sighed. You? He'd read in the newspapers that the police's reputation among the public was starting to rise after the last few years' scandals, but the force was only slightly more popular than the railways. You? He imagined she was thanking her lucky stars that she already had 1 foot out of this open-plan office. So Sonny Loftus was convicted of 2 murders, but in both cases suspicion pointed to drug dealers. Are you saying that he's a professional scapegoat? Wouldn't you? Perhaps, but there still isn't anything that links him to either Farrison or Agneta Iverson. There is a 3rd murder, Kari said. Kjersti Morsand. The shipping owner's wife, Simon said, although his thoughts had now turned to coffee and the coffee machine. That's Buskerud police's case. That's correct. Had the top of her head sawn off. Sonny Loftus was also suspected of that killing. Well, that can't be right, surely. He was banged up when it happened. No, he was out on day release. He was in the area. They even found one of his hairs at the crime scene. You're joking, said Simon, instantly forgetting all about coffee. There would have been something about it in the papers. Notorious killer linked to crime scene. What could be more newsworthy than that? The Buskerud officer who is heading the investigation has chosen not to make it public, Kari said. Why not? Ask him. Kari pointed, and Simon noticed a tall, broad man walking towards them from the coffee machine with a mug in his hand. Despite the summer temperature, he was wearing a thick, woolly jumper. Henrik Vestad, the man said, holding out his hand. I'm an inspector with the Buskerud police. I'm leading the Kjersti Morsand investigation. I asked Henrik to drive over here this morning for a chat, Kari said. You drove all the way from Drummond in the morning rush hour, Simon said, shaking the man's hand. We're very grateful. Before the morning rush hour, Vestad said. We've been here since 6:30. I didn't think there was much more to be said about the investigation, but your colleague here is very thorough. He nodded to Kari and sat down in the chair opposite her. So why didn't you make it known that you had found a convicted killer's hair at the scene? Simon said, looking enviously at the mug Vestad was raising to his lips. It's as good as saying you've solved the case. The police don't normally hold back good news. That's true, Vestad said, especially when the owner of that hair had confessed to the killing the first time he interviewed him. So what happened? Life happened. Whose life? Vestad nodded slowly. I could have issued a press release with what we had after the first interview, but something didn't add up. Something about the suspect's attitude. So I waited. And the second time we interviewed him, he retracted his confession and claimed that he had an alibi. A guy called Life, who drove a blue Volvo with an I Heart Drammen sticker, and who Loftus, for some reason, thought had heart problems. So I checked with the Volvo dealers in Drammen and the cardiology unit at Buskerud Central Hospital. Yes? Life Krognas, aged 53. He lives in Konnerud in Drammen, and he immediately recognized the suspect from the photo I showed him. He had seen him at a lay-by on the old main road that runs parallel to Drummondsveien. You know, one of those areas with picnic benches and tables where you can enjoy being outside. Leif Krognas had gone for a little drive in the sunshine, but had pulled over and sat in the lay-by for several hours because he felt strangely exhausted. I don't believe it's popular with motorists. They prefer the new road, and besides there's a pond with midges. Anyway, on that day, 2 men were sitting at another picnic table. They just sat there without saying anything, for hours, as if they were waiting for something. Then one of the men glanced at his watch and said that it was time to go. As they passed Krognas's table, the other man bent down, asked Krognas what his name was, and then told him to see a doctor, that there was something wrong with his heart. Then the first man pulled the second man away. Krognas assumed that he must be a psychiatric patient on an outing, and they had driven off. But he couldn't shake off the episode, Kari said, so he went to see his doctor, who discovered that he did indeed have heart trouble and had him admitted to hospital immediately. And that's why Leif Krognas remembers a man he met only briefly at a lay-by on the old main road by the River Drammen. The River Drammen, Simon thought. Yep, Vestar said. Leif Krognas said the guy saved his life, but that's not the point. The point is that the medical examiner's report states that Kirsti Mursan was killed at the very time the men were sitting in the lay-by. Simon nodded. And the strand of hair? You haven't checked how it could have ended up at the crime scene? Vestar shrugged. Like I said, the suspect has an alibi. Simon was aware that Vestar had yet to mention the boy's name. He cleared his throat. It could appear that the hair was planted, and if Sonny Lofthus was granted day release in order to make it look like he committed the murder, then one of the prison officers from Staden must be in on it. Is that why it's been hushed up? Henrik Vestar pushed his mug across Kari's desk. Perhaps the taste no longer appealed to him. I've been told to hush it up, he said. Someone higher up has made it very clear to my boss to leave the matter alone until they've had a chance to have another look at it. They want to double-check the facts before the scandal becomes public, Kari said. Let's hope that's all it is, Simon said quietly. So why are you talking to us if you've been told to keep quiet, Vestar? Vestar shrugged again. It's tough to be the only one who knows. And when Kari mentioned that she was working with Simon Kefas, well, people say you have integrity. Simon looked at Vestar. You know that's just another word for troublemaker, don't you? Yes, Vestar said. I don't want any trouble. I just don't want to be the only one who knows. Because it feels safer that way? Vestar shrugged a third time. He no longer seemed quite so tall and broad when he was sitting down. And despite the jumper, he looked like he was cold. There was complete silence in the rectangular boardroom. Hugo Nestor's attention was fixed on the chair at the head of the table. The high-backed chair covered with white buffalo hide was facing away from them. The man in the chair had demanded an explanation. Nestor lifted his gaze to the painting on the wall above the chair. It depicted a crucifixion, grotesque, bloody, and excessive in rich detail. The man on the crucifix had 2 horns on his forehead and burning red eyes. Apart from those details, the likeness was obvious. Rumour had it that the artist had painted the picture after the man in the high-backed chair had cut off 2 of his fingers because he owed him money. The bit about the fingers was true. Nestor had witnessed it himself. Rumour also had it that only 12 hours had passed between the artist exhibiting the painting in his gallery and the man in the chair removing it. That, along with the man's liver. That rumour wasn't true. It had taken 8 hours, and they had taken his spleen. As far as the buffalo hide was concerned, Nestor could neither confirm nor deny the story that the man in the chair had paid $13,500 to hunt and kill a white buffalo, the most sacred animal for Lakota Sioux Indians, that he had shot it with a crossbow, and when the animal had refused to die even after 2 arrows to its heart, the man in the chair had straddled the half-ton animal and used his thigh muscles to wring its neck. But Nestor saw no reason to doubt the story. The weight difference between the animal and the man was minimal. Hugo Nestor shifted his eyes from the painting. There were 3 other people in the room apart from him and the man on the buffalo hide chair. Nestor rolled his shoulders and felt his shirt stick to his back under the suit jacket. He rarely sweated, not only because he avoided the sun, poor quality wool, exercise, lovemaking, and other physical exertions, but because he, according to his doctor, had a fault in his inbuilt thermostat, which would otherwise cause people to sweat. So even when he did exert himself, he never sweated, but he risked overheating. It was a genetic disposition which proved what he had always known, that his alleged parents weren't his real parents, that his dreams about lying in a cradle in a place that looked like photographs he had seen of Kiev in the 1970s were more than just dreams. They were his earliest childhood memories. But he was sweating now. Even though he was the bearer of good news, he was sweating. The man in the chair hadn't raged, hadn't fumed about the money and drugs that had been stolen from Carla Farrison's office, not screamed how was it possible that Sylvester had gone missing, or roared why the hell hadn't they found that Loftus boy yet, despite everyone knowing what was at stake. There were 4 scenarios, and 3 of them were bad. Bad scenario number 1. Sonny killed Agneta Everson, Carla, and Sylvester, and he would continue to kill anyone they work with. Bad scenario number 2. Sonny is arrested, confesses, and reveals the names of the real killers in the murders he has served time for. Bad scenario number 3. In the absence of the boy's confession, Ingvar Morson is arrested for his wife's murder, can't handle the pressure, and tells the police what really happened. When Morson had first come to them and said that he wanted his unfaithful wife killed, Nestor had taken it to mean that he wanted to hire a hitman. But Morson insisted on the pleasure of killing his wife himself. He just wanted them to arrange for someone else to take the fall, since he, as the cuckolded husband, would automatically be the police's prime suspect. And at the right price, everything is for sale. In this case, 3 million kroner. A reasonable hourly rate for a life sentence, Nestor had argued, and Morson had agreed. Afterwards, when Morson had explained how he wanted to tie up the unfaithful bitch, put the saw to her forehead, and look her in the eyes while he cut off her head, Nestor had felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up in a mixture of horror and excitement. They had arranged everything with Arild Frank, the boy's day release, his geographical location, and sent him off with one of Frank's trusted, corrupt, and well-paid prison officers, a hermit of a chubby chaser from Kaupang, who spent his money on cocaine, paying off his debts, and on hookers so fat and ugly you would have thought the money would change hands in the opposite direction. The 4th, and only good scenario, was very simple. Find the boy and kill him. It should be straightforward. It should have been done long ago. And yet the man spoke calmly in his deep, murmuring voice. And it was the voice that made Nestor sweat. From the tall, white chair, the voice had asked Nestor for an explanation. That was all. An explanation. Nestor cleared his throat, hoping that his voice wouldn't betray his terror, which was always present when he was in the same room as his boss. We went back to the house to look for Sylvester. All we found was an empty armchair with a bullet hole to the back. We've checked with our contact in Telenor's operations center, but none of their base stations has picked up a signal from Sylvester's mobile since late last night. This means that either Loftus destroyed his phone, or his phone is somewhere with no coverage. In any case, I think there's a real risk that Sylvester is no longer alive. The chair at the head of the table turned slowly, and the man came into view. The bulging body, muscles that strained all the seams of his suit, the high forehead, the old-fashioned moustache, the dense eyebrows over a deceptively sleepy gaze. Hugo Nestor tried to meet that gaze. Nestor had killed women, men, and children. He had looked them in the eye while he did it without even blinking. Quite the opposite. He had studied them to see if he could see it. Mortal fear, the certain knowledge of what was about to happen, any insight the dying might gain at the threshold to the hereafter. Like that Belarus girl whose throat he had cut when the others were unwilling. He had stared into her pleading eyes. It was as if he got off on a mixture of his own feelings, his rage at the others, and the woman's capitulation and weakness. Got off on the excitement of holding a life in his hands and deciding whether, and indeed when, he would carry out the act that would end it. He could extend her life by a second, and then another second, and another one. Or not. It was entirely up to him. And it struck him that this was the closest he would ever come to the sexual ecstasy which people spoke about, a union which for him was only associated with mild discomfort and an embarrassing attempt at coming across as a so-called normal person. He had read somewhere that 1 individual in every 100 was asexual. It made him an exception, but it didn't make him abnormal. On the contrary, he could concentrate on what really mattered, build his life, his reputation, enjoy the respect and fear of others without any distractions and the loss of energy that came from the sexual addiction other people were slaves to. Surely that was rational and, consequently, normal. He was a normal person who wasn't frightened of, but rather curious about death. And in addition, he had good news for his boss. But Nestor managed to hold his boss's gaze for only 5 seconds before he had to look away, because what he saw in it was colder and emptier than death and annihilation. It was perdition, the promise that you had a soul and that it would be taken from you. "But we've got a tip about where the boy might be," Nestor said. The big man raised one of his distinctive eyebrows. "Who from?" "Coco, a drug dealer who lived at the Hilla Center until recently." "The psycho with the stiletto, yes?" Nestor had never been able to establish exactly how his boss got his information. He was never seen in the streets. Nestor had never met anyone who claimed to have spoken to him, let alone seen him. And yet he knew everything, and that was the way it had always been. In the day of the mole, that was not surprising. Then his boss would have had access to practically everything the police did. But after they had killed Ab Loftus, when he was about to expose him, the mole's activities appeared to have ceased. This was almost 15 years ago now, and Nestor had accepted that he would probably never know the identity of the mole. "He talked about a young guy at Hilla who had so much money that he paid his roommate's debt," Nestor said in a carefully rehearsed tone of voice, and with what he thought was an East Slavic "ah." 12,000 kroner in cash. "No one at Hilla ever pays off another junkie's debts," said the wolf, an older man who was responsible for the trafficking of girls. "Quiet," Nestor said. "But this young guy did, even though his roommate accused him of stealing some earrings. So I thought—" "You're thinking about the money in Kalla's safe," the big man said, "and the jewelry that was stolen at Iverson's, yes?" "Yes. So I went to see Coco and showed him a picture of the guy, and he confirmed it was him, Sonny Loftus. I even know his room number, 323. The question is now, how we—" Nestor pressed his fingertips together and smacked his lips, as if he could taste the synonyms for kill him. "We won't be able to get in," the wolf said, "or at least not without getting noticed. The gate is locked. There are receptionists and CCTV everywhere." "We could use one of the residents for the job," said Voss, formerly head of a security company who had been sacked after being involved in the importation and dealing of anabolic steroids. "We're not going to leave this to a junkie," the wolf said. "Not only has Loftus eluded our own, presumably competent people, he would also appear to have killed one of them." "So what do we do?" Nestor said. "Lie in wait for him outside the center, install a sniper in the building opposite, set fire to the center and jam the fire exits?" "This isn't the time for jokes, Ugo," Voss said. "You ought to know that I never joke." Nestor felt his face getting hot. Hot, but not sweaty. "If we don't get him before the police—" "Good idea." The two words were spoken so quietly they were barely audible, and yet they sounded like thunder in the room. Silence followed. "What is?" Nestor asked eventually. "Not taking him before the police do," said the big man. Nestor looked around the room to make sure that he wasn't the only one who didn't understand before he asked, "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said," whispered the big man, smiling briefly and aiming his gaze at the only person in the room who had kept silent until now. "You know what I mean, don't you?" "I do," the man replied. "The boy will end up back at Staten Prison. Perhaps he'll take his own life, just like his father." "Good." "I'll tip off the police about where they can find the boy," the man said, raising his chin and easing the skin of his neck away from the shirt collar of his green uniform. "That won't be necessary. I'll deal with the police," said the big man. "You will?" Aurel Frank said, sounding surprised. The big man turned and addressed the whole table. "What about this witness in Drammen?" "He's in hospital in cardiology," Ugo Nestor heard someone say, while he himself stared at the painting. "And what do we do about that?" He stared. "What do we have to?" the bass voice replied. He stared at the twin, hanging from the crucifix. Hanging. Marta sat in the attic, staring at the beam. She had told her colleagues that she wanted to check the filing had been done properly. It was bound to be. She didn't care about that. She didn't care about anything these days. She was thinking about him, Stig, all the time, and it was just as banal as it was tragic. She was in love. She had always believed she didn't have the capacity for strong emotions. She'd had crushes before, obviously, lots of them, but never like this. The other times there had been butterflies in her stomach. It had been an exciting game with heightened senses and flushed cheeks, but this was a disease. Something had invaded her body and was controlling her every thought and action. She was love-struck, struck down by an illness or by malign fate. It was an apt expression. This was excessive. It was unwanted. It was tearing her apart. The woman who had hanged herself up here in the attic, had it been the same with her? Had she, too, fallen in love with a man whom she knew in her heart of hearts was a wrong 'un? And had she, too, been so blinded by love that she had started debating right and wrong with herself, trying to carve out a new morality which was compatible with this wonderful disease? Or had she, like Marta, only found out when she was in much too deep? During breakfast, Marta had returned to room 323. She had checked the trainers again. They smelled of detergent. Who washes the soles of a pair of practically brand-new trainers unless they have something to hide? And why had it filled her with such despair that she had gone up to the attic? Dear God, she didn't even want him. She stared at the beam. But she wouldn't do what the dead woman had done. Report him. She couldn't. There had to be a reason, something she didn't know. He wasn't like that. In her job, she had heard so many lies, excuses, and versions of reality that ultimately she no longer believed that anyone was who they said they were. But one thing she did know, Stig was no cold-blooded killer. She knew it because she was in love. Marta buried her face in her hands. felt the tears well up, sat there shaking in the silence. He had wanted to kiss her. She had wanted to kiss him, still wanted to kiss him. Here, now, forever. Lose herself in this vast, wonderful, warm ocean of emotions. Take the drug, surrender, press the plunger, feel the high, be grateful and damned. She heard sobbing, and felt the hair stand up on her arm, stared at the walkie-talkie, the tender whimpering of a baby. She wanted to switch off the walkie-talkie, but she didn't. The crying sounded different this time, as if the child was scared and was calling out for her. But it was still the same child, always the same child. Her child, the lost child, trapped in a vacuum, in a nothingness, trying to find its way home. And no one could or wanted to help it. No one dared, because they didn't know what it was, and people fear the unknown. Marta listened to the crying. It rose in pitch and intensity. Then she heard a loud crackling and a hysterical voice. "Marta! Marta, come in!" Marta froze. What was that? "Marta, they're raiding the centre. They're armed. For God's sake, where are you?" Marta picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. "What's going on, Maria?" She released the button. "They're dressed in black and wearing masks. They have shields and guns, and there are so many of them. You have to come downstairs." Marta got up and ran out of the door. She heard her own feet clatter down the steps, flung open the door leading to the corridor to the second floor, saw a man dressed in black spin round and point a shotgun or possibly a machine gun at her, saw 3 others standing in front of the door to room 323. 2 of them were swinging a short battering ram between them. "What?" Marta began, but broke off when the man with the machine gun stepped in front of her and raised a finger to what she presumed were his lips under the black balaclava. She stiffened for a second before she realized that the only thing stopping her was his idiotic weapon. "I want to see a search warrant right now. You've no right to." There was a loud crash as the battering ram hit the door below the lock. The third man opened the door a fraction and tossed in something that looked like 2 hand grenades. Then the men turned away and covered their ears. Good God! Were they... The flash of light from the doorway was so bright that all 3 police officers cast shadows in the already well-lit corridor, and the explosion was so loud that Marta's ears rang. Then they stormed into the room. "Get back, miss!" The words coming from the policeman in front of her were muffled. He appeared to be shouting. Marta just looked at him. Like the others, he was wearing Delta Force's black uniform and bulletproof vest. Then she retreated back through the door into the stairwell, leaned against the wall, checked her pockets. The card was still in her jacket pocket, as if she had known all along that she would need it one day. She rang the number under the name. "Yes?" The voice is a strangely accurate temperature gauge. Simon Kefas's sounded tired and stressed, but lacking the excitement which a raid, a big arrest, should give it. From the acoustics, she also deduced that he wasn't in the street outside or in any of the rooms at the Ila Center, but in a big space surrounded by other people. "They're here," she said. "They're throwing grenades." "What are you talking about?" "This is Marta Leon from the Ila Center. There's an armed response unit here. We're being raided." In the pause which followed, she heard a voice in the background make an announcement, a name, a call for a doctor to attend the post-op ward. The chief inspector was in a hospital. "I'll be over right away," he said. Marta ended the call, opened the door and returned to the corridor. She could hear the crackling and hissing of police radios. The police officer pointed his gun at her. "Hey, what did I just tell you?" A metallic voice in his radio said, "We're bringing him out now." "Go on, shoot me if you have to, but I'm in charge here and I've yet to see a search warrant," Marta declared and marched past him. And then she saw them emerge from room 323. He was handcuffed and being led out by 2 police officers. He was almost naked, wearing only a pair of slightly too big white underpants, and he looked oddly vulnerable. Despite his muscular torso, he seemed skinny, sunken, finished. A trickle of blood was dripping from one ear. He looked up, met her eyes. Then they walked past her and out of sight. It was over. Marta breathed a sigh of relief. Having knocked on the door twice, Betty took out the master key and let herself into the suite. As usual, she took longer than necessary, so that even if the guest was in his room, he would have time to avoid a potentially embarrassing situation. This was the policy at the Plaza Hotel. The staff shouldn't see or hear anything that shouldn't be seen or heard. But this wasn't Betty's policy. Quite the opposite. Her mother had always said that Betty's curiosity would get her into trouble one day. And yes, it had done, and on more than one occasion. But as a receptionist, it had also come in useful. No one else at the hotel had the same nose for con men as Betty. It had almost become her trademark, exposing people who intended to live, eat, and dine at the hotel with no intention of paying their bills. And she was often proactive. Betty had never hidden her ambitions. During her last annual review, her boss had praised her for being vigilant but discreet, and always putting the hotel's interests first. Said that she could go far, that reception was just a stepping stone for someone like her. The suite was one of the biggest in the hotel, with a panoramic view of Oslo. It had a bar, a kitchenette, a bathroom, and the separate bedroom had an ensuite bathroom. She could hear the shower running in the ensuite. According to guest registration, his name was Fidel La, and money was clearly no object. The suit she was bringing him was made by Tiger, and had been bought in Bogstadveien earlier that day, sent to the tailor for alterations using their express service, and then delivered to the hotel by taxi. In the summer, the hotel would usually employ a bellboy to take items to rooms, but this summer had been so quiet that the receptionist did it themselves. Betty had volunteered immediately, not because she had any real grounds for suspicion. When she had checked him in, he had paid for 2 nights in advance, and con men did not do that. But there was something about him that didn't ring true. He hadn't looked like the kind of guy who books the top-floor suite, more like someone who slept rough or would stay in a hostel for backpackers. He seemed so inexperienced and concentrated so hard during check-in, as if he had never stayed in a hotel before, but had read about it in theory and was now keen to get everything just right. Plus, he had paid cash. Betty opened the wardrobe and saw there was already a tie and 2 new shirts in there, also by Tiger, and probably bought at the same shop. A pair of new black shoes was on the floor. She read the name Vass on the insole. She hung up the suit next to a long, soft suitcase with wheels. It was almost as tall as she was. She had seen cases like this before. They were used for transporting snowboards or surfboards. She was tempted to unzip it, but poked the suitcase instead. The fabric gave way. Empty, or at least there wasn't a snowboard inside. Next to the suitcase stood the only item in the wardrobe which didn't look new, a red sports bag with the words, Oslo Wrestling Club. She closed the doors to the wardrobe, walked over to the open bedroom door, and called out towards the bathroom door, "Mr. Lau? Excuse me, Mr. Lau." She heard the tap turn off, and shortly afterwards a man appeared with swept-back wet hair and shaving foam all over his face. "I've hung your suit in the wardrobe. I was told to pick up a letter to be franked and posted." "Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Can you hang on a minute?" Betty walked over to the living-room window, took in the view towards the new opera house and the Oslo fjord. The new high-rise buildings stood close together, like pickets in a fence. Ekebergåsen, the post office building, the town hall, the rail tracks which came in from the whole country and merged together in a nerve bundle below her at Oslo Central Station. She noticed the driving license on the large desk. It wasn't Lars. Next to it lay a pair of scissors and a passport-sized photo of La wearing the prominent square glasses with the black frames she had seen him with when she had checked him in. Further along the desk lay 2 identical and clearly new briefcases. The corner of a plastic bag stuck out from under the lid of one of them. She stared. Matte but transparent plastic, with the traces of something white on the inside. She took 2 steps back so that she could look into the bedroom. The door to the bathroom was open, and she could see the back of the guest in front of the mirror. He had a towel wrapped around his waist and was concentrating hard on shaving. It meant that she had a short window of opportunity. She tried opening the briefcase containing the plastic bag. It was locked. She looked at the code lock. The small metal wheel showed 0999. She looked at the other briefcase. 1999. Did the two briefcases have the same code? In which case, 1999 looked like the code. A year. The year of someone's birth, perhaps. Or the Prince song. In which case, it wouldn't be locked. Betty heard the guest turn on the tap in the bathroom. He was splashing water on his face now. She knew she really shouldn't. She lifted the lid of the second briefcase and gasped. The briefcase was stuffed full with bundles of banknotes. Then she heard footsteps coming from the bedroom and quickly shut the lid, took 3 brisk steps and stopped at the door to the corridor with her heart pounding. He came out from the bedroom and looked at her with a smile. But something about him had changed. Perhaps it was just that he was no longer wearing his glasses, or it was the bloody piece of tissue over one eye. At that moment she realized what was different. He had shaved off his eyebrows. That was it. Who on earth removes their eyebrows? Apart from Bob Geldof, in the wall, of course. But he was mad, or pretending to be mad. Was the man in front of her insane? No. Mad people didn't have briefcases full of money. They only thought they did. He opened the desk drawer, took out a brown envelope and handed it to Betty. "Please, would you make sure that goes in today's post?" "I'm sure we can manage that," she said, hoping he hadn't detected her trepidation. "Thank you so much, Betty." She blinked twice. Of course, her name was on the hotel badge. "Have a nice day, Mr. La." She smiled and put her hand on the door handle. "Wait, Betty." She felt her smile congeal. He had seen her open the briefcase. He was about to... "Perhaps it's, customary to tip for such services?" She breathed a sigh of relief. "Not at all, Mr. La." It wasn't until she was in the lift that she realized she was sweating profusely. Why could she never rein in her curiosity? Nor could she very well tell anyone that she had been riffling through a guest's property. Anyway, since when was it illegal to keep money in a briefcase? Especially if you worked for the police. Because that was what it said on the front of the brown envelope. Police HQ, Grönlandslöret 44, for the attention of Simon Kefas. Simon Kefas was standing inside room 323, looking around. "So Delta raided the room," he said, "and took away the guy in the bottom bunk. Johnny, what was his name?" "Puma," Marta said. "I called because I thought perhaps you had." "No, I had nothing to do with it." "Who is Johnny's roommate?" "He calls himself Stig Berger." "And where is he now?" "I don't know. No one does. The police have asked everyone here. Listen, if it's not you, then I want to know who ordered the raid." "I don't know," Simon said, opening the wardrobe. "Only the Commissioner can authorize a Delta deployment. Check with him. Are these Stig Berger's clothes?" "As far as I know." He had a hunch that she was lying, that she knew they belonged to him. He picked up the blue trainers at the bottom of the wardrobe, size 8.5. Put them back, closed the wardrobe, and spotted the photo fixed to the wall next to the wardrobe. Any doubts he might have had until now evaporated. "His name is Sonny Lofthus," Simon said. "What?" "The other resident. His name is Sonny, and this is a picture of his father, Ab Lofthus. His father was a police officer. His son became a killer. So far, he has killed 6 people. You're welcome to complain to the Commissioner, but I think we can safely say that Delta's presence was justified." He saw how her face seemed to stiffen and the pupils contracted, as if there was suddenly too much light. Staff here had seen a thing or two, but it was still a shock to learn that they had given shelter to a mass murderer. He squatted down on his haunches. There was something under the bunk bed. He pulled it out. "What is it?" she asked. "A stun grenade," he said, holding up the olive-green object, which looked like the rubber grip on the handlebars of a bicycle. "It produces a powerful flash of light and a bang of around 170 dB. It's not dangerous, but it leaves people so blind, deaf, dizzy, and disorientated for a few seconds the Delta have time to do what they have to do. But they didn't pull the pin out of this one, so it never went off. That's how it is. People make mistakes under pressure. Don't you agree?" He glanced at the trainers and then looked up at her. But when she returned his gaze, it was steady and firm. He saw nothing there. "I have to get back to the hospital," Simon said. "Will you call me if he comes back again?" "Are you all right?" "Probably not," Simon said. "But the patient is my wife. She's going blind." He looked down at his hands. He was tempted to add, "Just like me." Chapter 28. Hugo Nestor loved Vermont. It was one of the few restaurant-bar-nightclub combinations that had actually succeeded in all three areas. The clientele was made up of the rich and beautiful, the not beautiful but rich, the not rich but beautiful, a cross-section of celebrities, semi-successful financiers, and people who worked nights in the entertainment and nightlife industry, plus successful criminals. It was at Vermont in the 90s that the Twitter gang and people involved in money laundering, bank and post office robberies had bought Methuselahs of Dom Perignon, and because Norwegian strippers at the time had lacked a certain finesse, had better ones flown in from Copenhagen for a quick lap dance in their private dining room. They had used drinking straws to blow cocaine directly into the various orifices of the strippers, and eventually into their own, while the waiters brought them oysters, Perigord truffles, and foie gras from geese who had been treated much as they were treating themselves. In short, Vermont was a place with style and tradition, a place where Hugo Nestor and his people could sit every night at their cordoned-off table and watch the world outside go to hell. A place where you could do business, where bankers and financiers could mix with criminals without the cops who frequented Vermont reading too much into it. Consequently, the request from the man who had sat down at their table wasn't among the more unusual. He had come in, looked around, and pushed his way through the crowds right over to them, but been stopped by Beau when he tried to straddle the red cordon that marked out their territory. After exchanging a few words, Beau had come over to Nestor and whispered into his ear, "He wants an Asian girl. He says it's for a client who'll pay whatever it costs." Nestor tilted his head and sipped his champagne. There was a saying of the twins that he had made his own. Money can buy you champagne. "Does he look like a cop to you?" "No." "Me neither. Get him a chair." The guy was wearing a suit that looked expensive, a freshly ironed shirt, and a tie. He had pale eyebrows above a pair of prominent, exclusive spectacles. No, correct that. No eyebrows. "She has to be under 20. "I don't know what you're talking about," Nestor said. "Why are you here?" "My client is a friend of Eva Everson." Hugo Nestor looked at him closely. He didn't have any eyelashes either. Perhaps he had alopecia universalis, like Hugo's brother, alleged brother, who didn't have a single body hair. In which case, the hair on the guy's head had to be a wig. "My client is in shipping. He'll pay you cash and in heroin that has come in by sea. You probably know better than I do what that means in terms of purity." "Fewer stops, fewer middlemen cutting the drugs." "Let me call Everson," Nestor said. The guy shook his head. "My client demands total discretion. Neither Everson nor anyone else must know. If Everson is dumb enough to tell his close friends what he gets up to, then that's his problem." And potentially ours, Nestor thought. Who was this guy? He didn't look like an errand boy, a protégé, a highly trusted family lawyer. "I understand, of course, that a direct approach from a man you don't know requires extra assurances of a safe transaction. My client and I therefore suggest an advance to prove we're serious. What do you say?" "I say 400,000, Nestor said. "It's just a figure I plucked out of the air. I still don't know what you're talking about." "Of course not," the guy said. "We can do that." "How soon?" "I'm thinking tonight." "Tonight?" "I'm only in town until tomorrow morning. Then I fly back to London. The money is in my suite at the Plaza." Nestor exchanged looks with Beau. Then he drained the tall champagne flute in one gulp. "I don't understand the word you're saying, mister. Unless you're trying to tell me that you're inviting us back for a drink in your suite?" The guy flashed a smile. "That's exactly what I'm saying." They searched the guy the moment they reached the car park. Beau held him while Nestor checked him for weapons and microphones. The guy let himself be frisked without resisting. He was clean. Beau drove the limo to the plaza, and they walked from the multi-story car park behind Spectrum to the towering glass prism that was the Plaza Hotel. They looked down at the city from the external lift, and Nestor thought it was a metaphor. People down there grew smaller the higher he himself rose. Beau took out his pistol as the guy opened the door to the suite. There was no obvious reason to expect an ambush. Nestor currently had no living enemies that he knew of, no unresolved disputes in the market, and the police were free to arrest him if they wanted to, but they didn't have anything on him. And yet he sensed an unease which he couldn't quite pin down. He put it down to professional vigilance and decided not to drop his guard, something other people in the business could learn from. Nestor hadn't got to where he was without good reason. The suite was fine. Amazing view, he'd give them that. The guy had set out 2 briefcases on the coffee table. While Beau checked the other rooms, the guy went behind the bar and started mixing drinks. "Go ahead," he said, extending his hand towards the briefcases. Nestor sat down at the coffee table and opened the lid of first one, then the other. There was more than 400,000 kroner. There had to be. And if the drugs in the other briefcase were as pure as the guy had suggested, there was more than enough to buy a small village of Asian girls. "Do you mind if I turn on the TV?" Nestor asked, picking up the remote control. "Be my guest," the guy said. He was busy mixing drinks, something he didn't look comfortable doing, although at least he was slicing lemon for the 3 gin and tonics. Nestor pressed the pay TV button, flicked past the children and family movies to the porn channel, and turned up the sound. He went over to the bar. "She is 16 years old and will be delivered to the car park at Ingerstrand, Lido, at midnight tomorrow. You'll pull up in the middle of the car park and stay in your car. One of my men will come over to you, get in the back, and count the money. Then he'll leave with the money and someone else will bring the girl. Understood?" The guy nodded. What Nestor didn't mention, because it didn't need saying, was that the girl wouldn't be in the same car as the car that came to pick up the money. The money would have left the meeting place before the car with the girl arrived. Same principle as in a drug deal. "And the money?" "Another 400,000, Nestor said. "Fine." Beau entered from the bedroom and stopped to look at the screen. He appeared to enjoy it. Most people seemed to. Nestor only found porn useful because it offered a predictable and steady soundtrack of moaning that frustrated any possible bugging of the room. "Ingerstrand, Lido, tomorrow at midnight," Nestor repeated. "Let's drink to it," the guy said, holding out 2 glasses. "Thanks, but I'm driving," Beau said. "Of course," the guy laughed and slapped his head. "Coke?" Beau shrugged, and the guy opened a can of Coke, poured it into a glass, and cut another slice of lemon. They toasted and sat down at the table. Nestor signaled to Beau, who picked up the first bundle of banknotes from the briefcase and started counting out loud. He had brought a bag with him from the car into which he put the money. They never accepted the customers' bags. They might contain sensors that could trace where the money was taken. It wasn't until Nestor heard Beau miscount that he realized something was wrong. Only he didn't know what. He looked around. Had the walls changed color? He looked down at his empty glass, looked at Beau's empty glass, and the lawyer guy's glass. "Why isn't there any lemon in yours?" Nestor asked. His voice sounded very far away, and the reply came from the same distant place. "Citrus fruit intolerance." Beau had stopped counting. His head was slumped over the money. "You drugged us," Nestor said, and reached for the knife in his leg sheath. He had time to register that he was patting the wrong leg before he saw the base of the lamp coming towards him. Then everything went black. Hugo Nestor had always loved music, and he didn't mean the kind of noise or childish series of notes which common people called music, but music for adults, thinking people. Richard Wagner, chromatic scale, 12 half tones with frequency ratios based on the 12th root of 2. Clean, pure mathematics, harmony, German order. But the sound he was hearing now was the opposite of music. It was discordant, nothing related to anything else. It was chaos. When he had regained consciousness, he had realized he was in a car in some sort of large bag. He had felt nauseous and dizzy. His hands and feet were tied together with something sharp that cut into his skin. Plastic ties, probably. He sometimes used them on the girls. When the car had stopped, he had been lifted out and realized he must be inside a soft case with wheels. Half lying down, half standing upright, he had been pushed and dragged across a rugged terrain. He had heard whoever was pulling the suitcase pant and wheeze. Nestor had called out to him, made financial offers in return for his release, but had got no response. The next sound he had heard was this unmusical, 8-tonal hullabaloo which only rose in strength, and which he recognized the moment the suitcase was put down and he lay on his back, feeling the ground underneath him and knowing, because he had now worked out where he was, that the cold water seeping through the suitcase and then through his suit was marsh water. Dogs, the short, choppy barking of Argentine mastiffs. What he didn't know was what it was all about, who the guy was, and why this was happening to him. Was it a turf war? Was the guy who had abducted him the same guy who had killed Kalle? But why go about it this way? The suitcase was unzipped, and Nestor squinted, blinded by the light from the torch pointing straight at his face. A hand grabbed his neck and pulled him to his feet. Nestor opened his eyes and saw a pistol gleam dully in the light. The dog's barking had suddenly stopped. "Who was the mole?" said the voice behind the torch. "What?" "Who was the mole? The police thought it was Ablofthus." Hugo Nestor narrowed his eyes against the light. "I don't know. You might as well shoot me. I don't know." "Who does know?" "No one, none of us. Perhaps someone in the police." The torch was lowered, and Nestor saw that it was the lawyer guy. He had taken off his glasses. "You need to be punished," he said. "Would you like to ease your conscience first?" What was he talking about? He sounded like a priest. Was this about that chaplain they had killed? But he was only a corrupt pedophile. Surely no one would want to avenge him. "I've no regrets," Nestor said. "Just get it over with." He felt strangely calm. Perhaps it was a side effect of the drug, or that he had thought it through enough times already, accepted that his life would probably end like this, with a bullet to the brain. "Not even for that girl you allowed to get mauled before you cut her throat? With this knife?" Nestor blinked as the torchlight bounced off the curved blade. His own Arabic knife. "Don't!" "Where do you keep the girls, Nestor?" The girls? Was that what he wanted? To take over the trafficking? Nestor tried to concentrate, but it was difficult. His brain was foggy. "Do you promise not to shoot me if I tell you?" he asked, even though he realized that a yes would have about as much credibility as the German mark did in 1923. "Yes," the guy said. So why did Nestor still believe him? Why did he believe the promise that he wouldn't be shot from a guy who had done nothing but lie from the moment he appeared at Vermont? It had to be his crazy brain clinging to this last straw, because there was nothing else, nothing but this foolish hope in a dog kennel in a forest at night, that the guy who had abducted him was telling the truth. "Einer Hogata, 96. "Thank you so much," the guy said, and stuck the pistol into the waistband of his trousers. "Thank you so much?" The guy had taken out his mobile and was entering some information from a yellow post-it note, a phone number, probably. The display lit up his face, and it occurred to Nestor that he might be a priest after all. A priest who didn't lie. A contradiction in terms, obviously, but he was convinced that such priests existed, who weren't aware that they were lying. He carried on, pressing keys. A text message. He sent it with a final push of the buttons. Then he slipped the mobile into his pocket and looked at Nestor. "You've done a good deed, Nestor. There is a chance they might be rescued now," he said. "I thought you would want to know that before you—" "Before I what?" Nestor gulped. The guy had promised not to kill him. Wait. He had promised not to shoot him. The light from the torch was now pointing straight at the padlock to the enclosure. The guy inserted a key into the lock. Nestor could hear the dogs now. Not barking, only a barely audible but harmonized bass, a muted growl that came from the pits of their stomachs and rose in volume, tone, and pitch, hushed and controlled like Wagner's contrapuntal music. And no drugs could suppress his fear now, fear that felt like being hosed down with icy water. If only the pressure could have washed him away. But this man was on the inside him, hosing down the inside of his head and body. There was no escape. It was Hugo Nestor himself who was holding the hose. Fidel La sat in the darkness, staring. He had stopped moving or making a sound, only curled up in an attempt to keep warm and control his shaking. He had recognized the two men's voices. One was the man who had appeared out of nowhere and locked him up more than 24 hours ago. Fidel had barely eaten any of the dog food, only drunk the water, and shivered with cold. Even on a summer night, the chill eats its way into your body, petrifies it, chases you around. He had screamed for help until his throat felt raw and he had no voice left, until blood and not saliva moistened his throat, and the water he had drunk offered no relief, but stung and burned like alcohol. When he heard the car, he had tried screaming again, but started sobbing when his voice made no sound. It merely grated like a rusty engine. Then he could tell from the dogs that someone was approaching. He had hoped and prayed, and finally seen the silhouette against the summer night sky, seen that he was back. The man who had floated over the moor yesterday was now bent double as he dragged something along, a suitcase with a living human being inside. A man who stood with his hands tied behind his back and his feet pressed so close together that he clearly had problems keeping his balance when he was put in front of the gate to the enclosure where Fidel was. Hugo Nestor. They were only 4 meters from Fidel's cage, and yet he couldn't hear what they were talking about. The man unlocked the padlock and put his hand on Nestor's head as if blessing him. He said something. Then he gave Nestor's head a little push. The plump man in the suit screamed briefly, then he fell backwards and hit the gate, which opened inwards. The dogs stirred. The man quickly pushed Nestor's feet inside and closed the gate. The dogs hesitated. Then Ghostbuster seemed to jerk and started moving. Fidel watched the white dogs as they pounced on Nestor. Their movements were so silent that he could clearly hear the chomping jaws, the sound of flesh being torn, the almost ecstatic growling, and then Nestor's scream. A single, quivering, strangely pure note that rose towards the light Nordic sky, where Fidel could see insects dance. Then the note was suddenly cut short, and Fidel saw something else rise. It looked like a swarm coming towards him, and he felt the spray of tiny, warm droplets, and knew what it was because he had himself cut the artery of a still-living elk on a hunting trip. Fidel wiped his face with the sleeve of his jacket and looked away. He saw that the man outside the cage had also turned away, saw his shoulders shake, as if he was crying. Chapter 29. "It's the middle of the night," the doctor said, rubbing his eyes. "Why don't you go home and get some sleep, Gefas, and we'll do this tomorrow." "No," Simon said. "As you wish," the doctor said, indicating to Simon to take a seat on one of the chairs along the wall of the bleak hospital corridor. When the doctor sat down next to him and paused before leaning towards him, Simon knew that it was bad news. "Your wife doesn't have much time left. If she's to have any chance of a successful operation, she needs to have surgery in a matter of days. And there's nothing you can do." The doctor sighed. Normally, we don't advise patients to go abroad and subject themselves to expensive private treatment, especially when the outcome of surgery is relatively uncertain. But in this case, you're saying I need to get her to the Howell Clinic now. I'm not saying you have to do anything. Many blind people live a full life with their handicap. Simon nodded while his fingers stroked the stun grenade he still kept in his pocket. He tried to process the information, but it was as if his brain was trying to run away, seeking refuge by speculating if handicap wasn't a non-PC word. He supposed they called it differently abled now, or had that, like hostile, also become non-PC. Things changed so quickly that he couldn't keep up, and health and social care terminology seemed to go off faster than milk. The doctor cleared his throat. Simon began and heard his mobile crackle. He grabbed it, grateful for some time out. He didn't recognize the sender of the text message. You'll find Nestor's prisoners in Inner Haugata 96. Hurry. The Sun. The Sun. Simon pressed a number. Listen, Simon, the doctor said. I don't have time to... That's all good, Simon said, and held up a hand to silence the doctor as he heard a sleepy voice answer the call. Falkade. Hi, Sievert. It's Simon Kefas. I want you to dispatch Delta to raid the following address. Inner Haugata 96. How fast can you get there? It's the middle of the night. That's not what I was asking. 35 minutes? Have you got authorization from the commissioner? Pontius isn't available right now. Simon lied. But relax, we've got grounds for the raid as far as the eye can see. Trafficking, and time is of the essence. Just do it. It'll be on my head. I hope you know what you're doing, Simon. Simon hung up and looked at the doctor. Thank you, Doctor. I'll think about it. Now I've got to get back to work. Betty heard the mating noises as soon as they exited the lift on the top floor. Really? Betty frowned. It's paid TV, said the security guard she had taken with her. They had received complaints from the neighbouring rooms, and as a matter of policy, Betty had made a note in the night log at reception. 02:13 a.m. Noise complaint about Suite 4. She had called Suite 4, but got no reply. Then she had called security. They ignored the Do Not Disturb request, hanging on the door handle, and knocked hard. Waited. Knocked again. Betty shifted her weight from one foot to another. You look nervous, the security guard said. I've a feeling that the guest is up to something. Something? Drugs? What do I know? The security guard released the button on his cosh and straightened up, while Betty slipped the master key into the lock. Opened the door. Mr. Lowe? The living room was empty. The mating noises were coming from a woman in a red leather corset with a white cross that was supposed to indicate she was a nurse. Betty grabbed the remote control from the coffee table and turned off the TV, while the security guard entered the bedroom. The briefcases had gone. Betty noticed empty glasses and half a lemon on the bar counter. The lemon had dried out, and its flesh had a strange brown colour. Betty opened the wardrobe. The suit, the large suitcase, and the red sports bag were gone. It was the oldest trick in the hotel fraud book, hanging a Do Not Disturb sign outside the door and turning on the TV so that it sounded as if the guest was still there. But Mr. Lowe had paid for the room in advance, and she had already checked that no charges from the restaurant or the bar had been made to the room. There's a guy in the bathroom. She turned to the security guard who was standing in the doorway to the bedroom. She followed him inside. The man lying on the bathroom floor looked like he was hugging the lavatory. A closer inspection revealed that he was tied to it with strips around his wrists. He was wearing a black suit, had blonde hair, and didn't look entirely sober. High on something, or low. Heavy eyelids blinked sleepily at them. "Cut me loose," he said, with an accent she couldn't place anywhere on the globe. Betty nodded to the security guard, who took out a Swiss Army knife and cut the plastic strips. "What happened?" she asked. The man staggered to his feet, swayed slightly in front of them. He struggled to focus his swimming eyes. "We played some stupid game," he mumbled. "I'm gonna go now." The security guard positioned himself in the doorway and blocked his path. Betty looked around. Nothing had been damaged. The bill had been paid. All they had was a complaint about television noise. What they risked was trouble with the police, negative press coverage, and a reputation for being a meeting place for unsavory elements. Her boss had praised her for being discreet, for putting the hotel's interests first, said that she could go far, that reception was only a stepping stone for someone like her. "Let him go," she said. Lars Gilberg was woken up by a rustling from the bushes. He turned over, saw the contours of a figure among the branches and leaves. Someone was trying to steal the boy's stuff. Lars wiggled out of the filthy sleeping bag and scrambled to his feet. "Oi, you!" The figure stopped, turned round. The boy was transformed. It wasn't just the suit. It was something about his face. It looked swollen somehow. "Thanks for looking after my stuff," the boy said, nodding to the bag he had tugged under his arm. Lars said, and moved his head closer to see if that made it easier to spot the change. "You're not in trouble, are you, lad?" "Oh, yes, indeed I am," the boy smiled. But there was something about his smile, something pale. His lips were trembling. He looked as if he had been crying. "Do you need help?" "No, but thanks for asking." "I won't see you again, will I?" "No, I don't think so." "Live well, Lars." "I will. And you—" He took a step forward and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Live long. Promise me that." The boy nodded quickly. "Check under your pillow," he said. Lars automatically looked at his bedding under the arch, and when he turned round again, he just had time to see the back of the boy before he was swallowed up by the darkness. Lars returned to his sleeping bag. He spotted an envelope sticking out from under his pillow. He picked it up. "To Lars," it said. He opened the envelope. Lars Gilberg had never seen so much money in his entire life. "Shouldn't Delta be here by now?" Kari asked, yawned, and glanced at her watch. "Yes," Simon said, and looked out. They had parked halfway up Inner Hogata, and number 96 lay 50 meters in front of them, on the other side of the street. It was a white-painted, two-story wooden house, one of those which had been reprieved when Ennerhaugen's picturesque buildings were demolished in 1960 to make way for 4 tower blocks. The small house lay so still and peaceful in the summer night that Simon found it hard to imagine that people could be kept prisoner inside it. "We feel a dash of guilt," Simon said, "but I think that glass and concrete are more suitable for people today." "What?" "I'm quoting the CEO of Obos Building Society in 1960. "Is that right?" Kari said, and yawned again. Simon wondered if she hoped he would feel a dash of guilt for dragging her out of bed in the middle of the night. It could be argued that her presence wasn't strictly necessary for such a raid. "Why isn't Delta here?" she asked again. "I don't know," Simon said, and at that moment the inside of the car was lit up by the display on his phone, which lay between the seats. He looked at the number. "But we soon will," he said, slowly lifting the mobile to his ear. "Yes. It's me, Simon. No one is coming." Simon adjusted the rearview mirror. A psychologist might be able to explain why Simon did that, but it had become an automatic response to the other man's voice. Simon focused on the mirror to see what was behind him. "Why not?" "Because the grounds for the raid haven't been properly justified, its necessity explained, and you've made no attempt to go through the proper channels to authorize Delta." "You can authorize it, Pontius." "Yes, and I said no." Simon swore silently. "Listen, Itno, you listen to me. I've ordered Falkite to stand down and told him and his men to go back to bed." "Just what are you up to, Simon?" "I have reason to believe that people are being held against their will at Ennerhogata 96. Honestly, Pontius, said honesty is good, Simon. Remember that the next time you ring the head of Delta." "There was no time to explain. There is no time, damn it. You used to trust my judgment." "Your use of past tense is correct, Simon." "So you don't trust me now, is that it? You gambled away all your money, remember, including your wife's. What does that tell me about your judgment, in your opinion?" Simon clenched his teeth. There had been a time when it wouldn't have been so easy to predict which one of them would win an argument, or who would get the best grades, run the fastest, or get the prettiest girl. The only certainty was that they would unite behind the third man in the troika. But he was dead now, and though he had been the best thinker and the strongest of the three, Pontius Par had always had one advantage. He thought further than either of the other two. "We'll do it early tomorrow morning," the commissioner said, with the easy self-confidence which these days made people believe that Pontius Par knew best, including Pontius himself. "If you've got a tip-off about suspected trafficking at the address, then it won't disappear overnight. Go home and get some sleep now." Simon opened the car door and got out while indicating to Kari to stay where she was. He closed the door and walked a few meters down the road. He spoke quietly into the mobile. "It can't wait. This is urgent, Pontius." "What makes you think that?" "The tip-off." "And how did you come by it?" "A text message from someone anonymous. I'll go in on my own." "What?" "Don't even think about it. Stop, Simon. Do you hear me? Are you there?" Simon looked at his mobile, pressed it to his ear again. "An assessment carried out by the officer at the scene. Do you remember learning that, Pontius? Do you remember them teaching us that it always trumped orders from officers remote from the scene?" "Simon, Oslo is in chaos as it is. The city council and the media are on our backs over these killings. Don't jump off the deep end this time. Simon." Simon hung up, turned off his mobile and opened the boot of his car, unlocked the gun box, took out his shotgun, his pistol, and some boxes of ammunition, took out the 2 bulletproof vests lying loose in the boot, and got into the car. "We're going in," he said, handing the shotgun and 1 vest to Kari. She looked at him. "Was that the commissioner you were just talking to?" "It was," Simon said, checking that the cartridge clip on the Glock 17 pistol was full. Slotted it back into the handle. "Pass me the handcuffs and the stun grenade in the glove compartment, would you?" "You've got a stun grenade?" "Byproduct of the raid at the Elis Center." She handed Simon his peerless handcuffs and the grenade. "Has he given us permission to go in?" "He has been informed," Simon said, putting on the bulletproof vest. Kari cocked the shotgun and loaded it with cartridges with swift, familiar movements. "Grouse hunting since I was 9, she said by way of explanation, having noticed Simon's look. "But I prefer rifles. How do we do this?" "On 3, Simon said. "I mean, how do we approach 3, Simon said, and opened the car door. The Bismarck Hotel was located in the center of Oslo. That much was true. The small hotel lay in the middle of Kvadraturen, where the city had been founded, at the point where the drugs market met the red light district. And true to its location, it rented out rooms by the hour with towels that were stiff from boil washing. The rooms hadn't been redecorated since the hotel was taken over by its current owner 16 years ago, but the beds had to be replaced every 2 years as a result of wear and tear. So when Ola, who was the owner's son and had worked in reception since he was 16 years old, looked up from his PC at 3:02 a.m. and saw a man standing in front of the counter, it was natural for Ola to assume that the man was in the wrong place. Not only was he wearing a nice suit and carrying 2 briefcases and a red sports bag, but he was without a female or male companion. The man, however, insisted on paying up front for a room for 1 week and accepted the towel with an almost humble thank you before he disappeared up to the 2nd floor. Ola went back to reading Aftenposten's web page about a wave of murders in Oslo, speculations as to whether a gang war had broken out, and how it might be connected to the killer who had absconded from Staten. He studied the photo for a while. Then he clicked on another page. Simon stopped in front of the steps leading to the house and gestured to Kari to have her weapon ready and watched the 1st-floor windows. Then he walked up the 3 steps and tapped a knuckle softly against the door. He whispered, "Police," looked at Kari to assure himself that she could testify that he had followed the correct official procedure. Another tap. He whispered, "Police," again. Then he grabbed the barrel of his pistol and leaned to the side to smash the glass in the window next to the door. He had the stun grenade ready in his other hand. He had a plan. Of course he had a plan. Kind of. As they say, the element of surprise is everything, putting all his eggs in one basket. He always had, and that, as the young psychologist had explained, was his disease. Research proved that people constantly exaggerated the likelihood of something improbable happening to them, such as dying in a plane crash, their child being raped or abducted on their way to school, or that the horse on which you bet your wife's savings would stay the distance for the first time in its racing career. The psychologist had said that there was something in Simon's subconscious that was stronger than common sense, that it was a matter of identifying and starting a dialogue with this sick, crazy tyrant who terrorized and ruined his life. That he had to ask himself if there was something more important in his life, more important than the tyrant, something he loved more than gambling. And there was. It was Elsa. And he had done it. He had talked to the beast, tamed it. He hadn't relapsed once. Not until now. He took a deep breath. He was about to bash the pistol against the glass when the door opened. Simon spun round with the pistol in front of him, but he wasn't as quick as he once was, not even close. He wouldn't have had a chance if the man in the doorway had been armed. "Hello," was all the man said. "Good evening," Simon said, trying to regain his composure. "Police." "How can I help you?" The man opened the door fully. He was dressed, tight jeans, T-shirt, bare feet, nowhere to conceal a pistol. Simon stuffed the stun grenade into his pocket and held out his warrant card. "I'll have to ask you to come outside and stand up against this wall. Now." The man calmly shrugged his shoulders and did as he was told. "Apart from the girls, how many people are in the house?" Simon asked, while a quick frisking confirmed that the man was unarmed. "Girls? I'm the only one here. What do you want?" "Show me where they are," Simon said, handcuffed the man, shoved him in front of him, and indicated to Kari to follow. The man said something. "What?" Simon said. "I'm telling your colleague that she's welcome to come in as well. I've got nothing to hide." Simon remained standing behind the man, stared at his neck, saw his skin twitch slightly, like on a nervous horse. "Kari," Simon called out. "Yes?" "I want you to stay outside. I'm going in alone." "Okay." Simon put a hand on the man's shoulder. "Start walking and no sudden movements. I've got my pistol against your back. Walter, accept that for the time being I regard you as a criminal and I might shoot you. You can always get an unreserved apology afterwards." Without further protest, the man entered the hallway. Simon automatically looked out for any evidence of what to expect inside. 4 pairs of shoes on the floor. The man didn't live alone. A plastic bowl of water and a rug by the door to the kitchen. "What happened to your dog?" Simon asked. "What dog? Do you drink from that bowl?" The man made no reply. Dogs tend to bark when strangers approach the house, so either it's a rubbish guard dog or it's at the kennel. Where are we going? Simon looked around. There were no bars on the windows. The front door had a single lock with a turnkey on the inside. They weren't being held here. "The basement," Simon said. The man shrugged and continued down the hallway. And Simon knew that he had hit the jackpot when he saw the man unlock the door to the basement. The door had 2 locks. Simon recognized the smell as soon as they walked down the stairs, and it confirmed his suspicions that people were being kept there. Lots of people. He gripped the pistol more tightly. But no one was there. "What do you use these for?" asked Simon as they passed some lock-ups, which were separated by steel mesh rather than walls. "Not much," the man said. "The dog lives here, and I store mattresses, as you can see." The smell was even more pungent now. The girls must have been kept here until very recently. Damn it, they were too late. But surely they would be able to pull DNA from the mattresses. Though what did that prove? That someone had been in contact with a mattress which was now in a basement. It would be more unusual if they didn't find DNA on old mattresses. They had nothing. Only an unauthorized raid. Damn! Simon noticed a small trainer with no laces lying on the floor near a door. "Where does that door lead to?" "Only to the driveway." Only? He was trying to play down the significance of the door. just like he had stressed how much he wanted Kari to come inside the house. Simon opened it and found himself looking straight at the side of a white van parked on the tarmac that had been laid between this house and the fence to the neighbouring house. "What do you use the van for?" Simon asked. "I'm an electrician," the man said. Simon took a few steps back, crouched down and picked up the trainer from the basement floor. Size 5, possibly. Smaller than Elsa's shoes. He stuck his hand inside. It was still warm. It could be no more than a few minutes since the owner had lost it. At that moment he heard a sound, muffled, trapped, but unmistakable. A yelp. Simon stared at the van and was about to stand up again when he received a kick to his side and fell as he heard the man scream, "Drive! Drive!" Simon managed to roll over and aim his pistol at the man, but the man had already slumped to his knees and folded his hands behind his head in total surrender. The engine started, the rev so high that it squealed. Simon rolled over onto his other side and could now see heads in the front of the van. The girls had clearly been hiding in the back. "Stop! Police!" Simon tried to get to his feet, but it hurt like hell. The guy must have broken one of his ribs. And before Simon could point his pistol, the van was in motion and out of his firing range. Damn it! There was a bang, followed by glass shattering, the squeal of an engine falling silent. "Stay where you are," Simon said, and groaned as he scrambled to his feet and staggered out of the door. The van had come to a standstill. Loud screaming and frantic barking could be heard coming from the inside. But it was the scene in front of the van which Simon took a mental photograph of for his scrapbook. Kari Ardle, in a long black leather coat, standing in the beam from the headlights of the van, which was now relieved of its windscreen, the stock of the shotgun in her shoulder, and an underhand grip on the still smoking barrel. Simon walked up to the side of the van and slid open the door on the driver's side. "Police!" The man inside didn't respond. He just continued to stare straight ahead as if in shock, with blood dripping from his hairline. His lap was filled with broken glass. Simon ignored the pain in his side, dragged the man out and down on the ground. "Nose to the tarmac and hands behind your head. Now!" Then he walked round the van and subjected the equally apathetic passenger to the same treatment. Simon and Kari walked up to the side door in the body of the van. They could hear the dog yelp and bark from the inside. Simon grabbed the door handle and Kari positioned herself right in front of it with the shotgun at the ready. "It sounds big," Simon said. "Perhaps you should take another step back." She nodded and did as he had suggested. Then he slid the door open. A white monster shot out of the van and flew right at Kari with its jaws snarling and open. It happened so quickly that she didn't have time to fire her weapon. The animal slammed into the ground in front of her and stayed there. Simon stared at his own smoking pistol in astonishment. "Thank you," Kari said. They turned back to the van. Terrified, wide-eyed faces stared out at them from inside it. "Police," Simon said, and added when he saw from the expressions that this might not be considered universally good news. "Good police. We're on your side." Then he took out his mobile and rang a number, put the mobile to his ear and looked up at Kari. "Do you think you could call the station and ask them to dispatch a couple of patrol cars?" "So who are you ringing then?" "The press." Chapter 30. Dawn was starting to break over Innerhagen, but the press hadn't finished taking pictures and interviewing the girls who had been given woolen blankets and tea which Kari had made in the kitchen. 3 of the reporters were crowding around Simon in an attempt to milk him for even more details. "No, we don't know if there are more people behind this than those we arrested here tonight," Simon repeated, "and yes, it's correct that we raided this address following an anonymous tip-off." "Did you really have to kill an innocent animal?" asked a female journalist, nodding towards the dead dog, which Kari had covered with a blanket from the house. "It attacked us," Simon said. "Attacked you?" she snorted. 2 adults against 1 small dog. Surely you could have found a way to restrain it." "The loss of life is always sad," Simon said, and knew that he shouldn't, but couldn't help himself, and continued, "But given that the life expectancy of a dog is in inverse proportion to its size, you will, if you take a look under the blanket, realize that this dog didn't have long to live anyway." Starsberg, A senior crime reporter, who was the first person Simon had called, grinned. A police SUV had appeared over the hill and parked behind the patrol car, which, to Simon's irritation, still had its blue light flashing on its roof. "But rather than ask me any more questions, I suggest that you speak to the boss himself." Simon nodded towards the SUV, and the journalist turned round. The man who emerged from the car was tall and slender, with thin hair swept back and rectangular, frameless glasses. He straightened up and looked astonished as the journalist raced towards him. "Congratulations on the arrests, Commissioner Parr," Stalsberg said. "Would you like to comment on how it looks as if you're finally making progress with the trafficking problem? Would you call this a breakthrough?" Simon folded his arms across his chest and met Pontius Parr's icy stare. The Commissioner nodded almost imperceptibly. Then he looked at the reporter who had asked the question. "It's certainly an important step in the police's fight against trafficking. Before this current incident, we've stressed that this issue must be given priority, and this prioritizing has, as you can see, borne fruit. So we would like to congratulate Chief Inspector Kefas and his colleagues." Parr grabbed Simon as he headed back to his car. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Simon?" It was one of the things Simon had never understood about his old friend, how his voice never changed character or pitch. He could be exhilarated or furious, but his voice stayed exactly the same. "My job? Catching villains?" Simon stopped, stuffed a piece of snus under his upper lip, and offered the tin to Parr, who rolled his eyes. It was an old joke of which Simon never tired. Parr had never used snus or smoked a cigarette in his life. "I mean this performance," Parr said. "You defy a direct order not to enter, and then you invite every member of the media to come here. Why?" Simon shrugged. "I thought we could do with some favourable press coverage for once. Incidentally, it's not everyone, only those who were working the night shift. And I'm delighted that we agreed that the assessment of the officer at the scene should be the decisive factor. If we hadn't, I don't think we would have found these girls. They were about to be moved on. What I'm wondering is how you knew about this place. As I told you before, a text message from anonymous. It's a pay-as-you-go phone. Get the phone companies to trace it. Find whoever it is as soon as possible so we can interview them for more information. Because unless I'm very much mistaken, we won't get a word out of the people we arrested here." "Oh? They're just small fry, Simon. They know that the big fish will eat them up unless they keep their mouths shut. And it's the big ones we want, isn't it?" "Of course." "Good. Listen, Simon, you know me, and you know that I can be too certain of my own brilliance at times, and—" "And?" Parr cleared his throat, rocked back and forth on his heels as if to take off. "And your assessment of the situation here tonight was better than mine. Plain and simple. It won't be forgotten at your next review." "Thank you, Pontius, but I'll be retired long before my next review." "That's true." Parr smiled. "But you're a fine policeman, Simon. You always were." "That's also true," Simon said. "How's Elsa?" "Good, thank you." "Oh, yes?" Simon took a breath. "Good enough. We'll talk about it some other time." "Bed?" Parr nodded. "Bed." He patted Simon on the shoulder, turned round and walked towards the SUV. Simon looked after him, hooked his index finger and pulled out the snus. It didn't taste right. Chapter 31. It was 7 in the morning when Simon got to work. He had managed 2.5 hours sleep, 1.5 cups of coffee, and half a headache pill. Some people could survive on very little sleep. Simon wasn't one of them. Kari, however, might be. She certainly looked surprisingly alert as she strode towards him. "So," Simon said, slumping down in his office chair and tearing open the brown envelope which had been waiting for him in his pigeonhole. "Not one of the 3 people we arrested last night is saying anything," Kari said. "Not a single word, in fact. They even refused to state their names." "What nice boys. Do we know them?" "Oh, yes. Plainclothes recognized them. They have previous convictions, all 3 of them. Their lawyer turned up unannounced in the middle of the night and interrupted our attempts to get anything out of them, a man called Einar Harness. I managed to trace the mobile with the text message from this son. The mobile belongs to a Fidel La, owns a kennel. He's not answering his phone, but the signals to the base stations indicate it's at his farm. We've dispatched 2 patrol cars there. Simon realized why she, unlike him, didn't look as if she had just got straight out of bed. It was because she had never made it that far. She had worked right through the night. "Then there's this Ugo Nestor you asked me to find," she continued. "Yes. He's not at his home address, doesn't answer his phone, nor is he at his office address, but they could all be fake. All I have so far is a plainclothes cop who says she saw Nestor at Vermont last night." "Do you think I have bad breath, Officer Idle?" "Not that I've noticed, but then again we haven't—" "So you wouldn't regard this as a hint?" Simon held up 3 toothbrushes. "They look used," Kari said. "How did you get them?" "Good question," Simon said, peering into the envelope. He pulled out a sheet of paper with the logo of the Plaza Hotel at the top. But there was no sender, just a short handwritten message. "Check for DNA. S." He handed the sheet to Kari and looked at the toothbrushes. "Probably some weirdo," Kari said. "Forensics have more than enough to do with the killings to take them straight up there," Simon said. "What?" "It's him." "Who?" "S. It's Sonny." "How do you know?" "Tell them it's urgent." Kari looked at him. Simon's phone started to ring. "Okay," she said, and turned to leave. She was standing outside the lift when Simon came over and stood next to her. He had put on his coat. "You're coming with me first," he said. "Oh?" That was Osmund Bjørnstad. They found another body. A woodland bird hooted hollowly from somewhere in the spruce forest. Osmund Bjørnstad had been stripped of all traces of arrogance. He was pale. He had come straight out with it on the phone. "We need help, Kefas." Simon was standing beside the Kripos inspector and Kari, staring through the mesh of a cage at the remains of a body which they had temporarily identified on the basis of various credit cards as Ugo Nestor's. Confirmation would have to wait until they had checked his dental records. Simon could deduce from where he was standing and looking at the fillings in the exposed teeth that the deceased had actually seen a dentist. The 2 police officers from the dog patrol who had taken away the Argentine mastiffs had provided a simple explanation for the state of the body. The dogs were hungry. Somebody forgot to feed them. "Nestor was Carlo Harrison's boss," Simon said. "I know," Bjørnstad groaned. "All hell will break loose once the press finds out." "How did you find Lau?" 2 patrol cars down at the farm were following a phone signal, Bjørnstad said. "I sent them," Kari said. "We got an anonymous text message." "First they discovered Lau's phone," Bjørnstad said. "It was on top of the gate, as if someone had left it there to be traced and found. But they didn't find Lau when they searched the house. They were about to leave when one of the police dogs reacted and wanted to go inside the forest. And that's when they found this." He flung out his hands. "And Lau?" Simon asked, nodding towards the shivering man huddling under a woolen blanket, sitting on a tree stump behind them. "The killer threatened him with a gun," he says. "Locked him in the adjacent cage, took his mobile and his wallet. Lau was locked up for 36 hours. He saw everything. And what's he saying? Well, he's broken, poor man. He can't stop talking. Lau sold dogs illegally, and Nestor was his client. But he's unable to give a proper description of the killer. Still, it's common for witnesses not to remember the faces of people who threatened their lives." "Oh, they remember them," Simon said. "They remember those faces for the rest of their lives. They just don't recall them the way we see them. That's why their descriptions are wrong. Wait here." Simon went over to the man, sat down on another tree stump next to him. "How did he look?" Simon asked. "I've already given a description." "Like this?" Simon said, producing a photograph from his inside pocket and showing it to him. "Try to imagine him without the beard and the long hair." The man stared at the picture for a long time. Then he nodded slowly. That look, he had that look in his eyes, as if he was innocent. Sure? Absolutely. Thank you. He kept saying that the whole time. Thank you. And he cried when the dogs killed Nestor. Simon put the picture back in his pocket. One last thing. You told the police that he threatened you with a gun. In which hand did he hold the gun? The man blinked a couple of times, as if he hadn't thought about it until now. Left. He was left-handed. Simon got up and walked back to Bjørnstad and Kari. It's Sonny Loftus. Who? Osmond Bjørnstad asked. Simon looked at the inspector for a long time. I thought it was you who turned up with Delta, trying to catch him at the Ila Center. Bjørnstad shook his head. Anyway, Simon said, taking out the picture again, we need to issue a description and a wanted person notice so that the public can help us. We need to get this photo to the news desks at NRK and TV2. I doubt if anyone will recognize him on the strength of that picture. How soon can we get them to broadcast it? Well, they'll make room for this story immediately, trust me, Bjørnstad said. For the morning news bulletins in 15 minutes, then, Kari said, taking out her mobile and turning on the camera function. Hold the picture up and keep it still. Who do you know in NRK that we can send it to? Morgan Asker was carefully picking at a small scab on the back of his hand when the bus driver suddenly slammed on the brakes and Morgan inadvertently ripped off the scab. A drop of blood appeared. Morgan quickly averted his eyes. He couldn't stand the sight of blood. Morgan got off the bus at Stratton Maximum Security Prison, where he had been working for 2 months. He was walking at the back of a group of other prison officers when a guy in a prison officer uniform came up alongside him. Good morning. Good morning, Morgan replied automatically and looked over, but couldn't place him. Even so, the guy continued walking alongside him as if they knew each other, or as if he wanted to get to know him. You don't work in A-Wing, the guy remarked, or are you new? B-Wing, Morgan said, 2 months. Ah, right. The guy was younger than the other uniform fetishists. Mostly it was the older officers who travelled to and from work in their uniform, as if they were somehow proud of it, as did Frank, the assistant governor, himself. Morgan would have felt like an idiot if he had to sit on the bus and have people staring at him and perhaps asking questions about where he worked. At Stratton, in a prison, no way. He looked at the ID card on the young man's uniform. Sørensen. They passed the security booth side by side and Morgan nodded to the security guard inside. When they approached the entrance, the guy took out his mobile and lagged slightly behind. Perhaps he was sending a text. The door had slammed shut behind the staff in front of them, so Morgan had to pull out his own key. He unlocked the door. Thank you so much, said the Sørensen guy as he slipped in front of him. Morgan followed but turned off towards the lockers. He saw the guy join the rest of the staff as they poured into the lock towards the wings. Betty kicked off her shoes and flopped down on her bed. What a night shift. She was exhausted and knew she wouldn't be able to sleep for a while, but she had to give it a try at least. And in order to do that, she first had to rid herself of the feeling that she should have reported the incident in Suite 4 to the police. After she and the security guard had searched the room to see if anything was damaged or missing, Betty had tidied up and was about to throw away the half-lemon when she discovered a used disposable syringe in the bin. Without any prompting, her brain had put 2 and 2 together. The discoloured citrus flesh and the syringe. She had traced her fingers over the lemon peel and found several tiny holes. Squeezed a drop of lemon juice into her hand and saw that the juice was cloudy as if it contained chalk. She touched the drop carefully with her tongue to taste it. Besides the almost overpowering acidity, there was another bitter, medicinal note. She had to make a decision. Was there a law against guests having strangely tasting lemons in their possession? Or a disposable syringe? What if they happened to be diabetic, or suffer from some other condition? Or play bizarre games with visitors in their room? So she had carried the contents of the bin down to reception and disposed of it, written a brief entry in the log about the noise coming from Suite 4 and the man they found tied to the lavatory, a man who had himself dismissed the whole incident. What else could she do? She turned on the wall-mounted TV while she undressed, went to the bathroom, took off her makeup and cleaned her teeth. She could hear the steady hum of voices from TV2's news channel. She tended to leave it on at low volume because it helped her fall asleep, possibly because the news anchor's reassuring voice reminded her of her father's, a voice which could report on the downfall of continents, and yet she would still feel safe. But the TV alone was not enough anymore. She had started taking sleeping pills, not very strong ones, admittedly, but even so. Her doctor said she should consider asking to be let off night shifts to see if that might help. But no one got to the top by shirking. You had to pull your weight. Over the noise of the tap and her own foaming toothbrush, she heard the voice say that police were looking for a person in connection with the killing of a man in a dog kennel last night, and that they linked this person to the murder of Agneta Iversen and the triple homicide in Gamla. Betty rinsed her mouth, turned off the tap, and went back to the bedroom. Stopped in her tracks on the threshold. Stared at the photo of the wanted man on the TV. It was him. He had a beard and long hair, but Betty was trained to strip a face of disguises and masks, comparing faces with the photographs the Plaza and other international hotels kept on file of notorious hotel conmen who were bound to show up at their reception sooner or later. And it was him. The man she had checked in, only without glasses, but with eyebrows. She stared at her mobile, which she had left on her bedside table. Attentive, but discreet, puts the hotel's interests first. Could go far. She pressed her eyes shut again. Her mother had been right. That damned curiosity of hers. From his office window, Arild Frank watched the officers from the night shift leave through the gate. He made a mental note of anyone who turned up late for the morning shift. It irritated him. People who couldn't do their job irritated him. Like Kripos and the homicide squad, the police had been given a tip-off to raid the Ila Center, and even so, Lofthus had eluded them. It just wasn't good enough. And now they were having to pay the price for the police's ineptitude. Ugo Nestor had been killed last night. In a kennel. It was unbelievable that one man, a junkie, could cause so much mayhem. The law-abiding citizen in Frank was equally outraged by this repeated example of police incompetence. At times he even felt frustrated that the police had never managed to catch him, a corrupt assistant prison governor. He had seen the suspicion in Simon Kefas's eyes, but Kefas didn't have the guts to go after him, the big coward. He had too much to lose. Simon Kefas was only brave when there was money at stake. That bloody money. What had Frank expected? That it would buy him a bust, a reputation as a pillar of the community? And once he had become hooked on money, it was like heroin, and the numbers in the bank account became the end rather than the means, because there was no longer any meaningful goal. And just like the junkie, he knew and understood it, and yet he was incapable of doing anything about it. "An officer called Sørensen is on his way to see you," said his secretary in the front room. "Don't let him." He walked right past me, said it would only take a minute. "Really?" Frank frowned. Was Sørensen reporting fit for duty before his sick leave had ended? Out of character for a Norwegian worker? He heard the door behind him open. "So, Sørensen," Arild Frank said without turning round, "did you forget to knock?" "Sit down." Frank heard the door being locked, and he turned towards the voice in surprise. He stopped moving when he saw the gun. "If you make a single sound, I'll shoot you right through your forehead." When you point a gun at someone, that person will usually focus all their attention on the gun, and it will take time before they look at the person behind the gun. But when the boy lifted his foot and nudged the chair so that it rolled across the floor to the assistant prison governor, Frank saw who it was. The sun had returned. "You've changed," Frank said. He meant to say it with greater authority, but his throat was dry, and no particular sound came out of it. The gun rose slightly higher, and Frank immediately dropped down on the chair. "Put your arms on the armrests," the boy said. "I'm going to press the button on your intercom, and you're going to tell Ina to go to the baker's to get some pastries. Now." The boy pressed the button. "Yes?" They heard Ina's obliging voice. "Ina..." Frank's brain searched desperately for alternatives. "Yes?" "Go..." Frank's search ended abruptly when he saw the boy's finger tighten on the trigger. "Down to the baker's and get me some fresh pastries, would you? And now." "Okay. Thank you, Ina." The boy released the trigger, put the gun down, took a roll of duct tape from his jacket pocket, walked round to Frank's chair and started taping his forearms to the armrests. Then he wound the tape around his chest and the backrest of the chair, and around his feet, the seat post and the caster. Then he picked up the gun again. A strange thought crossed Frank's mind, that he ought to be more frightened than he was. The boy had killed Agneta Iversen, Kalle, Sylvester, Ugo Nestor. Didn't he realize that he was going to die? Perhaps the difference was that he was here in his safe office at Stoughton, and it was the middle of the day, that he had seen this boy grow up in his own prison, and, except for that one incident with Halden, he'd never shown any propensity or ability to use violence. The boy went through Frank's pockets and took out his wallet and car key. "Porsche Cayenne," the boy read aloud from the car key. "That's an expensive car for a civil servant, isn't it?" "What do you want?" "I want answers to 3 simple questions. If you tell me the truth, I'll let you live. If you don't, I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill you." He said it in an almost regretful tone of voice. "The first question is, what's the name and number of the account Nestor sent money to when he paid you?" Frank thought about it. No one knew about the account. He could say anything he liked, invent an account because no one could contradict it. Frank opened his mouth, but the boy interrupted him. "If I were you, I would think before speaking." Frank stared at the muzzle of the gun. What did he mean? No one could confirm or deny the account's existence. No one except Nestor had ever transferred money into it. Frank blinked. Had the boy forced the information out of Nestor before he killed him? Was this a test? "The account is in the name of a company," Frank said. "Dennis Limited, registered in the Cayman Islands." "And the account number?" The boy held up something that looked like a yellowing business card. Had he noted down the number that Nestor had given him on it? But if the boy was bluffing, so what? He wouldn't be able to withdraw the money, even if Frank did give him the account number. Frank started reeling off the digits. "Slow down," the boy said, looking at the business card, "and speak more clearly." Frank did as he was told. "Then only 2 questions remain," the boy said when he had finished. "Who killed my father? And who was the mole who helped the twin?" Arnold Frank blinked. His body knew it. It knew it now, and was pouring sweat out of every pore. It understood it was time to be scared. The boy had put the gun down again, but he had produced a knife instead. Ugo Nestor's revolting, curved, deadly weapon. Frank screamed. "Now I understand," Simon said as he slipped his phone into his jacket pocket and steered out of the tunnel and into the light over Bjørvika and the Oslo fjord. "Understand what?" Kari said. "One of the night receptionists at the plaza just called the police to say that the man who's wanted for questioning spent a night in one of their suites, under the name Fidel La, and that another man was found chained to the lavatory in the suite after some guests made a complaint about noise. This other man simply left as soon as they freed him. The hotel has also checked cameras at the entrance, and they show Loftus entering with Ugo Nestor and the man who was later found in the suite." "You still haven't told me what it is you understand." "Oh, right. How the 3 men in Enahagata knew we were coming for them. According to the night log at the hotel, the handcuffed man left the plaza just as we were in place outside the trafficking address. He called and warned everyone that Nestor had been kidnapped, and they started evacuating every exposed position in case Nestor gave them up. They knew what had happened to Kalle, didn't they? But just as they were about to drive off with the girls in the van, they realized we were already there. So they decided to wait for us to leave, or for us to enter the house so they could drive away unnoticed. You've given this quite a lot of thought, haven't you? Kari said. How they could have known that we were coming? Possibly, Simon said, turning off towards Police HQ. But now I've worked it out. You know how it could have happened, Kari corrected him. Are you going to tell me what you're thinking about now? Simon shrugged. That we have to get Loftus before he wreaks more havoc. Funny sort of guy, Morgan Askøy said to his older colleague as they walked down the broad corridor. The cell doors were wide open, ready for morning inspection. Sørensen, his name was. He just came up to me. Well, can't have been him, his colleague said. There's only one Sørensen in A Wing, and he's on sick leave. Oh, it was him. I saw his ID card and his uniform. But I spoke to Sørensen a couple of days ago. He'd just been readmitted to hospital. So he made a quick recovery. Howard. He was in uniform, you say? Can't have been Sørensen. He hates the uniform. He always gets changed here and keeps it in his locker. That's how Loftus managed to steal it. The inmate who escaped? Yes. You enjoying your job, Askøy? Yes. Good. Make sure you take time off in lieu. Don't be tempted to do too much overtime. They walked another 6 steps before they both stopped in their tracks and stared at each other. Saw each other's wide-open eyes. What did that guy look like? His colleague exclaimed. What did Loftus look like? Morgan exclaimed. Frank exhaled through his nose. His scream was muffled by the boy's hand pressing against his mouth. The boy kicked off his shoe, pulled off his sock and stuffed it into Frank's mouth and covered it with duct tape. The boy cut away enough of the tape on the right armrest so that Frank's fingers could hold the pen he handed him and raise it to the sheet lying at the very edge of the desk. Answer me, Frank wrote. Don't know. Then he let go of the pen. He heard the rasping sound of duct tape being torn in half, smelled the glue on the adhesive side before it was placed over his nostrils and cut off the air. Frank's body was out of his control, jerking and arching in the chair, twisting and squirming, dancing for that bloody boy. The pressure inside his head rose. Soon it would explode. He had prepared to die when he saw the boy press the tip of the pen against the taut tape across his nostril. He pierced it, and Aril Frank's left nostril inhaled air while the first warm tears rolled down his cheek. The boy gave him back the pen. Frank concentrated. Have mercy. I would give you the mole's name if I knew it. The boy read it, closed his eyes, and pulled a face as if in agony. He tore off another piece of tape. The telephone on the desk started ringing. Frank stared at it hopefully. The office extension lit up on the display. It was Goldsrud, the shift supervisor. But the boy ignored it and focused entirely on reattaching the tape over Frank's nostrils. And Frank felt the shaking that accompanied his own panic. It almost made him wonder whether he was crying or laughing. There's no reply from the governor, Guy Goldsrud said, and hung up. Nina isn't there either. She picks up if he doesn't. But before we disturb the governor, let's run through this one more time. You're saying that the man you saw called himself Sørensen and that he looked like him. Goldsrud pointed to the TV monitor where he had brought up a picture of Sonny Loftus. It doesn't look like him, Morgan insisted. It is him. I keep telling you. Relax, his older colleague said. Easy for you to say, Morgan snorted. The guy is only wanted for 6 murders. I'll call Ina on her mobile, and if she doesn't know where her boss is, we'll start our own search, but I don't want any panic, understood? Morgan looked at his colleague and back at the shift supervisor. It looked as if there was a shorter route to panic there than in Morgan himself. Personally, he just felt excited. Really excited. A prisoner breaking into Staten. How was that even possible? Ina! Goldsrud practically screamed into the phone, and Morgan could see the relief in his face. It was tempting to accuse the shift supervisor of trying to avoid responsibility, but it must surely be hell to be middle management, reporting to the assistant prison governor. "We need to get hold of Frank at once. Where is he?" Morgan saw relief give way to bewilderment, and then horror. Goldstrud ended the call. "What?" the older colleague began. "She says she has a visitor in his office," Goldstrud said, getting up and going over to the gun cabinets at the far end of the room. "A man called Sørensen." "So what do we do now?" Morgan asked. Goldstrud stuck the key in the lock, turned it, and opened the gun cabinet. "This," he said. Morgan counted 12 rifles. "Dan and Harold, you're coming with me," Goldstrud shouted, and Morgan could no longer detect any trace of bewilderment, horror, or fear of responsibility in his voice. "Now!" Simon and Kari were standing by the lift in the atrium at Police HQ when his mobile rang. It was the Institute of Forensic Medicine. "We have the preliminary DNA results from your toothbrushes." "Great," Simon said. "And the score at half-time is?" "I'd rather call it 30 seconds before the whistle goes. Probability is over 95%. "For what?" Simon said, and saw the lift doors open. "That we found a partial match in our DNA database to the saliva from 2 of the toothbrushes. What's interesting about the match is that it isn't to a known criminal or a police officer. It's to a murder victim. More specifically, it proves that whoever used the toothbrushes is closely related to the victim." "I was expecting that," Simon said, getting into the lift. "The toothbrushes come from the Everson family. I noticed they were missing in the Everson bathroom after the murder. It's a partial DNA match to Agneta Everson, isn't it?" Kari looked quickly at Simon, who held up a hand in triumph. "No," replied the voice from the Institute of Forensic Medicine. "We haven't actually got Agneta Everson's DNA uploaded to our system yet." "Oh? Then how? This is an unidentified murder victim." "You can prove a relationship between 2 of the toothbrushes and an unidentified murder victim. Unidentified as in unidentified. A very young and very dead female." "How young?" Simon asked, and stared at the lift doors, which were starting to close. "Younger than we usually get them." "Come again?" "A 4-month-old fetus." Simon's brain tried to process the information to the best of his ability. "Agneta Everson had a late abortion, is that it?" "No." "It isn't. Then who is—" "Damn!" Simon closed his eyes and pressed his forehead against the lift wall. "You got cut off?" Kari asked. Simon nodded. "We'll be out of this lift in a second," she said. The boy punctured the tape twice, once under each nostril, and Arild Frank sucked new seconds of life into his lungs. All he wanted to do was to live, and it was the only instinct his body obeyed. "So, do you want to give me a name?" the boy asked in a low voice. Frank breathed hard. He wished he had broader nostrils, wider nasal passages for this sweet, delicious air. He listened out for sounds that would tell him help was on its way, his rescue, while he shook his head, trying to indicate with his dried tongue behind the sock, the lips behind the tape, that he didn't have a name, didn't know who the mole was, that he was pleading for mercy, to go free, to be forgiven. And he froze when he saw the boy stop in front of him and raise the knife. Frank couldn't move. Every limb was taped down. Everything. The knife came down. Nestor's hideous, curved knife. Frank's head strained against the headrest, every muscle tensed up, and he screamed silently when he saw the blood spurt from his body. Chapter 32. "2," Goldstrud whispered. The men stood with their weapons at the ready, listening to the silence behind the door to the assistant prison governor's office. Morgan exhaled. Now. It was about to happen now. This was the moment where he might finally get to take part in something he had dreamt about ever since he was a little boy. He would catch someone. Perhaps even 3, Goldstrud whispered. Then he swung the sledgehammer. It hit the lock on the door, and splinters flew from the frame as Harold, the tallest of them, forced his way through the door. Morgan entered with a rifle held at chest height and took 2 steps to the left like Goldstrud had instructed him to. There was only one person in the room. Morgan stared at the man in the chair with blood on his chest, his throat, and his chin. Christ, there was so much blood. Morgan felt his knees weakening, as if some kind of drug had been injected into them. He mustn't. But there was so much blood. And the man in the chair was shaking, convulsing, as if he were being electrocuted. And his eyes stared at them, frantic, bulging, as if he were a deep-sea fish. Goldstrud took 2 steps forward and ripped the tape off the man's mouth. "Where are you hurt, boss?" The man opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out. Goldstrud stuck in 2 fingers and pulled out a black sock. Saliva poured from the man's mouth, and Morgan recognized the voice of the assistant prison governor, Arild Frank, as he screamed, "Go after him! Don't let him get away!" "We need to find out where he's injured and stop the..." Goldstrud was about to rip open his boss's shirt, but Frank yelled, "Lock the bloody doors! He's going to get away! He has my car key and my uniform cap!" "Calm down, boss," Goldstrud said as he cut the tape off one armrest. "He's trapped. He won't get past the fingerprint sensors." Frank glared at him furiously and held up his now free hand. "Oh, yes, he will!" Morgan stumbled backwards and had to lean against the wall for support. He tried, but failed, to avert his eyes from the blood pouring from the place where the assistant prison governor, Arild Frank, should have had a forefinger. Kari followed Simon out of the lift and down the corridor to the open-plan office. "So," she said, trying to digest the information, 3 toothbrushes were sent to you by post with a note from someone called S, who said they ought to be checked for DNA? "Yes," Simon said as he pressed the buttons on his phone, "and 2 of the toothbrushes had DNA material that proves a family relationship to an unborn child. An unborn child who is registered as a murder victim?" Simon nodded while holding a finger to his lips to indicate that he had re-established the connection. When he spoke, it was in a loud and clear voice, and he had set the phone to loudspeaker mode. "It's Kefas again. Who was the child, how did it die, and what was the family relationship?" He held up his mobile between them so Kari could listen in. "We don't know who the mother or the baby was. All we know is that the mother died, or was killed, by an overdose in the centre of Oslo. In the register, she's just down as unidentified." "We know about the case," Simon said, swearing silently to himself. "Asian, probably Vietnamese, and probably a victim of trafficking. That's your department, Kefas. The baby, or the fetus, died because its mother died. I understand. And who is the father?" "The red toothbrush. The red one. Yes." "Thank you," Simon said, and ended the call. Kari went over to the coffee machine to fetch coffee for them both. When she came back, Simon was on another call, which he guessed from his soft voice to be with Elsa. When he hung up, he had on this expression which some people over a certain age suddenly display for a few seconds, as if something has passed them by, as if they have the potential to crumble into dust on the spot. Kari had been about to ask how things were, but decided to let it lie. "So," Simon said, trying to sound cheerful, "who do we think is the daddy, Eva Senior or Junior?" "We don't think," Kari said. "We know." Simon looked at her for a moment in surprise, saw her slowly shake her head. Then he narrowed his eyes, bowed his head, and ran his hand across it, as if to smooth what little hair he had left. "Of course," he said quietly. 2 toothbrushes. I must be getting old." "I'll go check to see what we have on Eva," Kari said. When she had gone, Simon turned on his computer and opened his mailbox. Someone had sent him a sound file. Sent it from a mobile, it would appear. No one ever sent him sound files. He opened the file and pressed play. Morgan looked at the incandescent assistant prison governor who was standing in the middle of the control room. He had wrapped gauze around the stump on his hand, but had dismissed the medical orderly's urgent requests to lie down.
"So you raised the barrier and just let the killer drive straight out?" Frank thundered.
"He was driving your car," the guard said, wiping sweat off his forehead. "He was wearing your uniform cap."
"But it wasn't me!"
Frank roared. Morgan didn't know if it was because Frank had high blood pressure, but the red, nauseating substance was seeping through the white gauze, and Morgan was starting to feel faint again. One of the telephones next to the monitors rang. Gaustrud picked it up and listened. "They found the finger," he said, covering the mouthpiece with his hand. "We'll drive you up to Ullevål Hospital for surgery, so they can—"
"Where?" Frank interrupted him. "Where did they find it?"
"In plain sight on the dashboard of your Porsche. It was double parked down in Grönland."
"Find him! Find him!"
Tor Jonason hung from the strap attached to the bar in the metro train, mumbled an apology as he bumped into one of the other sleepy morning commuters. He had to sell 5 mobile phones today. That was his target. And when he stood, or hopefully sat, on the train later this afternoon, he would know if he had succeeded. And that would bring him happiness. Maybe. Tor sighed. He looked at the uniformed man standing with his back to him. Music was coming from the earphones he was wearing. The cable went to his hand, which was holding a mobile that bore the tiny label of the shop where Tor worked on the back. Tor changed position so that he could study the man in profile. Tried to get a good look at him. Wasn't he the guy who wanted to buy batteries for that museum piece, the disc man? Tor had been intrigued enough to look it up on the net. They had made Discmans up until 2000, when a Walkman that was compatible with MP3 had been invented. Tor stood so close behind him that he could hear the sound from the earphones over the carriage's rattling steel wheels, but it disappeared when the train went round a bend and the carriage creaked. It had sounded like a lone female voice, but he'd recognized the tune. That you've always been her lover. Leonard Cohen. Simon stared at the sound file icon in disbelief. It had taken him only a few seconds to play it. He pressed play again. There was no doubt it was the voice he had initially thought it was, but he didn't understand what it was about.
"What are you doing? Picking your lottery numbers?"
Simon turned round. Sissel, too, was doing her morning round and emptying the wastepaper bins. "Something like that," Simon said, and pressed the stop button while she grabbed the bin from under his desk and tipped it into the trolley.
"You're throwing your money away, Simon. The lottery is for the lucky ones."
"And you don't think that's us?" Simon said as he stared at the computer screen.
"Look at the world we've created," she said.
Simon leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes. "Sissel?"
"Yes?"
"A young woman was murdered, and now it turns out she was pregnant. But I don't think the killer was scared of her. I think he was scared of her baby."
"Uh-huh."
Silence.
"Is that a question, Simon?"
Simon leaned his head against the neck rest.
"If you knew you were carrying the devil's son, would you still give birth to him, Sissel?"
"We've had this conversation before, Simon." "I know, but what did you say?" She gave him a reproachful look.
"I said that nature sadly doesn't give the poor mother any choice, Simon. Or the father, for that matter."
"I thought Mr. Tu abandoned you."
"I'm talking about you, Simon."
Simon closed his eyes again. He nodded slowly.
"So we're slaves to love. And who we're given to love, that's a lottery too. Is that what you're saying?"
"It's brutal, but that's how it is," Sissel declared.
"And the gods laugh," Simon said.
"Probably.
But meanwhile, someone has to clear up the mess down here."
Simon heard her footsteps fade away. Then he forwarded the sound file from his computer to his mobile, went to the gents, entered one of the cubicles, and played the recording again. After playing it twice, he finally understood what the numbers meant. Part 4. Chapter 33. Simon and Kari walked through the sunshine across the slightly too big, slightly too exposed, and slightly too summer-quiet Rothusplassen. Fidel La's description helped us find the rental car, Kari said. It had been returned, but fortunately it hadn't been cleaned yet. Forensics found mud stains that matched the mud on the track leading to the dog kennel. And here was I thinking mud was just mud. Every type has its own unique blend of minerals, Simon said. Rented under what name? Sylvester Tronson. Who's he? A 33-year-old man on unemployment benefit. Couldn't find him at his registered address. He has 2 convictions for assault. Our officers linked him to Nestor. Okay. Simon stopped in front of an entrance between 2 boutiques. The door was tall and wide and signalled solidity and gravity. He pressed one of the buttons for the 3rd floor. Anything else? One of the residents at the Ela Centre told officers that it looked as if the new guy in room 323 and the deputy manager were getting along well. Martin Leon? They were seen leaving the centre in a car the other day. Everson property? Said a voice through the holes in the brass plate over the doorbells. I want you to wait in reception while I talk to Everson, Simon said as they rode up in the lift. Why? Because I might break a few rules and I would prefer not to drag you into it. But I'm sorry, but that was actually an order, just so you know. Kari rolled her eyes but said nothing. Eva, the young man introduced himself as he came to meet them in reception. He shook hands firmly, first with Simon, then with Kari. You're here to see my father. Something about the boy told Simon that he would normally be smiling and easygoing, that he didn't have experience of the pain and grief which Simon could read in the eyes under the floppy fringe. He guessed that was why the boy seemed so lost and confused. This way. His father must have told him they were police officers, and presumed, as did the father, that their visit related to the investigation into his mother's murder. The office had views of Vestbanen and Oslo Fjord. Next to the door was a glass display cabinet with a detailed model of a skyscraper shaped like a Coca-Cola bottle. The father looked like an older replica of the son. Same heavy fringe, smooth, healthy skin, a sunny but subdued gaze in his eyes. Tall, with good posture, firm chin, a man who looked you straight in the eye, friendly but with a boyish, playful challenge. There was something assured, West Oslo solid about these types, Simon thought, as if they had all been cast in the same mould. Resistance fighters, polar explorers, the crew of the Kon-Tiki, police commissioners. Eva Sr. asked Simon to take a seat and sat down himself behind a desk below an old black-and-white photo of an apartment block, which was definitely Oslo at the turn of the 19th century, but which Simon couldn't momentarily place. Simon waited until Eva Jr. had left the office, and then he came straight to the point. 12 years ago, a girl was found dead in a backyard in Kvadraturen in Oslo. This is what she looked like when she was found. Simon put the photo on Everson's desk and watched the property investor's face carefully when he saw the picture. Not much of a reaction. A boy by the name of Sonny Loftus confessed to the killing, Simon said. I see. Still no reaction. The girl was pregnant when she was found. Now there was a reaction. Flared nostrils, expanding pupils. Simon waited a couple of seconds before launching the second stage of the attack. DNA evidence from toothbrushes in your home proves that someone in your household was the father of the unborn baby. A thickening of the artery in his neck, a change in facial colour, uncontrolled blinking. The red toothbrush is yours, Everson, isn't it? How did you... Simon smiled quickly and looked down at his hands. I, too, have a junior. She's waiting in reception. Only her brain is a bit quicker than mine. She was the first to draw the simple, logical conclusion that when the DNA on only 2 of 3 toothbrushes in the Everson family shows a family relationship to the fetus, then the son in the house can't be the father. Then all 3 members of the family would be related to the fetus. So it had to be the only other male. You. Eva Everson's healthy skin colour paled before disappearing altogether. You'll probably find the same thing happening to you when you get to be as old as me, Simon said to comfort him. Their minds are so much quicker than ours, these youngsters. But that's the thing about DNA. It doesn't leave much room for buts. Everson opened his mouth, while at the same time routinely forcing it into a half-smile. It was at this point in an awkward conversation that he would obviously normally provide what was known as comic relief, a disarming remark. Yes, that was it, something that made it feel less dangerous. But nothing came. There was nothing there. Now this old slow coach, in front of him, Simon tapped his forehead with his finger, takes a little longer, but gets a little further. And the first thing he thought is that a married man like you has the most obvious motive in the world for getting rid of a pregnant and potentially troublesome woman. Wouldn't you agree? Everson made no reply, but felt his Adam's apple reply on his behalf. The police released a photo of the woman to the newspapers, asking if anyone knew her identity. And when her lover and the father of her child stayed as silent as the grave, didn't even provide the police with an anonymous tip-off, that makes it extra suspicious. Wouldn't you agree? I didn't know, he began, but stopped, already regretting it, and then regretted having made it so plain that he regretted it. You didn't know that she was pregnant? The police officer asked. No, Everson said, folding his arms across his chest. I know nothing about this. I'd like to call my lawyer now. You clearly know something, but actually I believe you when you say you don't know everything. I think your wife, Agneta, was the one who knew everything. What do you think? Kefas, Chief Inspector. Wasn't that how he had introduced himself? Eva Everson reached for the telephone. What I think is that you have no proof, and that this meeting is over, Mr. Kefas. You're right about the former, but wrong about the latter. This meeting isn't over because you ought to know what bridges you'll be burning by picking up that phone, Everson. The police have no evidence against your wife, but the man who shot her clearly does. And how is that possible? Because he has been a scapegoat and father confessor for criminals in this town for 12 years. He knows everything. Kefas leaned forward in his chair and jabbed the desk with his finger with every word. He knows that Kala Farrison killed the girl and that Agneta Everson paid him to do it. He knows this because he went to prison for the murder. The fact that he hasn't come after you yet is the only reason I believe you might be innocent. Go ahead, pick up the phone and we'll play this by the book. That is to say, arrest you as an accessory to murder, tell the media everything we know about you and the girl, explain to your business associates that you'll be away for a while, tell your son that... Well, what do you want us to tell your son? What to tell his son? Simon waited, let it sink in. It was important for what was coming next. Let it take root. Give Everson time to understand the magnitude, the consequences. Open himself up to alternatives, which just 2 minutes ago would have been completely out of the question. Like Simon himself had had to do. And it had driven him here, to this. Simon saw Everson's hand flop and heard a wobbly, croaky voice.
"What do you want?"
Simon straightened up in the chair. "You tell me everything now. If I believe you, then it's possible that not very much needs to happen. After all, Agneta has already been punished."
"Punished?"
The widower's eyes blazed, but the fire was extinguished when it met Simon's icy stare. "Fine. Agneta and I, we didn't have much of a marriage. Not in that way. An associate had some girls, Asian. That's how I met my... She had something I needed. Not youth or innocence and all that, but loneliness in which I recognized myself. She was a prisoner, Everson. She had been abducted from her home and her family." The property investor shrugged. "I know, but I paid for her freedom. I gave her a flat where we met. It was just her and me. Then one day she told me she hadn't had her period for months, that she might be pregnant. I said she had to get rid of it, but she refused. I didn't know what to do. So I asked Agneta." "You asked your wife?" Everson held up a dismissive hand. "Yes, of course. Agneta was a grown-up. She didn't mind others taking over duties she would rather not undertake herself. To be frank, I think she preferred women to men. But she gave you a son. They take their duties very seriously in her family, and she was a good mother. A family that is also the biggest private property owner in Oslo with a perfect image, and a family name so untarnished that an Asian bastard would quite simply be unthinkable. Yes, Agneta was old-fashioned. And I went to her because ultimately she was in charge. Because this company is built on her money," Simon said. "So Agneta decided to get rid of the problem. All of the problem." "I wouldn't know anything about that," Everson said. "No, because you didn't ask. You left it to her to contact people who could do the job for you. And they in turn had to buy themselves a scapegoat when a witness told the police that they had seen someone inject the girl in that backyard. The tracks had to be covered, and you paid." Everson shrugged again. "I haven't killed anyone. I'm just keeping my end of our deal by telling you what happened. The question is, are you going to keep yours?" "The question," Simon said, "is how a woman like your wife found a piece of low-life like Carla Farrison." "I've never heard of Carla Farrison." "No," Simon said, folding his hands in front of him. "But you know who the twin is?" A moment of perfect silence descended on the room. It was as if even the traffic outside held its breath. "I beg your pardon?" Everson said at last. "I worked for the Serious Fraud Office for many years," Simon said. "Everson Property did business with the twin. You helped him launder money from his drugs and trafficking activities, and in return he provided you with fictitious tax-saving losses to the tune of hundreds of millions of kroner." Ivar Everson shook his head. "I'm afraid I know nothing about any twin." "Apart from you being afraid, that's a lie," Simon said. "I have evidence that the two of you worked together." "Do you now?" Everson said, and pressed his fingertips together. "Then why didn't the Serious Fraud Office ever bring a case against me?" "Because when I worked for the Serious Fraud Office, I was leaned on from the inside," Simon said. "But I know that the twin used his blood money to buy commercial property from you and sell it back to you later at a much higher price. Or at least that's what the paperwork said. He would appear to have made a profit, which allowed him to deposit his drugs money in the bank without the tax authorities asking questions about how he came by it. And it provided you with an apparent loss, which you could offset against future profits and thus avoid contributing to society. A win-win situation." "An interesting theory," Everson said, shrugging. "I've told you everything I know. Is there anything else?" "Yes. I want to meet the twin." Everson heaved a sigh. "I've just told you I don't know any twin." Simon seemed to nod quietly to himself. "Do you know something? We heard that so often at the Serious Fraud Squad that people started doubting if the twin even existed. They thought he was just a myth. It sounds to me as if he might just be that, Kefas." Simon rose. "It's all God with me. But myths don't control the drugs and sex trafficking market in an entire city, year in, year out, Everson. Myths don't liquidate pregnant women at the request of their business partners." He leaned forward, planted both palms on the desk, and exhaled so that Everson got a taste of his old man's breath. "Men don't get so terrified that they're willing to dive off a cliff because of a myth. I know he exists." Simon pushed himself up to standing and headed for the door while he waved his mobile phone. "I'm calling a press conference the moment I get into the lift, so perhaps now is a good time for the father-son chat." "Wait." Simon stopped in front of the door without turning round. I'll see what I can do." Simon took out his card and put it on top of the glass display cabinet with the Coca-Cola skyscraper. "You and he have until 6 o'clock. "Inside Staten?" Simon repeated as they went down in the lift. "Loftus attacked Frank in his own office." Kari nodded. "That's all I know for now. What did Everson say?" Simon shrugged. "Nothing. Not surprisingly, he insisted on speaking to his lawyer first. We'll have to talk to him tomorrow." Arild Frank sat on the edge of the bed waiting to be taken into surgery. He was dressed in one of the hospital's pale blue gowns and had an ID bracelet around his wrist. He had felt no pain for the first hour, but it was starting to hurt now, and that measly little injection the anaesthetist had given him was doing no good at all. He had been promised a proper injection, which they claimed would numb his entire arm right before the operation. A surgeon specializing in hands had stopped by and told him in detail what microsurgery was capable of these days, that the severed finger had arrived at the hospital, that the cut was nice and clean, and that once the finger was reunited with its rightful owner, the nerves would surely reattach, so he would be able to use his finger for both this and that in a few months. His attempt at humour was probably well intended, but Frank wasn't in a joking mood. So he had interrupted the surgeon and asked how long he would need to reattach the finger and when he could return to work. And when the surgeon had said that the operation itself would take several hours, Frank had, to the surgeon's amazement, looked at the clock and sworn softly, but audibly. The door opened and Frank lifted his head. He hoped it was the anaesthetist, because it wasn't just his finger that was throbbing furiously now. It was his head and all of his body. But it wasn't anyone in white or green. It was a tall, slim man in a grey suit. "Pontius?" Frank said. "Hello, Arild. I just wanted to see how you were doing." Frank narrowed one eye, as if it made it easier for him to work out the real reason for the commissioner's visit. Parr sat down on the bed beside him, nodded towards his bandaged hand. "Does it hurt?" "It'll be fine. Tell me you're looking for him." The commissioner shrugged. "Loftus has vanished into thin air, but we'll find him. Have you any idea what he wanted?" "Wanted?" Frank snorted. "Who knows what he wants? He's clearly on some sort of deranged crusade here." "Quite," Parr said. "So the real question is when and where he will strike next. Did he give you any indication?" "Indication?" Frank groaned and bent his elbow gently. "Like what?" "He must have talked about something." "He talked? I was gagged. He wanted to know who the mole was." "Yes, I saw." "You saw?" "From the papers in your office, or at least those that weren't covered in blood." "You were in my office?" "This is a top priority case, Arild. The man is a serial killer. It's bad enough that the press is after us, but now the politicians are starting to interfere as well. From now on, I'm going to be hands-on." Frank shrugged his shoulders. "Okay." "I have a question.
I'm about to go into surgery and it hurts like hell. Pontius. Can't it wait?
No. Sonny Loftus was interviewed in connection with the murder of Kirsty Mourson, but denied any involvement. Did anyone tell him that her husband was our prime suspect before we found Loftus's hair at the crime scene, or that we had evidence to suggest Ingvar Mourson killed her?
How would I know? What do you mean?
Oh, I was just wondering. Parr put his hand on Frank's shoulder, and Frank felt the pain shoot down to his hand. You just concentrate on your surgery.
Thank you, but there isn't really a lot to think about.
No, Parr said, taking off his rectangular glasses. I don't suppose there is. He started polishing them with an absent-minded expression. All you do is lie there while someone else does all the work.
Yes,
Frank said, while someone else puts you back together, makes you whole again. Frank gulped. So, Parr said, putting his glasses back on. Did you tell him who the mole was?
You mean, did I tell him it was his own father? Ab Loftus, he confessed. If I had written that down on a piece of paper, that boy would have cut off my head.
What did you tell him, Arild?
Nothing. What could I have told him?
That's exactly what I've been wondering. I've been wondering what made the boy so sure that you had information that he was willing to break into your prison to get hold of it.
The boy's insane, Pontius. Sooner or later every drug addict turns psychotic, you know that. The mole? Dear God, that story disappeared along with Ab Loftus.
So what did you tell him?
What do you mean?
He only severed one of your fingers. Everyone else was killed. You were spared. You must have given him something. Don't forget, I know you, Arild. The door opened, and two smiling hospital workers dressed in green entered.
Ready to roll?
One of them smiled. Parr straightened his glasses. You haven't got the guts, Arild. Simon walked down the street, bowing his head against the sea air that was sweeping in from the fjord, passing over Akerbrygge and Munkedamsveien before it was narrowed by the buildings, and then accelerated up Russelukveien. He stopped outside the church, which had been squeezed in between two apartment blocks. St. Paul's Church was more modest than its namesakes in other capitals, a Catholic church in a Protestant country. It was facing the wrong way, westerly, and had just a hint of a church tower at the front. Only 3 steps led to the entrance. But it was always open. He knew that because he had been here before, late one evening in the middle of a crisis, and had hesitated before walking up those 3 steps. It had been right after he had lost everything, before he had found his salvation in Elsa. Simon climbed the steps, pushed down the copper handle, opened the heavy door and entered. He wanted to close the door quickly behind him, but the stiff springs resisted. Had they been just as stiff that time? He didn't remember. He'd been too drunk. He let go of the door, which shut behind him, 1 centimetre at a time. But he remembered the smell. Foreign, exotic, an atmosphere of spirituality, magic and mysticism, fortune-teller and travelling circus. Elsa liked Catholicism, not so much the ethics as the aesthetics. And it explained to him how everything in the church building, even the most basic elements such as bricks, mortar, and stained-glass windows, was endowed with a religious symbolism that bordered on the comical. And yet this simple symbolism possessed a gravitas, a subtext, a historical context, and the faith of so many thinking people that it was impossible to dismiss. The narrow, whitewashed and plainly decorated room, containing rows of pews that led up to a single altar, with Jesus hanging on the cross, a symbol of victory and defeat. Up against the wall on the left-hand side, halfway towards the altar, was the confessional box. It had 2 compartments. One had a black curtain in front of the opening, like a photo booth. When he came here that night, he hadn't known which of the 2 cubicles was intended for the confessing sinner, before his alcohol-clouded brain had deduced that if the priest shouldn't be able to see the sinners, the priest must be in the photo booth. So he had staggered inside the curtainless cubicle and started talking to the perforated wooden board separating them. Confessed his sins, in an unnecessarily loud voice, simultaneously hoping and dreading that there was someone on the other side, or that anyone would hear him and do the necessary. Offer him forgiveness, or condemn him. Anything but this suffocating vacuum where he was alone with himself and his mistakes. Nothing had happened, and the next morning he had woken up without the usual headache, which was strange, and realized that life would continue as if nothing had happened, that ultimately no one cared. It was the last time he had set foot inside a church. Martha Lian was standing near the altar with a brusquely gesticulating woman in an elegant suit and the type of short hairstyle which some older women think makes them look younger. The woman was pointing and explaining, and Simon caught words such as flowers, ceremony, honours, and guests. He had almost reached them when Martha Lian turned to face him. The first thing that struck him was how different she looked since the last time. How empty, alone, and how miserable. "Hi," she said in a dull voice. The other woman stopped talking. "I'm sorry for intruding," Simon said. "At the Ela Center they said I would find you here. I hope I'm not interrupting something important." "Oh, no, it's... yes, we're actually planning my son and Marta's wedding right now, so if it could wait, Mr. Kefas," Simon said, "and no, it can't wait. I'm a police officer." The woman looked at Marta with raised eyebrows. "That's exactly what I mean when I say that you're living in a world that's all too real, darling. Which you'll be spared from having to take part in, Mrs. I beg your pardon? Miss Lian and I will discuss this in private. Duty of confidentiality and all that." The woman marched off on hard heels, and Simon and Marta sat down on the front pew. "You were seen driving off in a car with Sonny Loftus," Simon said. "Why didn't you tell me?" "He wanted to learn to drive," Marta said. "I took him to a car park where we could practice." "He's wanted all over Norway now." "I saw it on TV." "Did he say, or did you see him do anything that could suggest where he might be now? And I want you to think about this very carefully before you reply." Marta looked as if she thought very carefully indeed before she shook her head. "No? Anything about his plans for the future?" "He wanted to learn to drive." Simon sighed and smoothed his hair. "You understand that you risk being charged as an accessory if you help him or hide information from us." "Why would I do that?" Simon looked at her without saying anything. She was getting married shortly, so why did she look so unhappy? Okay, he said and got up. She stayed where she was and looked down at her lap. "Just one thing," she said. "Yes?" "Do you think he's the crazed killer everyone says he is?" Simon shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "No," he said. "No? He's not crazy. He's punishing people. He's on a kind of vendetta." "What is he trying to avenge?" "I think it's about his father, who was a police officer. After he died, people said he was corrupt." "You say he punishes people?" She lowered her voice. "Does he punish justly?" Simon shrugged. "I don't know. But he makes allowances." "Allowances?" He confronted the assistant prison governor in his office. That was audacious, and it would have been much easier for him and a lot less risky if he had sought Frank out at his home. But it would have brought Frank's wife and child into the firing line. Innocent bystanders. He doesn't want the innocent to get hurt. Simon nodded slowly. He saw something happen in her eyes, a spark, a hope. Was it really that simple? Was she in love? Simon straightened his back, looked up at the altarpiece which showed the Saviour on the cross, closed his eyes, opened them again. To hell with it. To hell with it all. "Do you know what his father, Ab, used to say?" he said, hoisting up his trousers. "He said that the age of mercy is over and that the day of judgment has arrived. But as the Messiah is running late, we have to do his job for him. He alone can punish the martyr. Oslo police is corrupt. They're protecting the crooks. I think Sonny is doing this because he feels he owes it to his father, that this is what his father died for. Justice. The kind of justice which is above the law." He watched the older woman by the confessional box, where she was discussing something with a priest in a low voice. "And what about you?" Marta said. "Me? I am the law. So I have to catch Sonny. That's just the way it is." "And that woman, Agneta Iversen, what crime did she commit?" "I can't tell you anything about her." "I read that her jewelry was stolen." "Did you?" "Did that include a pair of pearl earrings?" "I don't know. Is it important?" She shook her head. "No," she said, "it isn't. I was trying to think of anything that might help you." "Thank you," Simon said, and buttoned his jacket. The hard heels were approaching. "You have other things on your mind, I can see." Marta quickly glanced up at him. "I'll talk to you later, Marta." As Simon left the church, his mobile rang. He looked at the display. The area code told him the call was coming from Drummond. "Give us. It's Henrik Vestad," the police officer who was investigating the murder of the shipping owner's wife. "I'm at the cardiology unit at Buskerud Central Hospital." Simon could guess what was coming next. "Leif Krognas, our witness with heart trouble. They thought he was out of danger, but he died suddenly," Simon said, sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. "He was alone in the ward when it happened. The post-mortem won't find any abnormalities, and you're calling me because you don't want to be the only one who can't sleep tonight." Vestad didn't reply. Simon put the mobile in his pocket. The wind was rising, and he looked up at the sky above the roofs. He couldn't see it yet, but he could tell from his headache. A low-pressure system was heading his way. The motorbike in front of Rover was about to rise from the dead. It was a Harley-Davidson Heritage Softail, the 1989 model with a huge front wheel, Rover's favorite. When he got it, it had been a dilapidated 1340cc wreck whose owner had treated it without the love, patience and understanding which an HD, in contrast to its more pliable Japanese cousins, demanded. Rover had replaced the crank bearing, the big end bearing, the piston rings, and reseated the valves, and very little of the original was left as the bike was transformed into a 1700cc with 119 bhp to the rear wheel, which used to have only 43. Rover was wiping oil off the forearm with a tattoo of a cathedral when he noticed a change in the light. His first thought was that it was clouding over like the weather forecast had promised. But when he looked up, he noticed a shadow and a silhouette in the doorway to his workshop. "Yes?" Rover called out and continued to rub oil off his arm. The man started walking towards him, silently, like a predator. Rover knew that the nearest weapon was too far away for him to be able to reach it in time. And that was how it should be. He was done with that way of life. It was bullshit when people said it was hard not to fall back into your bad old ways once you were out of prison. It was just a question of willpower. It was that simple. If you wanted to, you could do it. But if your intention was merely an illusion, wishful thinking, just something to dress yourself up in, then you would be back in the gutter on day 2. The man was now so close that Rover could make out his facial features. But surely that was... "Hello, Rover?" It was him. He held up a yellowing business card saying Rover's Motorcycle Workshop. The address was right. You said you could get me an Uzi. Rover was now wiping his hands while he stared at him. He had read the newspapers, seen the picture on TV, but what he was staring at now wasn't the boy from the cell at Staten. It was his own future, the future as he had imagined it. You took out Nesta, Rover said, pulling the rag between his fingers. The boy made no reply. Rover shook his head. That means it's not just the police who are looking for you, but the twin as well. I know I'm trouble, the boy said. I'll leave immediately if that's what you want. Forgiveness, hope, a clean break, a second chance. Most people blew it. They continued making the same stupid mistakes their whole lives. They could always find an excuse to screw things up. They didn't know it themselves, or they pretended not to, but they had lost before they had even started, because they didn't really want to succeed. But Rover wanted to. It wasn't that was going to bring him down. He was stronger now, wiser. But that said, if you're going to walk with your head held high, there's always a chance of falling flat on your face. Why don't we close the garage door? Rover said. It looks like rain. Chapter 34. The rain was lashing the windscreen when Simon took the key out of the ignition and prepared to sprint from the car park to the hospital building. He spotted a blonde figure in a coat right in front of his car. It was raining so hard that the raindrops bounced off the bonnet and the man's outline was blurred. The door to the driver's side was opened, and another dark-haired man asked him to come with them. Simon looked at the clock on the dashboard. 4 p.m. It was 2 hours before the deadline. The two men drove him to Arkebrugge, a seafront development with shops, offices, some of the city's most expensive flats, and around 50 cafes and bars. They walked along the promenade by the water and saw the ferry from Nesseltangen dock as they turned into one of the many alleyways. They carried on walking until they reached a small iron staircase that led down to a door with a porthole that presumably evoked associations with seafood. Next to the door was a small sign saying, Nautilus Restaurant, in unusually discreet letters. One of the men held the door open, and they entered a narrow hallway, where they shook the rain off their coats and hung them up in the unmanned cloakroom. There wasn't a soul to be seen, and the first thought that crossed Simon's mind was that this was a perfect location for money laundering. Not too big, but with a rent and a position that made profitability plausible, but whose profits would never be questioned, as profits on which taxes are paid rarely are. Simon was wet. When he wiggled his toes inside his shoes, they made tiny squelching sounds. But that wasn't the real reason he was cold. The dining room was divided in half by a large rectangular aquarium, which also supplied the only source of illumination. At the table in front of it, and with his back to the aquarium, sat a huge figure. He was the reason Simon was cold. He had never seen him in the flesh before, but he didn't doubt for a second who it was. The twin. The man seemed to fill the entire room. Simon didn't know if this was simply due to his physical size and obvious presence, or the trappings of power and wealth, of this man's ability to control so many destinies, or whether all the legends that surrounded his persona made him even bigger. The baggage of death, meaningless cruelty and destruction. The man made an almost imperceptible gesture towards the chair which had been pulled out in front of him. Simon sat down. Simon Gefas, the man said, stroking his chin with his forefinger. Large men often had surprisingly high-pitched voices. Not the twin. The rumbling bass of his voice raised ripples in the glass of water in front of Simon. I know what you want, Gefas. The muscles swelled under the suit, which looked as if it might burst at the seams at any moment. And what's that?
Money for Elsa's eye operation.
Simon gulped at the sound of the name of his beloved in this man's mouth.
The question is, what have you got to sell, yes?
Simon took out his mobile, opened the mailbox, put the phone on the table, and pressed play. The voice on the sound file he had received sounded tinny. "What's the name and number of the account Nestor sent money to when he paid you? If I were you, I would think before speaking." A pause, then another voice.
"The account is in the name of a company, Dennis Limited, registered in the Cayman Islands."
"And the account number?"
Another pause. 830.
"Slow down and speak more clearly."
830. Simon pressed stop.
"I presume you know who was answering the questions?" The huge man responded with a tiny gesture that could mean anything.
"Is that what you're selling?"
"This recording was sent to me from a Hotmail address, which I haven't been able to, or indeed tried to trace, because I'm currently the only person who knows about the sound file. Evidence that the assistant prison governor of Staten admits to having a secret account into which he has received money from Hugo Nestor. I checked the account number and the information is correct."
"And how is this of value to me?"
"What is valuable to you is that I don't take this to my colleagues, and you lose an important ally." Simon cleared his throat. "Yet another important ally."
The huge man shrugged. "Assistant prison governors can be replaced. And in any case, it looks as if Frank has served his purpose. What more have you got, Kefas?"
Simon stuck out his lower lip. "I've evidence that you have laundered money through Everson's property business, and DNA evidence linking Eva Everson Sr. to a Vietnamese girl whom you trafficked into the country, murdered, and made Sonny Loftus take the fall for." The large man stroked his throat with 2 fingers.
"I'm listening. Go on."
"If I get the money for the eye operation, I can make sure that neither of these cases will be investigated."
"How much money are we talking about?"
2 million kroner.
"You could have blackmailed Everson directly for that amount. So why are you really here?"
"Because I want more than money."
"And what is that?"
"I want you to stop looking for the boy."
"Loftus's son? Why would I do that?"
"Because Ab Loftus was a friend." The big man looked at Simon for a while. Then he leaned back in his chair and tapped the aquarium glass with his finger.
"It looks like a regular aquarium, yes? But do you know what the grey fish that looks like a sprat costs, Kefas? No, you don't, because I don't want the Serious Fraud Office to know that some collectors are willing to pay millions of kroner for it. It isn't especially impressive or attractive, but it's incredibly rare, so its price is determined by the value it has to the individual. The highest bidder."
Simon shifted in his chair.
"The point is," the big man said, "I want the Loftus boy. He's a rare fish and has greater value to me than to any other buyer, because he has killed my people and stolen my money. Do you think I could have ruled this city for 20 years if I let people get away with stuff like that? He has turned himself into a fish I simply have to have. I'm sorry, Kefas. We'll give you the money, but the boy is mine."
"All the boy wants is the mole who betrayed his father, then he'll go away.
And as far as I'm concerned, he can have the mole. I've no use for him or her anymore. The mole stopped operating 12 years ago. But even I never knew the mole's identity. We exchanged money and information anonymously, and that was fine by me. I got what I paid for. And so will you give us your wife's eyesight, yes?
As you wish, Simon said, and got up. If you go after the boy, I'll get the money some other way. The big man heaved a sigh.
I think you've misunderstood our negotiation, Kefas.
Simon saw that the blond man had also risen.
As an experienced gambler, you ought to know that you should always check your cards carefully before you decide to play, the big man said. Afterwards, it's too late, yes?
Simon felt the blond man put his hand on his shoulder. He resisted the urge to push it away. He sat down again. The big man leaned across the table. He smelled of lavender.
Everson told me about the DNA samples you came to him about. And now there's this sound recording. That means you're in touch with the boy. Am I right? So now you will lead us to him. Him and whatever he stole from us.
And if I say no? The big man heaved another sigh.
What is it we all fear when we grow old, Kefas? Dying alone, yes? The real reason you're doing everything you can to restore your wife's sight is that you want her to look at you when you die. Because we tell ourselves it makes dying a little less lonely, yes? Well, imagine a deathbed even more lonely than one with a blind but living wife present.
What?
Bo. Show him.
The blond man held up his mobile to Simon. Showed him a picture. He recognized the hospital ward, the bed, the sleeping woman in the bed.
The interesting thing isn't that we know where she is right now, the big man said, but that we found her, yes? In less than 1 hour after Everson contacted us. And that means we'll be able to find her again, no matter where you hide her.
Simon leapt out of the chair. His right hand shot towards the big man's throat, but it ended up in a fist that caught it as easily as if it had been a butterfly, and that now closed quietly around Simon's fingers.
You have to decide what you value the most, Kefas. The woman you share your life with, or this stray dog you've adopted.
Simon swallowed. He tried to ignore the pain, the sound of his knuckle joints grinding against each other, but knew the tears of pain were giving him away. He blinked once, twice. He felt a hot tear roll down his cheek.
She needs to travel to the U.S. within the next 2 days, he whispered. I must have the money in cash on her departure.
The twin released his hold, and Simon felt dizzy when the blood rushed back and exacerbated the pain.
She'll be on a plane the moment you hand over the boy and the stolen goods, the big man said.
The blond man escorted Simon out. It had stopped raining, but the air still felt clammy and heavy.
What are you going to do to him?
Simon asked.
You don't want to know, said the blond man, and smiled.
But it was nice doing business with you.
The door was closed and locked behind Simon.
He left the alley. Darkness was falling. Simon started to run. Marta sat looking over the roast beef and the tall wine glasses, at the heads on the other side of the table, at the family pictures on the console table in front of the window, at the rain-sodden apple trees in the garden, up at the sky and into the approaching darkness. Anna's speech was beautiful. No doubt about it, she could imagine one of the old aunts wiping away a tear. "Marta and I have decided on a winter wedding," he said, "because we know that our love can melt all ice, that our friends' hearts can warm any function room, and that our family's care, wisdom, and guidance will be all the light we need on our dark winter path. And, of course, there is another reason." Annas grabbed the wineglass and turned to Marta, who only just managed to tear herself away from the evening sky and return his smile. "We simply can't wait until summer." Happy laughter and applause filled the room. Annas seized her hand with his free one. He squeezed it hard, smiled, his fine eyes sparkling like the sea, and she knew he was aware of the impression he'd made. Then he bent down, as if overcome by the occasion, and kissed her quickly on the lips. The table erupted. He raised his glass. "To us." Then he sat down. He caught her eye and flashed her an almost private smile, the smile which told the 12 dinner guests that he and Marta shared something special, something that belonged only to them. But just because Annas was playing to the gallery didn't mean it wasn't true. They did have something that belonged only to them, something solid. They had been a couple for so long that it was easy to forget all the good days and the nice things they had done together. And they had worked through the bad times and come out stronger for it. She cared about Annas, she really did. Of course she did, otherwise why would she have agreed to marry him? His smile stiffened slightly. It was telling her that she could try to show a little more enthusiasm, work with him here, now that they had gathered their families to tell them their wedding plans. Her future mother-in-law had asked to make the announcement, and Marta hadn't had the energy to protest. And now she got up and tapped her glass. It was as if someone had flicked a switch, marked silence. Not just because the guests were eagerly awaiting what she had to say, but because no one wanted to be skewered by the mother of the groom's withering stare. "And we're so very thrilled that Marta has decided that the wedding ceremony will take place in St. Paul's Church." Marta barely managed to stop herself from spluttering. She had decided? "As you're aware, we're a Catholic family, and even though the average level of education and income is higher among Protestants than Catholics in many other countries, that isn't the case in Norway. In Norway, we Catholics make up the elite. So, Marta, welcome to the A-team." Marta acknowledged the joke, which she knew perfectly well wasn't a joke at all. She heard her future mother-in-law's voice continue, but she drifted off again, because she had to get away, escape to that other place. "What are you thinking about, Marta?" She felt Anna's lips against her hair and earlobe. She managed to smile, because she was close to laughing as she imagined getting up and telling him and the other guests that what she was thinking about was lying in the arms of a killer in the sun on a rock while a thunderstorm headed across the fjord towards them. But that didn't mean that she didn't love Annas. She had said yes. She had said yes because she loved him. Chapter 35. "Do you remember the first time we met?" Simon asked, as he stroked Elsa's hand on the duvet. The 2 other patients in the ward were asleep behind their curtains. "No," she smiled, and he imagined those strangely shiny, pure blue eyes of hers sparkle under the bandage. "But you do. Go on then. Tell me again." Instead of just smiling back, Simon chuckled quietly so that she could hear it. "You were working in a florist's in Greenland, and I came in to buy flowers." "A wreath," she said. "You came to buy a wreath." "You were so beautiful that I made sure we chatted for much longer than was necessary." even though you were far too young for me. But as we spoke, I grew young myself. And the next day I stopped by to buy roses. You bought lilies. Yes, of course. I wanted you to think they were for a friend. But the third time I bought roses. And the fourth. My flat was so full of flowers I could barely breathe. They were all for you. They were all for you. I was merely looking after them for you. Then I asked you out. I've never been so scared in all my life. You looked so nervous that I couldn't bear to say no. That trick works every time. No, she laughed. You were nervous. But I was attracted by your sad eyes. A life lived, the melancholy of insight. That's irresistible to a young woman, you know. You've always said it was my athletic body and that I'm a good listener. No, I haven't. Elsa laughed even louder, and Simon laughed with her, relieved that she couldn't see him now. You bought a wreath the first time, she said quietly. You wrote a card and you looked at it for a while, then you threw it in the bin and wrote another one. After you'd gone, I picked the card out of the bin and read it. And it said, "To the love of my life." That was what got my attention. Oh? Wouldn't you rather have a man who thought he had yet to meet the love of his life? I wanted a man who was capable of loving, really loving. He nodded. Over the years, they had repeated this story to each other so often that the lines were rehearsed, as were their reactions and the apparent spontaneity. They had once sworn to tell each other everything, absolutely everything, and after they had done that, after they had tested how much truth the other could tolerate, their stories had become the walls and the roof that held their home together. She squeezed his hand. And you were, Simon. You knew how to love. Because you fixed me. You fixed yourself. You decided to quit gambling, not me. You were the medicine, Elsa. Without you... Simon took a deep breath and hoped she couldn't hear the trembling in his voice because he didn't have the energy to go there now. Not tonight. Didn't want to repeat the story about his gambling addiction and debts, which he ultimately dragged her into. He had done the unforgivable, mortgaged their house behind her back, and lost. And she had forgiven him. She hadn't been angry or moved out or let him suffer the consequences or given him any kind of ultimatum. All she had done was to stroke his cheek and say that she forgave him. And he had cried like a child, and at that moment his shame had extinguished the craving after the pulsating life in the intersection between hope and fear, where everything is at stake and can be won or lost in an instant, where thoughts of the catastrophic final defeat are almost as tantalizing as the thought of victory. It was true. He had quit that day. And he had never gambled since, hadn't bet as much as a beer, and it had been his salvation. It had been their salvation. That, and their promise to tell each other absolutely everything. To know that he had the capacity for self-control and the courage to be totally honest with another person, had done something to him, had restored him as a man and a human being. Yes, even caused him to grow more than if he had never been at the mercy of his vices. Perhaps that explained why, in his later years as a police officer, he had gone from seeing every criminal as notorious and incorrigible to being willing to give everyone a second chance, in stark contrast to what his wide experience told him. "We're like Charlie Chaplin and the Flower Girl," Elsa said, "if you play the movie backwards." Simon swallowed. The blind flower girl who thinks the tramp is a rich gentleman. Simon couldn't remember how, only that the tramp helps her get her sight back, but that afterwards he never reveals his identity because he is convinced that she wouldn't want him if she saw who he really was. And then, when she finds out, she loves him all the same. "I'll go and stretch my legs," he said, getting up. There was no one else in the corridor. For a while he looked at the sign on the wall depicting a mobile with a red line across it. Then he took out his mobile and found the phone number. Some people think that if you send an email from a mobile via a Hotmail address on the internet, the police won't be able to trace the phone number it was sent from. Wrong. It had been easy to find. It felt as if his heart was in his throat, as if it was beating behind his collarbone. There was no reason why he would pick up the phone. Yes? His voice, alien, but yet so strangely familiar, like an echo from a distant, no, a near past. The sun. Simon had to cough twice before his vocal cords would make a sound. I have to meet you, Sonny. That would have been nice. There wasn't a hint of irony in his voice, but I'm not planning on being around for very long. Here? In Oslo? In Norway? Or here on Earth? What are you going to do? Simon asked. I think you know what. You're going to find and punish all the people responsible, the people you served time for, the people who killed your father. And then you want to find them all. I don't have very much time, but I can help you. That's very kind of you, Simon, but the best thing you can do to help me is carry on doing what you've been doing so far. Oh? And what is that? Not try to stop me. A pause followed. Simon listened out for any background noises that might reveal where the boy was. He heard a low, rhythmic pounding and sporadic shouting and screaming. I think we want the same thing, Simon. Simon gulped. Do you remember me? I have to go now. Your father and I, but the line had already gone dead. Thank you for coming. Don't mention it, mate, Pelle said, glancing up at the boy in the rearview mirror. A taxi driver's meter runs less than 30% of his working day, so it's nice, both for me and my business, that you called. Where are you off to tonight, mister? Ullern. The boy had asked him for his card the last time Pelle drove him. Passengers tended to do that from time to time if they were satisfied, but they never called. It was too easy to get a cab by flagging one down in the street. So Pelle had no idea why the boy specifically wanted him to drive all the way from Gamlebyen to Kvadraturen to pick him up outside the dubious Bismarck Hotel. The boy was wearing a smart suit, and Pelle hadn't recognized him at first. Something was different. He carried the same red sports bag, plus a briefcase. A sharp jangle of metal had come from the bag as the boy dumped it on the back seat. You look happy in that photograph, the boy said. You and your wife? Oh, that one, Pelle said, and felt himself blushing. No one had ever commented on the picture before. He had stuck it low down on the left-hand side of the steering wheel so that customers wouldn't be able to see it. But he was touched that the boy could see from the picture that they were happy, that she was happy. He hadn't selected the best picture of them, but the one where she looked happiest. I think she's cooking rissoles tonight, he said. Later we might go for a walk in Campen Park. The breeze up there will be very welcome on a hot day like this. That sounds nice, the boy said. You're lucky to have found a woman to share your life with. Indeed I am, Pelle said, and looked up in the rearview mirror. You couldn't be more right. Pelle usually made sure the customer did the talking. He liked it, getting a snippet of someone's life for the brief duration of a cab ride. Children and marriage, jobs and mortgages. Sneak a peek at the trials and tribulations of family life for a short while. Not having to bring up the topics he knew so many taxi drivers enjoyed discussing. But a strange intimacy had grown between them. In fact, he quite simply enjoyed talking to this young man. How about you? Pelle asked. Found yourself a girlfriend yet? The boy smiled as he shook his head. No? No one who revs up the old engine? The boy nodded. Yeah? Good for you, mate. And her. The boy's head movements changed direction. No? Well, don't tell me she doesn't fancy you. I admit you didn't look like much of a catch when you were thrown up against the wall, but today, in that suit and everything. Thanks, the boy said. But I'm afraid I can't have her. Why not? Have you told her you love her? No. Should you do that? All the time. Several times a day. Think of it as oxygen, you never stop needing it. I love you. I love you. Try it, then you'll see what I mean. There was silence in the back for a while. Then he heard a cough. How do you know if someone loves you, Pella? Well, you just know. It's the sum total of all the little things you can never really put your finger on. Love surrounds you like steam in the shower. You can't see the individual drops, but you get warm and wet and clean. Bella laughed, embarrassed and almost a little proud at his own words. And you continue to bathe in her love and tell her that you love her every day? Pella got the feeling that the boy's questions weren't spontaneous, that it was a subject he had intended to ask Pella about because of the picture of him and his wife, that the boy must have spotted it on one of the other 2 rides they had taken. Absolutely, Pella said, and felt as if something was stuck in his throat, a crumb or something. He coughed hard and turned on the radio. The drive to Ullern took 15 minutes. The boy gave Pella an address in one of the roads which swung up towards Ullernåsen between gigantic wooden structures that looked more like fortifications than family homes. The tarmac had already dried after the rainfall earlier that day. Pull over here for a moment, would you please? But the gate is over there. This is fine. Pella pulled up along the curb. The property was surrounded by a tall white wall with broken glass on the top. The vast 2-story brick house lay at the top of a large garden. Music was coming from the terrace in front of the house, and the light was on in every window. Floodlights in the garden. 2 massive, broad-shouldered men in black suits were standing in front of the gate, one with a big white dog on a leash. You going to a party? Pella asked, and massaged his bad foot. Now and then the cramp came back like someone had thrown it at him. The boy shook his head. I don't think I'm invited. Do you know the people who live here? No. I got the address when I was in prison. The twin. Ever heard of him? No, Pella said. But seeing as you don't know him, I can tell you that it ain't right for one person to have so much. Look at that house. This is Norway, not the US or Saudi Arabia. We're just a freezing cold bit of rock up here in the north, but we always had one thing that the other countries didn't have. A certain equality, a certain fairness. But now we're busy wrecking it for ourselves. They heard dogs barking in the garden. I think you're a wise man, Pella. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Why were you inside? To find peace. Pella studied the boy's face in the mirror. It was as if he had seen it somewhere else, and not just here in his cab. Let's get out of here, the boy said. When Pella looked out of the windscreen again, he saw that the man with the white dog was coming towards them. Both of them had their eyes fixed on the car, and had so much muscle packed inside their bodies that they waddled. Right, Pella said, flicking on the indicator. Where to? Did you get to say goodbye to her? What? Your wife? Pella blinked, watched the man and the dog getting closer. The question had hit him like a punch to the stomach. He looked at the boy in the mirror again. Where had he seen him before? He heard growling. The dog must be getting ready to attack. He had driven the boy before. It was that simple. That had to be the reason. The memory of a memory. Like she was now. No, Pella said, shaking his head. An accident? Pella swallowed. Yes, a car crash. Did she know that you loved her? Pella opened his mouth, but realized he wouldn't be able to say anything, so all he did was nod. I'm sorry she was taken from you, Pella. He felt the boy's hand on his shoulder, and it was as if heat exuded from it and spread to his chest, stomach, arms, and legs. We should probably get going now, Pella. It wasn't until then that Pella realized he had closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the man and the dog had come up alongside the car. Pella revved the engine and released the clutch. He heard the dog barking furiously after them. Where are we off to? "To visit a man who is guilty of murder," the boy said, pulling the red sports bag closer. "But first we have to drop something off." "Who to?" The boy smiled a strange, wistful smile. "To someone whose picture I'd like to have on my dashboard." Marta was standing at the kitchen counter, pouring the coffee from the pot into a thermos flask. She tried to shut out her future mother-in-law's voice. She tried to focus on what the guests were talking about in the dining room. But it was impossible. Her voice was so insistent, so demanding. "Anders is a sensitive boy, you understand. He's much more sensitive than you. You're the strong one. That's why you have to take charge and—" A car pulled up and stopped in front of the gate. A taxi. A man in an elegant suit got out. He was carrying a briefcase. She thought her heart would stop. It was him. He opened the gate and started walking up the short gravel path to the front door. "Excuse me," Marta said, and slammed down the coffee pot in the sink with a bang and tried to look as if she wasn't rushing out of the kitchen. It was a distance of only a few meters, and yet she was breathless when she flung open the door before he had time to ring the bell. "We have company," she hissed, pulling the door behind her. "And the police are looking for you. What do you want?" He looked at her with those damned clear green eyes. He had shaved off his eyebrows. "I want to ask for forgiveness," he said, quietly, calmly. "And then I want to give you this. It's for the center." "What is it?" she asked, and looked at the briefcase he was holding out to her. "For that building work you can't afford. Or some of it, at any rate." "No!" She glanced over her shoulder and lowered her voice. "What's wrong with you? Do you really think I want your blood money? You killed people. The earrings you tried to give me—" Marta swallowed, shook her head fiercely, and felt tiny, angry tears flow. "They belonged to a woman you murdered. But go away." He nodded, took a step down backwards. "Why didn't you tell the police about me?" "Who says I haven't?" "Why haven't you, Marta?" She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, heard a chair scrape across the dining room floor. "Because I wanted to hear you tell me why you killed those people, perhaps." "Would it make a difference if I did?" "I don't know. Would it?" He shrugged. "If you want to call the police, I'll be at my parents' house tonight. After that, I'll disappear." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I want you to come with me. Because I love you." She blinked. What did he just say? "I love you," he repeated slowly, and looked as if he was tasting his own words in surprise. "My God," she groaned in despair. "You're mad." "I'm going now." He turned towards the taxi, which was waiting with its engine idling. "Wait! Where will you go?" He made a half-turn and smiled wryly. "Someone told me about a great city in Europe. It's a long way to drive on your own, but—" He looked as if he wanted to say something more, and she waited, and prayed that he would say it. She didn't know what it was, only that if he said the right thing, said the magic word, then it would set her free. But it was him who had to do it. He had to know what it was. But he bowed quickly to her, turned round and started walking towards the gate. Marta was tempted to call out after him, but what would she say? It was madness, a crazy infatuation, something which didn't exist, which couldn't exist in the real world. Reality was in there, in the dining room behind her. She turned and went back inside, and looked straight into Anna's furious face. "Move! Annas, don't!" He pushed her over, tore open the door, and stormed out. Marta got back on her feet and followed him out to the path, in time to see Annas grab hold of Sonny and lash out at the back of his head. But Sonny must have heard Annas coming, because he ducked, spun round in a kind of pirouette, and wrapped his arms around Annas. Annas howled, "I'm going to kill you!" and tried to free himself, but his arms were locked and he was helpless. Then just as suddenly, Sonny let Annas go. At first Anna stared with astonishment at the man standing in front of him, with his arms hanging passively by his sides. Then Annas raised his hand to strike, and punched him. He raised his fist ready for another blow, landed it. It didn't make much noise, a dead, thudding smack of knuckles against flesh and bone. "Annas!" Marta screamed. "Annas, stop it!" On the fourth punch, the skin on the boy's cheekbone burst. On the fifth, he sank to his knees. The door on the driver's side of the taxi opened, and the taxi driver made to get out, but the boy held up a hand to signal for him to keep out of it. "You cowardly bastard!" Anna screamed. "Stay the hell away from my fiancée!" The boy raised his head as if to offer Annas a better angle, turning his undamaged cheek. Annas kicked him. The boy's head was thrown backwards, and he collapsed onto his knees and flung out his arms like a football player skidding across the pitch in triumph. The sharp sole of Anas's shoe must have caught Sonny's forehead, because blood started pouring from a long cut right below the hairline. As Sonny's shoulders brushed the gravel and his jacket fell open, Marta saw Annas freeze in the run-up to another kick, saw him stare at Sonny's belt and see what she saw. A pistol, a shiny pistol whose barrel was buried in the trouser lining. It had been there all along, but Sonny hadn't touched it. She put her hand on Anas's shoulder, and he jumped as if she had just woken him up. "Go inside," she ordered him. "Now." He blinked at her in confusion. Then he did as he was told. Walked past her up to the steps where the other guests had now gathered. "Go inside," Marta called out to them. "He's a resident from the Ela Center. I'll deal with it. All of you go inside." Marta squatted down next to Sonny. Blood was pouring from his forehead and down the bridge of his nose. He was breathing through his mouth. An insistent, demanding voice came from the steps. "But is that really necessary, Marta, darling? After all, you'll be leaving that place now that you and Anna's..." Marta closed her eyes and steeled herself. "And that goes for you too. Shut up and get inside now." When she opened her eyes again, she could see that he was smiling. And then he whispered with bloody lips, so quietly that she had to bend down to hear him. "He's right, Marta. You really can feel how love washes you clean." Then he got up, swayed for a moment, before he staggered out of the gate and into the taxi. "Wait!" she shouted, and grabbed the briefcase, which was still lying on the gravel path. But the taxi was already driving down the road towards the darkness at the end of the residential area. Chapter 36. Ivar Iverson bounced on his heels and twirled the stem of his empty martini glass. He watched the guests gathered in clusters on the whitewashed terrace and in the living room inside. It was the size of a ballroom and furnished with the taste of someone who didn't have to live in it. Interior designers with unlimited budgets and limited talent, as Agneta would have said. The men were wearing dinner jackets, as the invitation had requested. The women were clearly outnumbered, but those who were there stood out even more. Blindingly beautiful, tantalizingly young, and representing an interesting ethnic mix. High-slit dresses, naked backs, and deep cleavages. Elegant, exotic, and imported. True beauty is always rare. Ivar Iverson wouldn't have batted an eyelid if someone had led a snow leopard through the room. "It looks like every single financier in Oslo is here. Only those who aren't particularly fastidious," Friedrich Ansgar said, adjusting his bow tie and sipping his gin and tonic, "or are away at their holiday homes." Wrong, Ivar Iverson thought. If they do business with the twin, they'll have made the trip into town. They wouldn't dare do otherwise. The twin. He looked at the huge man standing by the piano. He could have been the model for the ideal worker on Soviet propaganda posters or the sculptures in Vigeland Park. Everything about him was solid and chiseled. His head, arms, hands, calves. High forehead, solid chin, full lips. The person talking to him was heavily built and over 1.8 meters tall, but looked like a dwarf next to the twin. Eva thought he vaguely recognized him. He had a patch over one eye. Probably some mogul he'd seen in the newspapers. Everson grabbed himself another martini from the tray being carried by one of the waiters who orbited the room. He knew that he shouldn't, that he was already drunk, but he didn't give a toss. After all, he was a grieving widower. Still, he knew drinking was exactly what he shouldn't be doing. He might end up saying something he would later regret. "Do you know how the twin got his name?" "I've heard the story, yes," Friedrich Ansgar said. "I heard that his brother drowned, but that it was an accident." "An accident? In a bucket of water?" Friedrich laughed, and his gaze followed a dark-skinned beauty who glided past. "Look," Eva said, "there's even a bishop here. I wonder how he got caught in the twins' net." "Yes, it's an impressive gathering. Is it true he also has a prison governor in his pocket?" "Let me put it like this. It doesn't stop there." "The police?" Eva said nothing. "How high up?" "You're young, Frederick, and even though you're on the inside, you're not yet in so deep that you don't have the option of retreat. But the more you know, the more trapped you are, believe me. If I had the chance to do things differently." "And what about Sonny Loftus and Simon Käfers? Will they be taken care of?" "Oh, yes," Eva said, staring at a small, nimble girl sitting alone at the bar. Thai, Vietnamese, so young, pretty, and dolled up, so instructed, so terrified and unprotected. Just like Mai. He almost felt sorry for Simon Käfers. He, too, was trapped. He had sold his soul for his love of a younger woman, and, like Eva, he would come to know humiliation. At least Eva hoped that Simon would have time to feel it before the twin did what was necessary and beat Simon Käfers to it. A lake in Östmarka? Perhaps Käfers and Loftus would get a lake each. Ivar Iverson closed his eyes and thought about Agneta. He felt like hurling the martini glass at the wall, but instead he drained it in one gulp. "Telenor's Operations Center, Police Assistance. Good evening, this is Chief Inspector Simon Käfers. I can tell from the number you're calling from, and that you're somewhere in Ullevål Hospital." "Impressive. However, I want you to trace a different number. Have you got a warrant? This is an urgent matter." "Fine. I'll report it tomorrow, and you'll have to take it up with the public prosecutor then. Name and number?" "All I have is the number. And what would you like?" "The location where the mobile is now." "We can only give you an approximate location, and if the mobile isn't in use, it can take time before our base stations pick up its signal. It happens automatically once every hour." "I'll call the number now so you get a signal." "So this isn't about someone who can't know that their phone is being traced?" "I've been calling the number several times in the last hour, and there's been no response so far." "Fine. Give me the number, ring it, and I'll tell you what we find out." Pelle stopped the taxi on the deserted gravel track. To his left, the landscape sloped down towards the river that shimmered in the moonlight. A narrow bridge led from the gravel track back to the main road by which they had come. To his right, a field of wheat whispered and swayed below the black clouds that raced across the sky, which looked like a photographic negative in the light summer night. Further down the road, within the forest in front of them, lay their destination, a large house surrounded by a white picket fence. "I should be taking you to casualty instead, so they could patch you up," Pelle said. "I'll be fine," the boy said, and placed a large denomination banknote on the armrest between the front seats. "And thank you for the handkerchief." Pelle looked up at him in the rearview mirror. The boy had tied the handkerchief around his forehead. It was soaked in blood. "Come on, I won't charge you. There's bound to be a casualty department somewhere in Drammen." "I might go tomorrow," the boy said, clutching the red sports bag. "I need to pay this man a visit first." "Is that safe? I thought you said he'd killed someone." Pelle looked in the direction of the garage, which was built into the house. So much space, and yet no separate garage. The owner was probably a fan of American architecture. Pella's grandmother had lived in a village of Norwegians who had once lived in America, or had families living there now, where the most fundamentalist converts to their adopted country hadn't just had a house with a porch, a stars and stripes on the flagpole, and an American automobile in the garage, but also 110-volt electrical installations, so they could plug in their jukeboxes, toasters and fridges, which they had bought in Texas or inherited from a grandfather in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. "He's not going to kill anyone tonight," the boy said. "Even so," Pella said. "Sure you don't want me to wait? It's half an hour back to Oslo, and another taxi will cost you shedloads because it'll have to make the journey out here first. I'll stop the meter." "I really appreciate that, Pella, but it's probably best for both of us if you're not a witness to anything. Do you understand?" "No." "Good." The boy got out of the car. He looked at Pella. Pella shrugged and drove off. He heard the gravel crunch onto the tires while he followed the boy in his mirror. Saw him standing there. Then suddenly he was gone, swallowed up by the darkness in the woods. Pella stopped the car. He continued to stare at the mirror. The boy was gone, just like his wife. It was so difficult to grasp that people who had been around, furnished your life, could simply evaporate and you never saw them again. Except in dreams. The good dreams. Because he never saw her in his nightmare. In the nightmare he saw only the road and the headlights of the oncoming car. In the nightmare he, Pella Granarud, once a promising rally driver, didn't have time to react, didn't manage to carry out the simple maneuver needed to avoid a drunk driver on the wrong side of the road. Instead of doing the things he did every single day in training on the motor racing circuit, he froze, because he knew that he might lose the only thing he couldn't bear to lose. Not his own life, but that of his family, the two people who were his life, the two people he had just picked up from the hospital. They were his new life, which started now. He was a father. He got to be a father for just 3 days. And when he woke up, he was back in the same hospital. First, they told him about the injuries to his legs. It was a misunderstanding. There had been a change of shift, and the incoming staff didn't know that his wife and child had been killed in the accident. It was 2 hours before he found out. He was allergic to morphine, an inherited condition probably, and he had lain in unbearable agony screaming her name day after day. But she didn't come, and hour by hour, day by day, little by little, he began to understand that he would never, ever see her again. So he carried on screaming her name, just to hear it. They hadn't had time to decide on a name for the baby. And it suddenly dawned on Pella that it wasn't until tonight, when the boy had put his hand on his shoulder, that the pain disappeared completely. Pella could see the outline of a man in the White House. He was sitting behind a large, curtainless panorama window. The living room was lit up as if the man was on show, as if he was waiting for someone. Eva could see that the big man was bringing the guest he had been talking to by the piano over to him and Fredrik. "It's you he wants to talk to, not me," Fredrik whispered, and slipped away, having set his sights on something Russian over by the bar. Eva gulped. How many years had he and the big man done business together, been in the same boat, shared upturns and the very occasional downturn, such as when the shock waves of the global financial crisis sloshed gently against the Norwegian coast? And yet he still tensed up, almost petrified, when the big man approached. People said that he could lift his own body weight on the bench press, and not just once, but 10 reps in a row. But it was one thing for his physical presence to be so intimidating, another for you to know that absolutely everything you said, every word, the slightest change in pitch, also, or indeed especially, anything you didn't intend, he would catch. In addition to what your body language, facial color, and the movement of your pupils revealed, of course. "So, Eva," the low-frequency, rumbling voice, "how are you doing? Agneta,
Terrible business, yes?
It certainly is, Eva said, looking around for a waiter.
I want you to meet a friend of mine. The two of you have something in common. You have both been widowed recently.
The man with the eye patch extended his hand.
By the same killer,
said the big man. Ingvar Morsan. The man introduced himself and squeezed Eva's hand. I'm sorry for your loss. Likewise, Eva Everson said. So that was why he thought the man looked familiar. It was the shipping owner, the husband of the woman who had been practically decapitated. Ingvar Morsan had been the police's prime suspect for a while, until they had found DNA at the crime scene. From Sonny Lofthus.
Ingvar lives just outside Drammen, the big man said. And tonight we've borrowed his house.
Huh?
We're using it as a trap. We're going to catch the guy who killed Agneta, Ivar.
The twin says there's a good chance Sonny Lofthus will make an attempt on my life there tonight. Ingvar Morsan laughed and looked around for something. I've put money on it that he won't. Would you tell your waiters to get me something stronger than a martini, twin?
It's Sonny Lofthus's next obvious move, the big man said. Luckily, he is sufficiently systematic and predictable, so I think I'll be taking your money.
The big man grinned broadly, white teeth below his moustache, eyes like two slits in the fleshy face. He placed a gigantic hand on the shipowner's back.
And I'd prefer it if you didn't call me that, Ingvar.
The shipowner looked up at him jokingly. You mean to... Ah! His mouth opened and his face contorted into a baffled, frozen grimace. Eva saw the big man's fingers release their grip around Morsan's neck, and the shipowner bent forward to cough.
So I think we're agreed on that, yes?
The big man raised his hand towards the bar and snapped his fingers.
Drinks.
Marta stuck her spoon diffidently into the cloudberry cream pudding, while she ignored the words being hurled at her from every angle of the table. Has this person assaulted you before? Is he dangerous? If he's a resident, surely you'll have to see him again. Good God! What if the guy reports Anna's to the police for his defense of her? Everyone knows how unpredictable these drug addicts are, but then again he was probably high and won't be able to remember a thing. An uncle thought he had looked like the man on TV who was wanted for murder. What's his name? Is he foreign? What is it, Marta? Why don't you say anything? Well, surely you can guess why. She has a duty of confidentiality. I'm eating my pudding, Marta said. It's good, you should try some. I think I'll get some more. Anas came up behind her in the kitchen. I heard him, he hissed. I love you. That was the guy from the corridor at Ila, the one you were talking to. What's going on between the two of you? Anas don't... Have you slept with him? Stop it. He definitely has a guilty conscience. If he didn't, he would have pulled his gun on me. What was he doing here? Had he come to shoot me? I'm calling the police to tell them how you attacked and kicked a man in the head without provocation. And who would tell them I wasn't being provoked? You? Or the taxi driver? You? He grabbed her arm and laughed. Yes, you would, wouldn't you? You would take his side against your own fiancé. You fucking She tore herself loose. A dessert plate hit the floor and smashed. The dining room fell completely silent. Marta marched out into the hall, grabbed her coat and headed for the door. Stopped, paused for a second. Then she turned round and marched into the dining room. She grabbed a spoon, white from cloudberry cream pudding, and tapped it against a greasy glass. She looked up and realized that last action had been superfluous. She already had everyone's attention. Dear friends and family, she said, I wanted to add that Anas was right. We just can't wait until summer. Simon swore. He had parked in the middle of Quadraturen and was studying a map of the area. Telenor's police assistance service had told him that the phone was here, the mobile Sonny Lofthus had used to text him, and which Simon now knew was a pay-as-you-go phone registered to a Helga Sørensen. It made sense. He had used the ID card of the same prison officer earlier. But where could he be? The coordinates covered only a few streets, but those streets were Oslo's most densely populated. Shops, offices, hotels, flats. Simon jumped when there was a knock on the side window. He looked up and saw a harshly made-up, chubby girl in hot pants whose breasts were squeezed into some kind of corset. He shook his head. She pulled an ugly face at him and walked off. Simon had forgotten that this was the city's busiest red-light district, and that a single man in a parked car in these streets was inevitably regarded as a punter. A blowjob in the car, 10 minutes at the Bismarck Hotel, or possibly up against the wall of Akershus Fortress. He had once been that man. It wasn't something he was proud of, but once upon a time he had been willing to pay for a crumb of human contact and a voice saying, "I love you." The latter had fallen under the category of special services and cost 200 krona extra. He called the number again and watched the people walking up and down the pavements, hoping that one of them would reach for their phone and thus give themselves away. He sighed and ended the call. Looked at his watch. At least he knew that the phone was in the area, and that ought to indicate that Sonny was staying put and wasn't up to anything devilish tonight. So why did Simon have the feeling that something wasn't right? Bo sat in the unfamiliar living room, looking out of the large panorama window. He sat in front of a bright light, which was aimed at the window so that anyone watching him from the outside would see only his silhouette and not his features. Hopefully Sonny Lofthus didn't have too clear an idea of Yngve Morson's build. Bo was thinking that this was exactly how Sylvester had been sitting when he had left him in Lofthus's house. Good, stupid, loyal, loud Sylvester, and that fucker had killed him. How he had done that, they would probably never know, because there would never be an interrogation, a torture session where Bo could exact his revenge, savor it like he would a glass of Retsina with its taste of resin. Some people couldn't stand it, but to Bo it represented the taste of his childhood, the island of Telendos, friends, a gently rocking boat in the bottom of which he would lie and look at the always blue, great sky and hear the waves and the wind sing a duet together. He heard a click in his right ear. A car stopped down the road and then turned round. "Did anyone get out?" Bo asked. The earpiece, the cable, and the microphone were so discreet that they wouldn't show up in the backlight from the outside. "We didn't have time to see, but the car is driving away now. Perhaps it was lost. Okay, everyone get ready." Bo adjusted his bulletproof vest. Lofthus wouldn't have time to fire any shots, but he preferred to take precautions. He had placed 2 men in the garden to grab Lofthus when he came through the gate or over the fence, and 1 in the corridor behind the unlocked front door. All other means of access to the house were closed and locked. They had been here since 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They were tired, and the night had barely begun. But thoughts about Sylvester would keep him awake. The thought of getting that bastard. Lure him out here. If not tonight, then tomorrow, or the next night. From time to time, Bo considered how strange it was that the big man, who possessed so little humanity himself, had such an insight into people, their urges, weaknesses, and motivations, how they reacted to pressure and fear, and how he, with enough information about their temperament, proclivities, and intelligence, could predict their next move with astonishing, or as the big man himself used to say, disappointing accuracy. Sadly, the big man had given orders that the boy must be killed immediately and not taken prisoner, so his death would be swift and far too free from pain. Bo shifted in the chair when he heard a sound, and even before he had turned round, a thought crossed his mind, that he didn't have the big man's ability to predict what this guy would do next, not when he left Sylvester in the yellow house, and not now. The boy had a bloody handkerchief tied around his head and was standing in a side doorway, the one that led from the living room and straight into the garage. How the hell had he got in that way when they had locked the garage? He must have come from behind, from the forest. Picking a locked garage door was surely one of the first things a clever junkie would have learned. But this wasn't Bo's most pressing problem. His most pressing problem was that the boy was holding something which had an unfortunate resemblance to an Uzi, the Israeli machine gun that spits out 9 by 19mm bullets faster than your average execution squad. You're not Ingvar Morson, Sonny Loftus said. Where is he?
He's here,
Bo said, turning his head to the microphone. Where?
He's here,
Bo repeated, a little louder this time.
In the living room.
Sonny Loftus looked around as he walked towards Bo with the machine gun raised and his finger on the trigger. The clip appeared to hold 36 bullets. He stopped. Had he spotted the earpiece and the cable from the microphone? You're talking to someone, the boy said, and had time to take a step backwards before the door to the hallway was flung open and Stan burst in with a pistol. Bo reached for his own Ruger as he heard the dry, crackling cough from the Uzi and a cascade of glass when the window behind him shattered. White stuffing spilled from the upholstered furniture and splinters flew from the parquet flooring. The guy splattered bullets generously with no particular target in mind. But it didn't matter. An Uzi will always outgun 2 pistols. Bo and Stan took shelter behind the nearest sofa. It fell silent. Bo was lying on his back, clutching his pistol with both hands in case the guy's face appeared above the edge of the sofa.
"Stan!" he shouted. "Take him out!"
No reply.
"Stan!" "You do it!"
Stan screamed from behind the sofa by the other wall.
"He's got a fucking Uzi, for fuck's sake!"
There was a click in Bo's earpiece. "What's going on, boss?" At the same moment, Bo heard the sound of a car starting up and revving the engine loudly. Morson had taken his stately Mercedes 280 Coupe 1982 model to the twins' party in Oslo, but his wife's runaround car, a cute little Honda Civic, was still there. Now that Morson had killed her, he no longer had a wife who could run around in it, but the key must have been left in the ignition. It was probably what they did with wives and cars out here in the countryside, share them. He heard voices from his men outside.
"He's trying to get away. Someone is opening the garage door."
Bo heard a grating sound when the Honda was put into gear, and a groan when the engine choked. Was the guy a total amateur? He couldn't shoot and he couldn't drive.
"Get him!"
The car was started a second time.
"We heard something about an Uzi. It's the Uzi or the twin, your choice."
Bo scrambled to his feet and ran to the shattered window, in time to see the car jump out of the garage. Nuba and Evgeny had positioned themselves in front of the gate. Nuba was firing away with his Beretta, bullet after bullet. Evgeny had a Remington 870 with the barrel sawn off at the clip raised to his cheek. He jerked as he pulled the trigger. Bo saw the windscreen explode, but the car continued to accelerate, the front bumper hitting Evgeny right above the knees, flipping him up, and Bo saw him somersault in the air before the windscreenless Civic swallowed him like a killer whale gulps down a seal. The Civic took out the gate and a section of the fence, drove straight across the narrow gravel path and into the wheat field on the other side. And, without slowing down, it ploughed on, screeching in first gear as it carved a path through the golden sheaves bathed in moonlight, turned in a wide curve before returning to the gravel path further down. The engine howled even louder. The driver was obviously pushing down the clutch without taking his foot off the accelerator. Then he got the car into second gear. The engine came close to cutting out again, but it recovered and the car continued down the gravel path where, because the driver hadn't managed to switch on the headlights, it soon disappeared in the darkness.
"To the car!" Bo shouted. "We have to catch him before he gets to town."
Pelle stared after the Honda in disbelief. He had heard the shots and seen in his rear-view mirror how the car had burst out through the gate, sending pieces of white picket fence flying. Seen the car plough its way across the field planted with heavily subsidized agricultural produce before it had rejoined the track and continued its dubious journey. The boy was no experienced driver, that was for sure. But Pelle had breathed a sigh of relief when, in the moonlight, he could make out the blood-stained handkerchief above the wheel behind the shattered windscreen. At least the boy was still alive. He heard shouting coming from the house, the sound of guns being loaded in the quiet summer night. A car starting. Pelle had no idea who they were. The boy had told him, whether it was true or false, that the man inside the house was a killer. A man, perhaps a drunk driver, who had killed, and was now out of prison again. Pelle didn't know. All he knew was that after months and years where he had made sure to spend most hours of the day and night behind the wheel of his cab, he was back there again. The place where he could react or freeze, change the orbit of the stars or not. a young man who couldn't get the girl he wanted. He ran a finger over the photo beside the steering wheel. Then he put the car in gear and drove after the Honda. Drove down the hills and out onto the narrow bridge. Up on the ridge he could see a pair of headlights cut through the darkness. He accelerated, gained speed, turned the steering wheel slightly to the right, grabbed the handbrake, pressing and releasing the pedals quickly and musically like a church organist as he forced the steering wheel hard to the left. The rear of the car moved, as expected, as he executed the handbrake turn. And when the car stopped, it was perfectly positioned diagonally across the bridge. Bela nodded contentedly to himself. He hadn't lost his touch. Then he turned off the ignition, put the car into first gear, shuffled across to the passenger side and got out of the car. Checked that there was a gap of a maximum 20 centimeters between the side wall of the bridge and the car on both sides. Locked all the doors with a simple key click and started walking towards the main road. He thought about her. All the time he thought about her. If only she could see him now. See that he was walking. He felt almost no pain in his foot. He was barely limping. Perhaps the doctors had been right. Perhaps it was time to ditch the crutches. Chapter 37. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and the summer night was at its darkest. From the deserted viewpoint in the forest clearing above Oslo, Simon could see the fjord shimmer dully beneath the large yellow moon. Well? Simon pulled his coat more tightly around him as if he was cold. I used to bring the first girl I was in love with to this very spot, just to look at the view, to make out, you know. He saw Kari shift her weight. We had nowhere else to go. And many years later, when Elsa and I got together, I'd bring her here too. Even though we had a flat and a double bed. It felt so romantic and innocent. It was like being just as much in love as the first time. Simon turned round and viewed the scene again. The police cars with the flashing blue lights, the cordons and the blue Honda Civic with the broken windscreen, and a dead man lying at an unnatural angle, to put it mildly, in the passenger seat. There were many police officers here. Too many. Panic many. For once the medical examiner had beaten him to a crime scene, and he surmised that the victim had broken both legs in a vehicle collision, been flung over the hood and into the car, where he had broken his neck when he collided with the seat. However, the medical examiner had thought it was odd that the victim had sustained no facial injuries after his encounter with the windscreen, until Simon had picked a shot out of the seat upholstery. Simon had also requested an analysis of the blood found on the driver's seat, as the pattern didn't match the cuts to the victim's legs. So he specifically asked us to attend, Simon said, nodding towards Osmund Bjørnstad, who was standing near a CSO and waving his hands as he spoke. Yes, Kari said, because the car is registered to Kjersti Morsand, who is one of Loftus's victims. He wanted to suspect it. I beg your pardon? Loftus is merely suspected of killing Kjersti Morsand. Has anyone talked to Yngve Morsand? He says he doesn't know anything. He's staying at a hotel in Oslo tonight, and the last time he saw the car, it was in his garage. Police in Drammen say it looks as if there's been a shooting at his house. Unfortunately, the nearest neighbour is a long way away, so there are no witnesses. Osmund Bjørnstad walked up to them. We now know who the guy in the passenger seat is. Yevgeny Zubov, a known offender. And police in Drammen say there are 9x19mm Luger bullets in the floorboards of the house, spread in a fan formation. A Uzi? Simon said, raising an eyebrow. What do you think I should say to the press? Osmond said, gesticulating with a thumb over his shoulder. The first reporters were already hanging around the police tape by the road. The usual, Simon said. Tell them something, but don't give them anything. Bjørnstad heaved a sigh. They won't leave us alone. When are we meant to get time to work? I hate them. They have a job to do as well, Simon said. The papers are turning him into a celebrity. Did you know that? Kari said as they watched the young inspector walk towards a sea of flashlights. Well, he's a talented investigator, Simon said. Not Bjørnstad. Sonny Loftus. Simon turned to her in surprise. Are they? They call him a modern-day terrorist. They say he has declared war on organized crime and capitalism, that he's ridding society of parasites. But he's a criminal himself. It only makes the story even more juicy. Don't you ever read the papers? No. And you don't answer your phone, either. I've tried calling you. I've been busy. Busy? Oslo has been turned upside down by these murders, and you're not in the office, and you're not in the field. You're supposed to be my boss, Simon. Message received and understood. What was it? Kari took a deep breath. I've been thinking. Loftus is one of the very few adults in this country who doesn't have a bank account, a credit card, or a registered address. But we know that he has enough cash from the Caliph Harrison murder to stay in a hotel. He paid cash at the plaza. Precisely. So I checked the hotels. Out of the 20,000 guests who stay in hotels in Oslo every night, on average, only 600 pay cash. Simon stared at her. Can you find out how many of those 600 are staying in Quadraturen? Yes. Here's the list of the hotels. She took a printout from her jacket pocket. Why? Simon took the printout with one hand while putting on his reading glasses with the other, unfolded the sheets and skimmed them, looked at the addresses. 1 hotel, 2, 3, 6. And several of them with guests who had paid cash, especially the cheap ones. There were still too many names, and he guessed that some of the cheapest ones weren't even listed. Simon suddenly stopped reading. Cheap. The woman who had tapped on his window. A lover's meeting in the car at Akershus Fortress or at the Bismarck, the hotel of choice for Oslo's prostitutes, right in the middle of Quadraturen. I asked you why. Keep following up that lead. I have to go. Simon started walking towards the car. Wait, Kari called out and blocked his path. Don't you dare run off now. What's going on? Going on? You're on some sort of mission here. It's not on. Kari brushed some strands of hair away from her face. Simon could see it now. She was exhausted as well. I don't know what this is about, she said. If you want to save the day, be a hero in the twilight of your career, prove Björnstad and Kripos wrong. But it's unacceptable, Simon. This case is too big to be a pissing contest for a bunch of overgrown boys. Simon looked at her for a long time, and finally he nodded slowly. You might be right, but my motives are not what you think. Then tell me what they are. I can't, Kari. You'll just have to trust me. When we went to see Iversen, you said I had to wait outside because you were thinking of breaking the rules. I don't want to break the rules, Simon. I just want to do my job. So, if you don't tell me what this is about—" Her voice was quivering. Definitely tired, Simon thought. "Then I'll have to go to someone higher up and tell them what's going on." Simon shook his head. "Don't do it, Kari." "And why not?" "Because," Simon said. Found her gaze and fixed it. "The mole is still there. Give me 24 hours. Please?" Simon didn't wait for her reply. It wouldn't make any difference. He walked past her and towards his car. He felt her eyes on his back. On his way down the hills from Holmenkollosen, Simon played the soundtrack from the short phone conversation with Sonny. The rhythmic pounding, the exaggerated moaning, the thin walls in the Bismarck Hotel. How could he have failed to recognize that sound? Simon looked down at the boy behind the reception counter who was studying his warrant card. So many years had passed, and yet nothing had changed at the Bismarck. Apart from the boy, he hadn't sat there back then, and that was all right with him. "Yes, I can see you're a police officer, but I don't really have a guest book I can show you." "He looks like this," Simon said, putting the photograph on the counter. The boy studied it. He hesitated. "The alternative is that we raid the building and shut the whole place down," Simon said. "What do you think your father would say if he got his brothel closed down?" The family resemblance hadn't deceived him. He had been right. He's on the second floor. Room 216. You walk, I'll find it. Give me a key. Again, the boy looked reluctant. Then he opened the drawer, removed a key from a big bundle and handed it to Simon. But we don't want any trouble. Simon walked past the lift and took the steps 2 at a time. He listened out as he walked down the corridor. It was quiet now. Outside room 216, he took out his Glock, placed his finger on the 2-part double-action trigger, inserted the key as noiselessly as he could into the lock, and turned it, positioned himself at the side of the door with the pistol in his right hand, and opened it with his left hand, counted to 4 and stuck his head out and back in one quick movement. He exhaled. It was dark inside. The curtains were closed, but it was light enough for Simon to have caught a glimpse of the bed. It was made up and empty. He went inside to check the bathroom. A toothbrush and some toothpaste. He went back to the bedroom, didn't turn on the light, but sat down in the redundant chair near the wall. Took out his phone and pressed some buttons. A beeping began somewhere in the room. Simon opened the wardrobe. On top of a briefcase, a mobile was glowing at him, with his own number shown in the display. Simon pressed end call and sank back in the chair. The boy had deliberately left his phone behind so that he couldn't be traced, but he probably hadn't expected anyone to find it in a densely populated area such as this. Simon listened out into the darkness, listened to a clock counting down. Marcus was still awake when he saw the sun coming down the road. Marcus had had the yellow house under surveillance ever since that other person had arrived some hours ago. He hadn't even changed into his pajamas. He didn't want to miss a thing. He recognized the sun from the way he moved as he walked in the middle of the quiet nighttime street, and the street lights swept over him as he passed underneath them. He seemed tired. Perhaps he had walked far, because he was staggering. Marcus found him in his binoculars. He was wearing a suit, clutching his side, and had a red handkerchief tied around his forehead. Was that blood on his face? Never mind, he must warn him. Marcus opened his bedroom door carefully, tiptoed down the stairs, put on his shoes, and ran down to the gate across the patchy, worn grass. The son noticed him and stopped right in front of the gate to his own house. "Hello, Marcus. Shouldn't you be in bed?" His voice was calm and soft. He looked like he had been in the wars, but he spoke as if he was telling him a bedtime story. Marcus decided he too would speak with a voice like that when he grew up, and had stopped being scared. "Are you hurt?" "Someone bumped into me when I was driving." The son smiled. "It's nothing." "There's someone in your house." "Oh?" the son said, turning to the shiny black windows. "Good guys or bad guys?" Marcus gulped. He had seen the photo on TV, but he had also heard his mother say that there was nothing to be scared of, that he only hurt bad people. And on Twitter, several people were praising him, tweeting that the police should just let baddies kill baddies, that it was like using predators for pest control. "Neither, I think." "Oh?" Marta woke up when someone entered the room. She had been dreaming about the woman in the attic, about the baby, that she saw the baby, that it was alive, that it had been there the whole time, trapped in the basement, where it had been crying and crying while it waited to be let out. And now it was out. It was here. "Marta?" His voice, his lovely, calm voice, sounded incredulous. She turned over in the bed and looked at him. "You said I could come," she said. "There was no one to let me in, but I knew where the key was, so you came." She nodded. "I took this room. I hope it's okay." He just nodded and sat down on the edge of the bed. "The mattress was on the floor," she said, and stretched. "By the way, a book fell through the slats as I was putting the mattress back on the bed. I put it on the table over there." "Okay." What was the mattress doing? I was hiding under it, he said without taking his eyes off her. When I crawled out, I just eased it down on the floor and left it. What have you got there? He raised the hand with which he had been clutching his side and touched one of her ears. She didn't reply. She let him feel the earring. A gust of wind moved the curtains she had put up after finding them in the blanket box. A beam of moonlight crept in, caught his hand and face. She froze. It's not as bad as it looks, he said. No, not the cut to your forehead. But you're bleeding somewhere else. Where? He pulled his jacket to one side and showed her. The right side of his shirt was soaked with blood. What was it? A bullet. It just nipped me and went straight through. Completely harmless. It's just a little blood. It'll soon... Shh, she said, and kicked off the duvet, took his hand and led him to the bathroom. Ignoring the fact that he could see her in her underwear while she searched through the medicine cabinet. Found some 12-year-old disinfectant, 2 rolls of bandages, some cotton wool, and a pair of small scissors. She made him strip from the waist up. As you can see, it's just a dent in my spare tire, he smiled. She had seen worse. She had seen better. She cleaned his injuries and taped cotton wool over the holes where the projectile had entered and exited. Then she wrapped a bandage around his waist. When she untied the handkerchief around his forehead, fresh blood started trickling from underneath the scab immediately. Did your mother have a sewing kit anywhere? I don't need... I said, shh. It took 4 minutes and 4 stitches to sew the broken skin together. I saw the briefcase in the passage, he said, while she rolled several layers of gauze around his head. That's not my money, and the council has allocated us enough funds for the renovation works, so thanks but no thanks. She taped the edges in place and stroked his cheek. There. That ought to. He kissed her. Right on the lips. Then he let go of her. I love you. Then he kissed her again. I don't believe you, she said. You don't believe I love you? I don't believe you've kissed other girls. You're a lousy kisser. The laughter made his eyes sparkle. It's been a long time. Remind me, please. Don't worry about getting it right. Just let it happen. Kiss me lazily. Lazily? Like a soft, sleepy snake. Like this. She cradled his head gently between her hands and raised her lips to his. And it struck her how strangely natural it felt, as if they were 2 children playing an exciting but innocent game. And he trusted her, like she trusted him. Do you see? She whispered. More lips, less tongue. More clutch, less gas. She giggled. Exactly. Let's go to bed. What will happen there? We'll just have to see. How's your side? Will it be all right? All right for what? Don't play the innocent with me. He kissed her again. Are you sure? He whispered. No. So if we wait too long, let's go to bed. Rover got up and straightened his back with a groan. In his excitement, he had failed to notice that his back had seized up. It was like when he made love to Yana, who stopped by from time to see what he was up to. He had tried explaining that tinkering with the motorbike and tinkering with her had many similarities, that you could keep going in the same fixed position without being aware of aching muscles or time passing. But when you were done, then it was payback time. She had enjoyed the comparison. That was so like her. Rover wiped his hands. The job was complete. The last thing he had done was attach a new exhaust pipe to the Harley-Davidson. It was like crossing the T and dotting the I. Like when the piano tuner plays a piano he has just tuned. Just for the sheer fun of it. You could produce an extra 20 bhp simply from modifying the exhaust pipe and the air filter, but everyone knew that the exhaust pipe was mainly about the sound. Getting it to produce that lovely, burring, juicy bass, which didn't sound like anything else Rover had ever heard. Of course, he could turn the key right away in order to listen to the music of the engine, to confirm everything he already knew, or he could save it for tomorrow morning, like a present to himself. Jana always said that you should never postpone your pleasures, that there was no guarantee that you would live another day. He guessed that was Jana being Jana. Rover wiped the oil off his fingers with the rag and went to the back room to wash his hands. Looked at himself in the mirror. The oil smears on his face that looked like war paint, and the gold tooth. As usual, he noticed how other needs announced themselves now that he was done. Food, drink, rest. It was a great feeling. But there was also the strange emptiness that followed such an achievement. Now what? What's the point of it all? He chased the thoughts away, looked at the warm water pouring from the tap. Then he stopped, turned off the water. A sound had come from outside the garage. Jana? No? I love you too, Marta said. At one point he had stopped, both of them panting, sweating, flushed, dried the sweat between her breasts with the sheet which she had pulled off the mattress, and said that they might find them here, that it was dangerous. And she had replied that she didn't scare easily once she had made up her mind, and that, incidentally, if they really had to talk, she loved him. I love you. Then they carried on. It's one thing for you to stop supplying me with weapons, the man said as he peeled the thin glove off his hand. It was the biggest hand Rover had ever seen. It's another when you start supplying my enemy. Yes? Rover didn't struggle. He was being held by two men. A third was standing next to the big man, aiming a pistol at Rover's forehead. A pistol Rover knew only too well, because he had modified it himself. Giving that boy an Uzi is like telling me to go to hell. Was that what you wanted? To send me to hell? Rover could have replied, said that given what he already knew about the twin, he guessed that was where he had come from in the first place. But he didn't. He wanted to live, just for a few more seconds. He looked at the motorbike behind the big man. Jana had been right. He should have started it. Closed his eyes and listened. He should have stopped to smell the flowers. It's such an obvious truth. It's so hackneyed and yet so impossible to comprehend until you stand at the threshold and you realize how banal it really is. That the only guarantee you have in life is that you're going to die. The man put his gloves down on the worktop. They looked like used condoms. Now, let me see, he said, glancing around at the tools mounted on the walls. He pointed a finger at them as he chanted in a low voice, Eeny, meeny, miny. Chapter 38. Dawn was starting to break. Marta lay close to Sonny with her feet entwined in his, heard the change to the steady sleeping rhythm in his breathing, but his eyes were still shut. She caressed his stomach and saw a small smile on his lips. Good morning, lover boy, she whispered. He grinned from ear to ear, but pulled a face as he tried to turn over to look at her. Does it hurt? Only my side, he winced. The bleeding has stopped. I checked a couple of times last night. What? You took liberties with me while I was asleep? He kissed her on the forehead. I thought you took a few liberties of your own, Mr. Loftus. It was my first time, remember? He said. I don't know the meaning of liberties. You're a very good liar, she said. He laughed. I've been thinking, she said. Yes? Let's leave. Let's leave right now. He didn't reply, but she sensed his body stiffen, and she felt the tears come, suddenly and violently, as if a dam had burst. He rolled over and held her. He waited until her crying had subsided. What did you tell them? he asked. "I said that Anna's and I couldn't wait until summer," she sniffed. "That we were going to end this right now. Or at least I was. And then I left. I went outside, ran down to the high street, hailed a cab. I saw him come running after me with that bloody mother of his at his heels." She laughed out loud, then she started crying again. "I'm sorry," she sobbed. "I'm so stupid. Dear God, what am I doing here?" "You love me," he whispered into her hair. "That's what you're doing here." "And what? What kind of person loves a man who kills people, who is doing everything he can to get himself killed, and who eventually will be? Do you know what they call you on the internet? The Buddha with the sword. They've interviewed former inmates who portray you as some kind of saint. But do you know something?" She dried her tears. "I think you're just as mortal as everyone else I've seen come and go at the Ealer Center. We'll go away. Then we have to do it now. There are 2 more to go, Marta." She shook her head. The tears began to flow again, and she hammered her fists into his chest with impotent rage. "It's too late! Don't you understand? Everyone is looking for you, everyone!" "Only 2 more left. The man who decided that my father must be killed and made it look as if he was the mole. And the mole. Then we'll leave. Only 2 left. You only have to kill another 2 people and then we can escape. Is it that easy for you?" "No, Marta. It isn't easy for me. None of them were easy. And it's not true what they say, that it gets easier. But I have to do it. There's no other way. Do you really think you'll survive?" "No." "No?" "No." "No? But in God's name, then why are you talking about—" "Because you can only plan to survive." She fell silent. He stroked her forehead, her cheek, and her throat. And then he started talking, quietly and slowly, as if he had to be sure that every word he chose was the right one. She listened. He told her about his childhood, about his father, about his death, and about everything that had happened since. She listened and understood, listened and didn't understand. A ray of sunshine had crept in between the curtains by the time he had finished. "Listen to yourself," she whispered. "You know this is insane, don't you?" "Yes," he said, "but it's the only thing I can do." "The only thing you can do is kill a lot of people." He took a deep breath. "All I ever wanted was to be like my father. When I read that suicide note, he disappeared. And so did I. But then, in prison, when I heard the true story of how he gave his life for me and my mother, I was born again. Born again to do this. I wish there was another way. But why? To fill your father's shoes? Because the son must—" She narrowed her eyes, forcing out the last tears, promising herself that they would be the last. Finish what his father couldn't. He did what he had to do. I'm doing what I have to do. He died for us. When I'm done with this, I'm done. I promise you. Everything will be all right. She looked at him for a long time. "I need to think," she said at last. "You go back to sleep." He slept while she lay awake. It wasn't until the birds started singing outside that she, too, fell asleep. And she was sure of it now. She was crazy. She had been so from the moment she saw him. But she hadn't realized that she was just as mad as him until she let herself into the yellow house, found Agneta Iverson's earrings on the kitchen counter, and put them on. Marta was woken by the sound of children playing in the street outside. Cries of joy, small running feet. She thought of how innocence walks hand in hand with ignorance, how insight never clarifies, only complicates. He slept so peacefully next to her that for a moment she thought he was already dead. She stroked his cheek. He muttered something but didn't wake up. How could a hunted man sleep so soundly? The sleep of the just. It was said to be good. She slipped out of bed, got dressed, and went down to the kitchen. She found some coffee, but nothing else. The freezer she had been sitting on in the basement, perhaps he had a frozen pizza or something. She walked down the basement steps and grabbed the freezer handle. It was locked. She looked around. Her eyes fell on the nail in the wall and the key with the illegible tag. She took the key and inserted it in the lock. Turned it. Voila! She flipped open the lid, leaned in, and felt the chill against her chest and throat. Then she let out a short scream and dropped the lid. Turned round and sank down with her back pressed against the freezer. She remained on her haunches, breathing hard through her nose. Tried to blink away the sight of the body that had been staring up at her with an open, white mouth and ice crystals on the eyelashes. Her pulse was so fast that she felt faint. She listened to her heart and to the voices. There were two of them. One of them screamed in her ear that she was mad, that he was mad, a killer, that she had to run up the stairs and get out of the house now. The other told her that this body was simply a physical manifestation of something she already knew and had accepted. Yes, he had killed people. People who deserved to die. The screaming voice ordered her to stand up. It drowned out the voice telling her that this was the panic she would inevitably have to experience at some point. She had made a choice last night, hadn't she? No, she hadn't. She knew it now, that the choice of whether to jump down the hole and follow the rabbit, take the step into his world, or to stay here in the normal world was being made here and now. This was her last chance to walk away. The next few seconds were the most important in her life, her last chance to... She got up. She was still dizzy, but she knew she could run fast. He would never catch her. She inhaled oxygen into her lungs, and the blood transported it to her brain. She leaned against the freezer lid, saw her own reflection in the glossy surface, saw the earrings. I love him. That's why I'm doing this. Then she opened the lid again. The body had bled over most of the food. The design on the Fionneau boxes seemed rather dated. They must be at least 12 years old. That sounded about right. She concentrated on her breathing, on her thoughts, forcing away anything that wasn't helpful. If they were going to eat, she had to go to a shop. She would ask one of the children where the nearest supermarket was. Yes, that was what she was going to do. Eggs and bacon, fresh bread, strawberries, yogurt. She closed the lid, pressed her eyes shut. She thought she was going to cry again, but instead she started laughing, the hysterical laughter of a person in free fall down the rabbit hole, she thought. Then she opened her eyes and walked towards the stairs. At the top of the stairs, she realized she was humming a tune, that you've always been her lover and you want to travel with her. Mad! And you want to travel blind, and you know that she will trust you. Mad, mad, for you've touched her perfect body with your mind. Marcus was playing Super Mario Brothers by the open window when he heard a door slam outside. He looked out. It was the pretty lady, or at least she was pretty today. She walked from the yellow house and down to the gate. Marcus remembered how the sun had lit up when he told him that she was the one he had seen enter the house. Not that Marcus understood much about such things, but he had an inkling that the sun was in love with her. The woman went over to the little girls who were playing with skipping ropes and asked them a question. They pointed, and she smiled, called out something to them, and walked quickly in the direction they had indicated. Marcus was about to return to his game when he noticed that the curtains in the bedroom were open. He grabbed his binoculars. It was the sun. He was standing by the window with his eyes closed and his hand resting on his side on a bandage. He was naked and smiling. He looked happy, like Marcus on Christmas Eve, just before he unwrapped his presents. No, change that, the next day when he woke up and remembered the presents he had been given the night before. The son took a towel from the cupboard, opened the door and was about to close it when he stopped. He looked to the side, down at the table, grabbed something lying there. Marcus zoomed in. It was a book, bound in black leather. The son opened the book and began reading it. Then he dropped the towel, sat down on the bed and carried on reading. He sat like this for several minutes. Marcus saw his facial expression change and his body stiffen, freeze in a kind of crippled position. Then he suddenly got up and hurled the book at the wall. He grabbed the table lamp and subjected it to the same treatment. He clutched his side, howled and slumped on the bed, bowed his head, forcing it down with his hands which he had folded behind his neck. He sat with his body shaking as if he was having a fit. Marcus could see that something terrible had happened, but he didn't know what. He wanted to run over there, say or do something to comfort him. He knew how. He would often cheer his mother up, talk to her, remind her of the nice things they had done together. Did she remember them? There weren't many to choose between, only the same 3 or 4 events, so she always did. She would smile a kind of wistful smile and ruffle his hair. And then things would get better. But he hadn't done any nice things with the son, and perhaps the son preferred to be alone, something Marcus could relate to. He was like that himself. When his mother wanted to comfort him because someone had upset him, he would just get irritated. It was as if her kindness weakened him, validated the bullies who called him a sissy. But the son was no crybaby. Or was he? He had just got up and turned to the window. He was crying. His eyes were red and his cheeks streaked with tears. What if Marcus had been wrong? What if the son was just like him? Weak, cowardly, someone who fled, ran away to hide, scared of getting a beating. No, he wasn't like that, not the son. He was big and strong and brave, and he helped those who weren't, or who had yet to become strong. The son picked up the book, sat down and started writing. After a while he tore a page out of the book, scrunched it up and threw it in the waste paper basket by the door. Started on another page. Not for so long this time. He pulled out the page and read what he had written. And then he closed his eyes and pressed the paper to his lips. Marta put down the carrier bags of groceries on the kitchen worktop, wiped the sweat from her brow. The shop had been further away than she had expected, and she had practically run all the way back. She rinsed the box with strawberries under the tap, picked out the 2 biggest, juiciest berries, and took the bouquet of buttercups she had picked along the roadside with her. Again she felt the sweet sting at the memory of his burning skin under the duvet. The heroin addict who got high from her touch. Because he was her drug now, hooked after the first fix. She was lost, and she loved it. She sensed it on the stairs as soon as she saw the open bedroom door. Something was wrong. It was far too quiet. The bed was empty. The lamp lay broken on the floor. His clothes were gone. Under the shards from the lamp she saw the black book she had found under the bed slats. She called out his name, even though she knew there would be no reply. The gate had been open when she came back, and she was quite sure she'd closed it when she left. They had come for him, like he'd said. He had clearly struggled, but to no avail. She had left him asleep. She had failed to take care of him. She hadn't. She turned round and spotted the note on the pillow. The paper was yellow and looked like it had been torn from the notebook. It was written with an old pen lying next to the pillow. Her initial reaction was that it must have been his father's pen, and before she had even read the words, she thought that history was repeating itself. Then she read the note, dropped the flowers and clasped her hand to her mouth, an automatic gesture to hide the ugly way the mouth contorted when the tears welled up. Dear Marta, forgive me, but I'm going to disappear now. I love you forever. Sonny. Chapter 39. Marcus was sitting on the bed in the yellow house. After the woman had rushed off, only 20 minutes after the son had left in a hurry, Marcus had waited 10 minutes before he realized that they weren't coming back. Then he had crossed the road. The key to the house had been put back in its regular place. The bed had been made and the shards from the lamp placed in the waste paper basket. He found the scrunched-up piece of paper under the shards. The words were written in a neat, almost feminine hand. Dear Marta, my mother once told me how he watched a man drown. He had been on patrol. It was the middle of the night, and a boy had run from the harbour at Kongen. The boy's father had fallen into the sea while they were mooring their boat. He couldn't swim and was clinging to the gunwale, but the son wasn't able to pull his father back on board. By the time the patrol car arrived, the boy's father had given up, let go, and gone under. Several minutes had already passed, and my father called for divers as the boy sobbed desperately. And while they waited, the man suddenly surfaced, his pale face gasping for air. The son let out a cry of joy. Then the father went under again. My father jumped into the water to rescue him, but it was too dark. When my father resurfaced, he looked straight into the still beaming face of the boy, who thought that now everything was okay. His father was alive and the police were here. And my father told me how he had seen the heart torn out of the boy's chest when he realized that God had merely been toying with him by letting him think he was going to give back the father he had taken from him. My father said that if there was a God, then he was a cruel God. Now I think I understand what he meant, because I have finally found my father's diary. Perhaps he wanted us to know, or maybe he was just cruel. Otherwise, why keep a diary, but hide it in such an obvious place as under the mattress? You have your whole life ahead of you, Marta. I think you can do something good with it. I can't do the same. Forgive me, but I'm going to disappear now. I love you forever, Sonny. Marcus looked at the table. There was the book which the son had been reading. Black leather cover, yellowing pages. He flicked through it. He realized immediately that it was a diary, even though there weren't entries written for each day. In some places there were months between the entries. Sometimes there would just be a date and a couple of sentences. For example, it said that the Troika would eventually break up, that something had come between them. A week later, that Elaine was pregnant and that they had bought their own house. But how hard it was to survive on just a policeman's salary. What a shame it was that both his and Elaine's parents came from such reduced circumstances that they couldn't help them. Later on, how happy he was that Sonny had started wrestling. Then a page about how the bank had raised interest rates, how they quite simply couldn't pay the mortgage, how he had to do something before the house was repossessed. Think of something. That he had promised Elaine it would be okay. Fortunately, the boy didn't seem to have noticed that anything was troubling his parents. 19th March. Sonny says he wants to follow in my footsteps and become a police officer. Elaine says that he is obsessed with me, that he worships me. I said it's all right for a son to do that, and that I was no different. Sonny is a good boy, perhaps too good. It's a tough world, but a boy like him will always be a blessing to his father. Some pages followed which Marcus didn't quite understand. Words such as imminent personal bankruptcy and sell my soul to the devil, and the name The Twin. Marcus turned to the next page. 4th August. Today at the station they talked about the mole again, saying the twin must have a plant in the force. How strange that people, even police officers, have so little imagination. It's always one killer, one traitor. Don't they realize the genius of being two? That one will always have an alibi when the other is active, that in this way we'll both be completely above suspicion on so many occasions that we'll automatically be eliminated as potential suspects. Yes, it's a good setup. It's perfect. We're corrupt, thoroughly rotten police officers who have betrayed everything we believe in for a few measly pieces of silver. We've turned a blind eye to drug dealing, human trafficking, even murder. Nothing matters anymore. Is there a way back? Is there any chance of confession, penitence and forgiveness without me ruining everything and everyone around me? I don't know. All I know is that I have to get out." Marcus yawned. Reading always made him sleepy, especially when there were so many words he didn't understand. He flicked ahead several pages. 15th September. I wonder how long we can carry on without the twin finding out who we are. We communicate via hotmail addresses from our separate stolen computers, which we've borrowed from the evidence room, but it isn't fail-safe. On the other hand, if he had wanted to, he could have arranged surveillance of the places where we make our drops. When I picked up the envelope which was taped to the underside of the bench at Brokker's restaurant in Bogstadveien the week before last, I was sure I had been spotted. A guy at the bar scowled at me. Anyone could see he was a criminal. And I was right about him. He came over and told me that I had nicked him for handling stolen property 10 years ago. Said it was the best thing that could have happened to him, that he had stopped keeping bad company and was now running a fish farm with his brother. Then he shook my hand and left. One story with a happy ending. The envelope also contained a letter in which the twin wrote that he wants me, so clearly he doesn't know that there are two of us, to advance in the police force, get a top job where I can be more useful, both to him and to me. Access to sensitive information, more money. He wrote that he could help me advance, pull strings. I laughed out loud. The guy must be completely mad. A guy like that doesn't stop until he has achieved world domination. He is someone who doesn't stop, but has to be stopped. I showed the letter to Zed. I don't know why, but he didn't laugh. Marcus could hear his mother calling him. He imagined that she had a job for him to do. He hated it when she did that, flung open a window and yelled his name across the neighborhood, as if he were a dog or something. He turned another page. 6th October. Something has happened. Zed says he thinks we ought to quit while we're ahead, get out while the going is good. And the twin hasn't replied to my email for several days. That's never happened before. Have the two of them been talking? I don't know if they have, but I do know that this isn't something we can just walk away from. I know that T2 no longer trusts me. For the same reason, I no longer trust him. We have shown each other our true faces. 7th October. Last night it was suddenly clear to me. The twin only needs one of us, and that's exactly what he'll get. One. The other will be the jilted lover, a bitter witness who must be eliminated. And Zed has already realized this, so now it's urgent. I have to get him before he gets me. I've asked Elaine if she could go with Sonny to the wrestling competition tomorrow, as I have things to do. I have asked Zed if we can meet at the medieval ruins in Maridalen at midnight, that we have things to discuss. He sounded a little surprised that I wanted to meet in such a deserted place and so late, but said that it was fine. 8th October. It's quiet. I have loaded the pistol. It feels strange to know that I'm about to take a man's life. I keep asking myself what led me here. Did I do it for my family, or for myself? Or was it the temptation to achieve something my parents couldn't, a position in society, the life I've seen handed to undeserving idiots on a plate? Am I resourceful and brave, or weak and spineless? Am I a bad person? I've asked myself this question. If my son had been in my shoes, would I want him to do what I have done? And that, of course, made the answer very obvious. I'm going up to Maridalen soon. Then we'll have to see if I come back a changed man. A killer. I know it sounds strange, but sometimes I pray that someone will find this diary. That's human nature, I guess. There was nothing more. Marcus flicked through the blank pages and to the final ones, which had been torn out. Then he put the diary back on the bedside table and walked quietly down the stairs, while he heard his mother's voice call out his name over and over. Chapter 40. Betty entered the crowded pharmacy, tore off a numbered ticket where it said prescriptions, and found a vacant chair along the wall among customers who were staring into space or, despite the sign prohibiting their use, pressing keys on their mobiles. She had convinced her doctor to write a prescription for stronger sleeping pills. "And these are hardcore benzodiazepines and only for short-term use," he had said, and repeated what she already knew, that their use created a vicious cycle which could lead to dependency and which didn't get to the root of the problem. Betty had replied that the root of the problem was that she couldn't sleep, especially not after she had realized that she had been alone in a room with the country's most wanted killer, a man who had shot a woman in her own home in Holmenkollosen, and today the newspaper said that he was also suspected of the murder of a shipowner's wife, that he had entered a house apparently chosen at random outside Drammen and nearly sawn off the top of her head. In the last few days, Betty had wandered around like a zombie, half awake, half asleep, hallucinating. She saw his face everywhere, not just in the newspapers and on the TV, but on advertisements, on the tram, in reflections in shop windows. He was the postman, her neighbour, the waiter. And now she saw him in here, too. He was standing by the counter, wearing a white turban, or perhaps it was just a bandage around his head. He had put down a pile of disposable syringes and hypodermic needles on the counter and paid cash. The grainy pictures in the newspapers weren't terribly helpful, but Betty noticed that the woman on the chair next to her whispered something to her companion while she pointed at the man, so perhaps she had also recognized him. But when the man with the turban turned round and walked towards the exit, his body twisting to one side, Betty realized that she was seeing things again. The ashen, withdrawn and stony face looked nothing like the face she had seen in Suite 4. Kari leaned forward to read the numbers while she drove slowly past the large houses. She had made up her mind after a sleepless night. Sam, whom she had also kept awake, had said that Kari shouldn't take a job she didn't intend to stay in so seriously. It was true, of course, but ultimately Kari liked order, and this could affect her future. It could close doors to her, so she had reached the decision to make a direct approach. She stopped the car. This was the right number. She wondered if she should drive through the open gate and up to the house, but decided to park in the street. She walked up the steep tarmac drive. A sprinkler was whistling in the garden. Apart from that, it was completely quiet. She climbed the steps and rang the bell, heard fierce barking coming from the other side. She waited. No one came. She turned round and was about to walk down the steps, and there he was, the sun reflected in his rectangular spectacles. He must have come from behind the house and the garage. He must have moved quickly and quietly. "Yes?" He had his hands behind his back. "I'm Officer Kari Ardle. I'd like to talk to you about something." "And what might that be?" He stuck his hands behind the belt at the back, as if to hoist up the beige chinos or pull out his shirt. After all, it was a very hot summer's day. Or to stick a gun behind his belt and pull his shirt over it so it wouldn't show. "Simon Kefas." "I see. And why have you come directly to me?" Kari rolled her head from side to side. "Simon led me to believe that I risked leaks if I took the traditional route. He still believes there's a mole in our ranks." "Does he now?" "And that's why I thought it was best to come straight to the top. To you, Commissioner." "Well, well," Pontius Parr said, rubbing his narrow chin. "Then we'd better go inside, Officer Ardle." A happy Airedale terrier jumped up at Kari in the hall. "Villock, we've talked about this." The dog dropped down on all fours and limited itself to licking Kari's hand while its tail went like a propeller. As they walked into the living room, Kari explained that she had been told that the Commissioner was working from home today. "I'm skiving," Parr smiled and extended his hand towards a large, inviting sofa covered with scatter cushions. "I was meant to start my summer holidays this week, but with this killer on the loose. He sighed and dropped down on one of the matching armchairs. So what's this about Simon? Kari cleared her throat. She had planned what she had to say with all sorts of reservations and assurances that she hadn't come to tell tales, only ensure the quality of their work. But now, as she sat here with Parr, who seemed so relaxed and welcoming, who had even admitted that he was skiving, it felt more natural to get straight to the point. Simon is on a mission of his own, she said. The Commissioner raised an eyebrow. Go on. We're investigating the case in parallel with Kripos. We're not working with them, and now he's stopped working with me as well. That's fine, but the problem is that he appears to have some sort of agenda, and I don't want to go down with him if he's doing something illegal. He's asked me to stay out of certain situations and stated quite plainly that he doesn't intend to play by the rules. I see. And when was this? Kari gave him a brief summary of the meeting with Eva Everson. Parr said, hanging on the M forever. That's not good. I know Simon, and I wish I could say that this doesn't sound anything like him. But it does, unfortunately. What do you think his agenda is? He wants to catch Sonny Loftus single-handedly. Parr rested his chin between his thumb and forefinger. I see. Who else knows about this? No one. I came straight here. Good. Promise me that you won't mention it to anyone else. This is a delicate matter, as I'm sure you'll appreciate. Everyone's eyes are on the police right now, and we can't afford to have individual officers behaving unprofessionally. Of course, I understand. Leave it with me. We'll never mention your involvement. This meeting never happened. It may sound dramatic, but in this way you won't risk being labelled a snitch by your colleagues. Such names tend to stick. Tend to stick? She hadn't thought about that. Kari swallowed and nodded quickly. Thank you so much. Not at all. Thank you, Ardle. You've done the right thing. Now go back to work and carry on as if nothing's happened, as they say. The Commissioner stood up. I have to get back to doing nothing. I'm supposed to be working from home. Kari got up, happy and relieved that this had proved to be far more pain-free than she'd hoped. Parr stopped in the doorway. Where is Simon now? I don't know. He just walked away from the crime scene where we found the car and the body last night, and no one has seen him since. So you've no idea? The last thing I did was give him a list of hotels where Loftus might be staying. Based on what? That he pays cash. Hardly anyone does these days. Clever. Good luck. Thank you. Kari walked down the steps and was level with the sprinkler when she heard footsteps behind her. It was Parr. Just one more thing, he said. Based on what I'm hearing, I understand there's a possibility that it might be you yourself who'll finally track down Loftus for us. Yes, Kari said, and knew it sounded as conceited as she had intended. If that were to happen, then remember that he's armed and dangerous, that you'll be treated sympathetically if you, or several of your colleagues, are forced to defend yourselves. Kari brushed aside the usual stray hairs. Just what exactly does that mean? Just that the threshold for an armed response to stop this killer is low. Remember, he's already tortured one public servant. Kari could feel the wind blow a fine spray of water. Very well, she said. I'll have a word with the head of Kripos, Parr said. It might be an idea for you and Osmund Björnstad to work together as a team on this investigation. I do believe you have the same understanding of the situation. Simon stared into the mirror. The years were passing. The hours were passing. He wasn't the man he had been 15 years ago. He wasn't even the man he was 72 hours ago. Once he had believed he was invincible. Once he had believed he was scum. He had come to the conclusion that he was neither, that he was a human being of flesh and blood with the potential to do the right thing, or let himself be ruled by his basest instincts. But did that mean that he, or anyone, had free will? Wouldn't we all, given the same mathematical equation, the same odds, the same probability of what paid off, make the same choices over and over? People claimed that you could change your values. A woman might come into your life. You might grow wiser and reach a new appreciation of what really mattered. Yes, but only because those other things had become important. All that had happened was that the numbers in the equation had changed. You still solved it in the same way. You would then have made those new choices over and over, determined by the composition of chemical substances in your brain, available information, survival instinct, sexual urges, mortal fear, learned morality, and herd instinct. We don't punish people because they are evil, but because they make bad choices, choices that are bad for the herd. Morality isn't heaven-sent or eternal, just a set of rules that benefit the herd. And those who are incapable of following the rules, the accepted pattern of behavior, will never be able to conform because they have no free will. It's an illusion. Like the rest of us, lawbreakers just do what they do. That is why they must be eliminated, to ensure they don't procreate and so infect the herd with their negative behavior genes. Simon Kephas thought that what he was looking at in the mirror was a robot, complex and complicated and filled with possibilities, but a robot all the same. So what did the boy want to avenge? What did he hope to achieve? Save a world that didn't want to be saved? Exterminate all the things we won't admit we need? Because who can bear to live in a world without crime, without the idiotic rebellion of the stupid, without the irrational ones who bring about movement, change, without the hope of a better or a worse world? This hellish restlessness, the shark's need for constant movement to get oxygen. This moment is fine. Let us stay as we are, just like this. Only it never happened. Simon heard footsteps. He checked that his pistol's safety catch was off. The key was turned in the lock. The footsteps sounded quick. Someone was in a hurry. He counted the seconds without taking his eyes off his face in the mirror over the sink in the bathroom. The boy, having seen that everything was exactly as when he left the room, would relax and drop his guard. He might come in here, but by then he would have put down any weapons. Simon kept counting. On 20, he opened the door and stepped out, holding his pistol. The boy was sitting on the bed. He had a bandage around his head. In front of him on the floor lay the briefcase from the wardrobe. It was opened and filled with bags of white powder, which Simon recognized instantly. The boy had cut a hole in one of them. In his left hand he held a teaspoon with white powder, in the other a lit lighter. On the bed lay a pile of disposable syringes and a sheet of hypodermic needles. "Who shoots first?" the boy asked. Chapter 41. Simon sat down in the chair opposite him, watched him hold the lighter under the teaspoon. "How did you find me?" "Your phone," Simon said, without taking his eyes off the flame. "And the background noises? Hookers at work. You know who I am?" "Simon Kephas," the boy said. "I recognize you from the photographs." The powder started to dissolve. Tiny bubbles rose to the surface. "I won't resist arrest. I was going to turn myself in later today anyway." "Oh? Why? Is your crusade over so soon?" "There is no crusade," the boy said, putting down the teaspoon with care. Simon knew this was to allow the liquid heroin to cool. "There is only blind faith, those of us who still believe what we were taught as children, until the day we discover that the world isn't like that we're trash. We're all rubbish." Simon put the gun in the palm of his hand and looked at it. "I'm not taking you to the police station, Sonny. I'm taking you to the twin. You, the drugs, and the money you stole from him." The boy looked up at him as he tore the wrapper off a syringe. "Fine. It's all the same to me. He's going to kill me?" "Yes." "Taking out the trash. Just let me shoot up first." He put a ball of cotton wool in the spoon, pushed the needle through it, and pulled up the plunger. "I don't know these drugs. They might not be pure," he said, as if to explain the cotton wool filtering. Then he looked up at Simon to see if he appreciated the irony. "Heroin from Carla Farrison's stash," Simon said. "You've had it all this time without being tempted to sample it?" The boy laughed harshly, briefly. "I put that badly," Simon said. "Delete, tempted. But you've managed to resist." "How?" The boy shrugged. "I know a thing or two about addicts," Simon said. "The list of things that makes us quit isn't long. Either we've found Jesus, a girl, our own children, or the man with the scythe. In my case, it was a girl. And in yours?" The boy said nothing. "Your father?" The boy simply probed Simon with his eyes, as if he had discovered something. Simon shook his head. "You two are so alike. It's even clearer to me now than in the photos. They always said that he and I were nothing like each other. Not you and your father. You and your mother. You have her eyes. She used to get up at the crack of dawn, before the rest of us, and have breakfast before she rushed off to work. Sometimes I would get up early just to see her sit there, before she got ready to go out, tired, but with those amazing, beautiful eyes." The boy sat completely still now. Simon kept turning the pistol over as if he was looking for something. "We were 4 people who had nothing, who shared a flat in Oslo. It was cheaper that way. 3 boys who went to the police college, plus your mother. The 3 boys called themselves the Troika, and they were best mates. They were your father, me, and Pontius Par. Your mother had looked in the paper for a place to stay and taken our spare room. I think all 3 of us fell in love with her the moment we saw her." Simon smiled. "We circled each other, courting her in secret. And we were 3 handsome guys. I don't think she quite knew which one of us to pick." "I didn't know that," the boy said. "But I know she picked the wrong one." "Yes," Simon said. "She picked me." Simon looked up from his gun, met Sonny's gaze. "Your mother was the love of my life, Sonny. I nearly went completely under when she left me and started seeing your father, especially when it turned out soon afterwards that she was pregnant. The 2 of them moved out, bought the house in Berg. She was pregnant. He was still at the police college. They didn't have a pot to piss in. But interest rates were low, and in those years the banks were throwing money at you." Sonny hadn't blinked once. Simon cleared his throat. "It was around that time I started gambling in earnest. I was already in debt when I started betting on the horses. High stakes. There was something liberating about standing at the edge of the abyss and knowing that whatever happened, it would take me away from where I was. Up or down, it almost didn't matter. At that time, your father and I had drifted apart. I don't suppose I could bear his happiness. He and Pontius had become close buddies. The Troika had dissolved. I made up some excuse when he asked me to be your godfather, but I sneaked into the back of the church when you were christened. You were the only baby who didn't cry. You just looked up calmly and smiled at the new, slightly nervous vicar as if you were christening him and not the other way round. I went right out and put 13,000 kroner on a horse called Sonny. And? You owe me 13,000 kroner. The boy smiled. Why are you telling me all this? Because from time to time I've wondered if things had to be like that. If I could have chosen differently. If Ab could have. If you could have. Einstein said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, thinking you'll get a different outcome. But what if there was something else, divine inspiration, which could make us choose differently next time? The boy tied a rubber tube around his upper arm. You sound like a believer, Simon Kefas. I don't know. I'm only asking. What I do know is that your father's intentions were good, no matter how harshly you judge him. He wanted to make a better life, not just for himself, but for the 3 of you. Love was his downfall. And now you judge yourself just as harshly because you think you're his copy. But you're not your father. Just because he failed morally doesn't mean that you will. A son's responsibility isn't to be like his father, but to be better than him. The boy sank his teeth into the end of the rubber tube. Perhaps, but why does it matter now? He said out of the corner of his mouth, pulling his head back so that the tube tightened and the veins on his forearm stood out. He held the syringe in an underhand grip with his thumb on the top of the plunger and the needle resting against the inside of his middle finger. Like a Chinese table tennis player, Simon thought. He held the syringe with his right hand, even though he was left-handed, but Simon knew that junkies had to learn to shoot up with both hands. It matters because it's your turn to choose now, Sonny. Do you insert that needle? Or do you help me get the twin? And the real mole? A drop glistened at the tip of the needle. From the street came the sound of traffic and laughter. From the neighboring room, quiet pillow talk, the calm summer pulse of the city. I'll set up a meeting where both the twin and the mole will be present, but I can't do it unless you're alive. You're the bait. The boy didn't appear to have heard him. He had bowed his head and was practically curling around the syringe, getting ready for the high. Simon braced himself, and was surprised when he heard the boy's voice. Who is he? The mole? Simon felt a pain in his chest and realized that he had forgotten to breathe. You'll find out if you turn up, not before. I know what you're going through, Sonny, but there is always a point where things can no longer be put off, where you can't be weak one more day and promise yourself that tomorrow you will start that other life. Sonny shook his head. There won't be another life. Simon stared at the syringe. And that was when he realized. It was an overdose. Do you want to die without knowing, Sonny? The boy raised his gaze from the syringe and up to Simon. Look where knowing has got me, Cephas. Is this it? Osmond Bjornstar asked as he leaned across the steering wheel. He read the sign above the entrance. The Bismarck Hotel? Yes, Kari said, and undid her seatbelt. And you're sure this is where he is? Simon wanted to know which hotels in Quadraturin had guests paying cash. I guessed that he must know something, so I called the 6 hotels and sent them pictures of Sonny Loftus. And got a hit with the Bismarck? The receptionist confirmed that the man in the picture is staying in room 216. He also said that a police officer had already been there and had accessed the room, that the hotel had done a deal with the police officer, which he expected us to honor. Simon Cephas? I'm afraid so. All right, we'd better get going. Osmond Bjornstar picked up the police radio and pressed the talk button. Delta, come in. The loudspeaker crackled. Delta here, over. I give you permission to enter. It's room 216. Received. We're going in. Over and out. Bjornstar put down the police radio. What are their orders? Kari said, sensing how tight her shirt felt. To prioritize their own safety, shoot to kill if necessary. Where are you going? To get some fresh air. Kari crossed the street. In front of her ran police officers dressed in black and holding MP5 machine guns. Some went into the hotel's reception, some into the yard where the back stairs and the fire exit were located. She walked through reception and was halfway up the stairs when she heard the crash of a door being smashed in and the dull bang of stun grenades. She continued up the stairs and along the corridor and heard the crackling of police radios. The area is cleared and secured. She turned into the room. 4 police officers, 1 in the bathroom, 3 in the bedroom, all wardrobes and windows opened. No one else. No possessions left behind. The guest had checked out. Marcus was sitting on his haunches looking for frogs in the grass when he saw the sun come out of the yellow house and walk towards him. The afternoon sun hung so low over the roof that when the sun stopped in front of Marcus, it looked as if it was shining out of his head. He was smiling, and Marcus was pleased that he no longer looked as miserable as he had earlier that day. "It was nice meeting you, Marcus. Are you going now?" "Yes, I have to." "Why do you always have to go?" he burst out before he could stop himself. The son squatted down as well and put his hand on Marcus's shoulder. "I remember your father, Marcus." "You do?" Marcus said, sounding unconvinced. "Yes, and no matter what your mother might say or think, he was always nice to me. Once he chased away a huge bull elk that had strayed from the forest and come into the neighborhood." "He did?" "Single-handedly." Then Marcus saw a strange sight. Behind the son's head, in the open bedroom window in the yellow house, the thin white curtains billowed out, even though there was no wind at all. The son got up, ruffled Marcus's hair, and started walking down the road, swinging a briefcase as he whistled. Something caught Marcus's eye, and he turned towards the house again. The curtains were on fire, and now he saw that the other windows were also open, all of them. A bull elk, Marcus thought. My father chased away a bull elk. The house made a noise as if it was sucking in air. The sound took on rumbling undertones, and then singing overtones that gained strength and turned into menacing, triumphant music. And how they jumped and twirled behind the black windows now, the yellow ballerinas already celebrating the downfall, Judgment Day. Simon put the car in neutral and let the engine idle. Further down the street, outside his house, was another car. A new blue Ford Mondeo, tinted windows at the back. An identical model had been parked outside the eye unit of the hospital. It could be a coincidence, of course, but he knew that Oslo police had purchased 8 Ford Mondeos last year, with tinted windows at the back so that you couldn't see the flashing blue light that was kept behind the rear headrest. Simon grabbed the mobile lying on the passenger seat. The call was answered before the phone had rung twice. "What do you want?" "Hello, Pontius. It must be very frustrating for you that my phone keeps moving." "Stop this lunacy now, Simon, and I promise you it won't have consequences." "None at all. Not if you call it off now. Do we have a deal?" "You always wanted to do deals, Pontius. Well, I've got a deal for you. Turn up at a restaurant tomorrow morning." "What's on the menu?" "A couple of criminals whose arrest will be a feather in your cap." "Be more specific?" "No, but I will give you an address and a time if you promise to bring only one person. My colleague, Kari Adel." There was silence for a moment. "Are you trying to set me up, Simon?" "Have I ever? Remember, you stand to win a great deal. Or more accurately, you have a lot to lose if you let these people get away." "Do I have your word that we're not walking into an ambush?" "Yes. Do you think I would let anything happen to Kari?" Pause. No, you never had that in you, Simon. I guess that's why I never made it to Commissioner." "Very funny. When and where?" 7:15, Arkebrygge, number 86. See you there." Simon opened the side window, tossed out the phone, and saw it disappear over a neighboring fence. In the distance he could hear the sound of fire engines. Then he put the car in gear and revved the engine. He drove westwards. At Smestad he took the exit to Holmenkollåsen, zigzagged up to the viewpoint that had always given him a sense of perspective. The Honda had been removed by now, and the CSOs had finished their work. After all, it was no longer a crime scene. Not for a murder, anyway. Simon parked the car so that he had a view of the fjord and the sunset. As it started to grow dark, Oslo began to look more and more like a dying fire with glowing red and yellow embers. Simon pulled up the collar on his coat and reclined the seat. He had to try to get some sleep. Tomorrow was a big day. The biggest of them all. If luck was on their side. "Try this one," Marta said, handing the young man a jacket. He was relatively new. She had only seen him here once before. 20 years old, possibly, but he would be lucky if he lived to see 25. Or at least that was the general opinion of the others in reception at the Ila Center. "Great, it suits you," she smiled, Try wearing it with these, perhaps?" She handed him a pair of jeans, barely worn. She became aware that someone was standing behind her and turned round. He must have entered through the cafe. Perhaps he had been standing in the doorway to the clothing storeroom, watching her for a while. The suit and the bandage around his head were enough to get him noticed, but Marta didn't even see them. All she saw was his intense, hungry gaze. Everything she didn't want. Everything she wanted. Lars Gilberg turned over in his brand-new sleeping bag. The shop assistant in the outdoor store had looked skeptically at the 1,000-kroner note before accepting it and handing him the miraculous sleeping bag. Gilberg blinked. "You're back," he declared. "Jesus, you turned Hindu?" His voice echoed sharply under the arches of the bridge. "Perhaps." The boy smiled and squatted down beside him. "I need a place to sleep tonight." "Be my guest, though you look as if you could afford a hotel." "They'll find me there." "There's plenty of room here and no surveillance." "Can I borrow some of your newspapers, please? I mean, if you've read them, that is." Gilberg chuckled. "You can borrow my trusty old snoozy. I use it as a mattress now." He pulled the old dilapidated and filthy sleeping bag out from underneath him. "Know what? You take the new one, and I'll sleep in the old one tonight. There's a little too much of me in the old one. Know what I mean?" "Are you sure?" "Yes, old Snoozy is missing me." "Thank you so much, Lars." Lars Gilberg just smiled in return. And when he lay down, he felt a pleasant warmth that didn't come from the sleeping bag. It came from inside him. It sounded as if the corridors heaved a collective sigh when all the cell doors at Staden were simultaneously locked for the night. Johannes Halden sat down on his bed. It made no difference what he did, sitting, lying, or standing. The pain was the same, and he knew that it wouldn't go away, but would only grow worse with each passing day. His disease was visible now. The cancer in his lungs had been joined by a tumour the size of a golf ball in his groin. Arild Frank had been true to his word. As a punishment for helping the boy escape, Johannes would be eaten up by cancer in his cell without medical attention or pain relief. It was possible that Frank might send him to the sick bay when he felt that Halden had suffered long enough and could die at any moment, simply to avoid having to register a death in a cell in his annual report. It was very quiet, camera-monitored and quiet. In the old days, prison officers would do rounds after lockdown, and hearing their footsteps had been comforting. One of the officers at Ullersmo prison, Hovelsmo, an older, religious man, used to sing on his rounds, old hymns in a deep baritone. It was the best lullaby a long-term prisoner could get. Even the most psychotic ones stopped screaming when they heard Hovelsmo walk down the corridors. Johannes wished that Hovelsmo was here now. He wished that the boy was here now. But he wasn't complaining. The boy had given him what he wanted, forgiveness, and a lullaby on top of that. He held the syringe up to the light. The lullaby. The boy had told him that he'd got it in a Bible from the prison chaplain, the late Per Vollan, may his tormented soul find peace, and that this was the purest heroin available in Oslo. Then he had shown him how to inject it when the time came. Johannes put the needle on top of a thick blue vein in his arm. He took a trembling breath. So this was all there was. This was his life. A life which could have been so different if he hadn't said yes to smuggling the 2 sacks from Songkla port. Strange. Would he have said yes today? No. But the man he once was had said yes, over and over again. So it could be no other way. He pressed the needle against the skin, shuddered slightly when he saw the skin yield and the needle slide in. Then he pressed the plunger down, evenly and calmly. It was important to empty the syringe completely. The first thing that happened was that the pain went away, as if by magic. Then the second thing happened. And he finally understood what the others had been talking about. The high, the free fall, the embrace. Could it really be that simple, that all this time it had only been one needle prick away? Had she only been one needle prick away? Because she was here now, in her silk dress, with her shiny black hair, her almond eyes, and her tender voice that whispered the difficult English words with soft cherry lips. Johannes Halden closed his eyes and collapsed on the bed. Her kiss. It was all he had ever wanted. Marcus stared at the TV. They were talking about all the people who had been killed in the last few weeks. It was on the TV and the radio all the time. His mum had told him not to watch it so much. It would only give him nightmares. But he didn't have nightmares anymore. And now he was on the telly, and Marcus had recognized him. He was sitting at a table covered with microphones, answering questions, and Marcus remembered him because of his frameless glasses. Marcus didn't know what any of it meant, or how it all went together. All he knew was that the man wouldn't have to come over to turn on the heating in the yellow house, now that it had burned down. Part 5. Chapter 42. At 6:35 a.m., Beatrice Jonassen, receptionist at Tomter and Öre solicitors, strangled a yawn while she tried to remember what film the woman in the trench coat in front of her reminded her of. Something with Audrey Hepburn. Breakfast at Tiffany's? The woman also wore a silk scarf and sunglasses that gave her a 60s look. She placed a bag on the counter, said it was for Jan Öre, as arranged, and left. Half an hour later, the sun bounced off the windows of Oslo Town Hall's red brick facade. The first ferries docked at Akerbrygge, and commuters from Nesoddtangen, Son, and Drøbak poured ashore on their way to work. It was going to be another cloudless day, but there was a crispness in the air, a hint that not even this summer would last forever. Two men walked side by side along the promenade between the piers, passing restaurants with chairs still upside down on tables, clothes shops that wouldn't open for another couple of hours, and street vendors unpacking and preparing for the last onslaught on the capital's tourists. The younger of the two men was wearing an elegant but crumpled and stained grey suit. The older one wore a checked jacket bought in a sale at Dressmann, and trousers that matched it only in terms of price. They wore identical sunglasses, bought at a petrol station 20 minutes earlier, and were carrying identical briefcases. The two men turned into a deserted alleyway. 50 meters into it, they walked down a narrow iron staircase to the modest door of a restaurant which, judging by the discreet sign, appeared to serve fish and seafood. The older man tried the door but found it was locked. He knocked. A face, distorted as if in a funfair mirror, appeared on the other side of the porthole in the door. The lips moved, and the words sounded as if they came from underwater. "Hold up your hands where I can see them." They did as he said, and the door was opened. The man was blond and stocky. The pair looked down at the pistol he was pointing at them. "Nice to see you again," said the older man in the checked jacket, and pushed his sunglasses up on his forehead. "Come in," the blond man said. They entered, and two men in black suits immediately started patting them down, while the blond man leaned casually against the cloakroom counter, but without ever lowering his pistol. A pistol was taken from the older man's shoulder holster and handed to the blond man. "This one's clean," said the other man in the black suit, nodding towards the young man, "but he has some bandage thing around his waist." The blond man stared at the young man. "So you're like the Buddha with the sword, yeah? The angel from hell, eh?" The young man said nothing. The blond man spat on the floor in front of his shiny black Vass shoes. "Good nickname. Looks like someone stitched a fucking crucifix on your forehead." "And on yours." The blond man frowned. "What the fuck do you mean, Buddha? Can't you feel it?" The blond man took a step forward and raised himself up on his toes so that their noses almost touched. Now, the older man said. "Shut up, Grandad," the blond man said, pulling aside the young man's jacket and shirt. His fingers slowly probed the bandage around his waist. "Here?" he asked, when his hand had reached the young man's side. 2 beads of sweat appeared on the young man's forehead above his sunglasses. The blond man prodded the bandage. The young man opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The blond man snarled. "Yep, here it is." He dug his fingers in, squeezed the flesh, and pulled. A hoarse rattling came from the young man. "Bo, he's waiting," one of the others reminded him. Yeah, the blond man said softly, without taking his eyes off the young man, who was gasping for air. The blond man pressed harder. A single tear rolled down the pale cheek under the young man's sunglasses. "Greetings from Sylvester and Yevgeny," the blond man whispered. Then he released his grip and turned to the others. "Take their briefcases and bring them in." The new arrivals handed over their briefcases and entered the dining room. The older man instinctively slowed down. The silhouette of a man, a big man, was outlined against the green light from the aquarium, where colourful fish darted back and forth, and a crystal sparkled on a large white stone with long grasses that waved in the current from the bubbles. Lobsters with wired claws lay on the bottom. "Like I promised you," the older man whispered. "Here he is." "But where's the mole?" the young man said. "Trust me, he'll be here."
"Chief Inspector Simon gave us," the big man thundered, "and Sonny Loftus. I've been waiting a long time for this. Sit down."
The young man moved more stiffly than the older as they stepped forward and took their seats opposite the big man. Another man slipped in silently through the swing door to the kitchen, broad-shouldered and with a bull neck like the other 3. "They came alone," he said, and positioned himself with the rest of the welcoming committee so that they formed a semicircle behind the 2 newcomers.
"Too bright for you in here, is it?" said the big man, addressing the young man, who was still wearing his sunglasses.
"I can see everything I want to see, thank you," the young man replied in a deadpan voice.
"Good answer. I wish I had your young, fresh eyes."
The big man pointed to his own eyes.
"Did you know that the eye's sensitivity to light is reduced by 30% before you've even turned 50? Viewed like that, life is a journey towards the darkness, not the light. Yes, no pun intended as far as your wife is concerned, Chief Inspector Geffers. That's why we have to learn to navigate life without being able to see as soon as we can. We must acquire the mole's ability to use our other senses, to see what obstacles and threats lie ahead of us. Yes?"
He flung his arms out. It was like watching a JCB with 2 buckets.
"Oh, you could, of course, buy yourself a mole to see for you. The problem with moles is that they tend to stay underground, so they're easy to lose. That's how I lost mine. No idea what happened to him. And I understand that you've been looking for him as well, yes?"
The young man shrugged.
"Let me guess. Geffers talked you into coming here by promising you the mole. Yes?"
The older man cleared his throat. "Sonny is here of his own volition because he wants to make peace. He thinks he has avenged his father, and that the parties should now go their separate ways. In order to show that he's serious, he's prepared to give back the money and the drugs he took. In return, the hunt for him will be called off. Could we have the briefcases, please?" The big man nodded to the blond man, who put the 2 briefcases on the table. The older man reached for one of the briefcases, but the blond man pushed his hand away. "As you wish," said the older man, holding up his palms. "I just wanted to show you that Mr. Loftus has brought you 1/3 of the drugs and 1/3 of the money, for now. You'll get the rest when he has your promise of a truce and gets to walk out of here alive." Cardi switched off the ignition in the car, looked up at the neon sign of the former shipyard where red letters spelled out AKER Brygge. People were flowing out from the ferry, which had just arrived. "Is it really safe for the Commissioner to meet with criminals without backup?" "Like a friend of mine used to say," Pontius Power replied, checking his pistol before he put it back in the shoulder holster. "No risk, no reward." "That sounds like Simon," Kari said, and looked at the clock at the top of the town hall tower. 7:10. "Correct," Power said. "And do you know something, Ardle? I have a feeling today will earn us many plaudits. I want you to accompany me to the press conference afterwards. The Commissioner and the young female officer." He smacked his lips as if he was tasting something. "Yes, I think that will go down well." He opened the passenger door and got out. Kari almost had to run along the promenade to keep up with him. "Well," the older man said, "do we have a deal? You get back what was taken from you, and Loftus gets safe passage so he can leave the country."
"And you get a small commission for brokering the deal, yes?"
The big man smiled. "Exactly."
Hmm.
The big man looked at Simon as if searching for something he couldn't find.
"Bo, open the briefcases."
Bo stepped forward and tried to open the first one. "It's locked, boss."
"1,"
the young man said in a soft, almost whispering voice.
999.
Bo rotated the metal cylinders, flipped up the lid, swiveled the briefcase around to his boss.
"There we are,"
the big man said, holding up one of the white bags.
"A third. And where is the rest?"
"In a secret location," the older man said.
"Of course it is. And the code to the briefcase with the money?"
"The same," the young man said.
1999. The year your father passed away, yes?"
The young man said nothing. "Okay," said the older man, forcing a smile and clapping his hands. "Can we go now?"
"I thought we would eat together," the big man said. "You like lobster, don't you?"
No reactions.
He sighed. "Frankly, I don't like lobster either. But do you know something? I still eat it. Why? Because it's expected of a man in my position."
The suit jacket pulled back from his mighty chest as he threw his arms out.
"Lobster, caviar, champagne, Ferraris with missing spare parts, ex-models demanding divorce settlements, the loneliness on the yacht, the heat of the Seychelles. We do a lot of things we don't really want to, yes, but it's necessary to keep up the motivation. Not mine, but the motivation of the people who work for me. They need to see these symbols of success, of what I have achieved, of what they can achieve if they do their job, yes?"
The big man stuck a cigarette in between his fleshy lips. The cigarette looked strangely small against his big head.
"But of course, these status symbols are also there to remind potential rivals and opponents of my power. It's the same with violence and brutality. I don't like it, but sometimes it's necessary to maintain motivation. Incentivize people to pay me what they owe me. Induce them not to work against me."
He lit the cigarette with a pistol lighter.
"For example, there was a man who used to modify weapons for me. He retired. I accept that a man would rather fix motorbikes than make guns. What I can't accept is that he then gives an Uzi to someone he knows has already killed several of my men."
The big man tapped the aquarium glass. The young and the older man's gaze followed his finger. The young man jumped in his chair. The older man just stared. The white stone with the undulating grass growing from it. It wasn't a stone, and the reflection didn't come from a crystal, but from a gold tooth. Now some people might think decapitating a man is excessive. But if you want to instill loyalty in your staff, sometimes you have to go the extra mile. I'm sure you'll agree with me, Chief Inspector. I beg your pardon? The older man said. The big man tilted his head and studied him. Trouble hearing, Chief Inspector? The older man shifted his gaze from the aquarium back to the big man. Old age, I'm afraid. So if you could speak up, that would be helpful. The twin laughed in surprise. Speak up? He took a drag of his cigarette and looked across to the blond man. Did you check them for wires? Yes, boss. We also checked the restaurant. Then you're going deaf, give us. What's going to happen to you and your wife when, what's the saying, the blind will be leading the deaf? He looked around with his eyebrows raised, and the four men immediately burst out laughing. They laugh because they're scared of me, the big man said, addressing the young man. Are you scared, boy? The young man said nothing. The older man glanced at his watch. Kari glanced at her watch, 7:14. Pa had stressed that they had to be on time. This is it, Pa said, pointing to the name at the front. He went up to the door of the restaurant and held it open for Kari. It was dark and quiet in the cloakroom, but she could hear a voice coming from a room further down the corridor. Pa took his pistol out of the shoulder holster and signaled to Kari to do the same. She knew stories were going around the station about her performance with the shotgun at Ennerhogen, so she explained to the commissioner that she, despite the evidence, was a novice in armed raids. But he had responded that Simon had insisted that she, and only she, should accompany him, and added that in 9 out of 10 cases it was enough to show your warrant card, and in 99 out of 100 cases enough to show it along with a weapon. Even so, Kari's heart was pounding wildly as they moved swiftly down the corridor. The voice fell quiet as they entered the dining room. Police, Pa said, aiming the pistol at the people sitting at the only occupied table. Kari had taken 2 steps to the side and had the bigger of the 2 men in her sights. For one moment it was completely quiet, except for Johnny Cash's voice and Give My Love to Rose, pouring out of a small speaker on the wall between the buffet and the stuffed head of a long-horned ox. A steak restaurant serving breakfast. The 2 men at the table, both wearing pale grey suits, looked at them in surprise. Kari realized that they weren't the only customers in the bright room after all. At a table by the window overlooking the seafront, an elderly couple looked like they were having a simultaneous heart attack. We must be in the wrong place, Kari thought. This couldn't possibly be the restaurant Simon wanted them to go to. Then the smaller of the 2 men dabbed his mouth with his napkin and spoke. Thank you for coming here in person, Commissioner. I can assure you that neither of us is armed or has evil intentions. Who are you? Pa thundered. My name is Jan Öre. I'm a lawyer and I represent this gentleman, Ivar Iverson Sr. He extended his hand towards the taller man, and Kari immediately recognized the likeness to Iverson Jr. What are you doing here? The same as you, I presume. Really? I was told there were criminals on the menu. And that's a promise we intend to keep, Pa. Well, the big man said, you should be scared. He nodded to the blond man, who pulled a slim, long-bladed knife from his belt, took a step forward, put his arm around the young man's forehead, and pressed the knife against his throat. Do you really think I cared about you stealing a bit of loose change from me, Lofthus? Forget the money and the drugs. I've promised Bo that he gets to cut you into little pieces,
and I regard the lost drugs and the money as a good investment. A good investment in motivation, yes? There are several ways we can do this, of course, but you'll suffer a less painful death if you tell us what you did with Sylvester so that we can give him a Christian burial. So, what's it to be?
The young man gulped, but said nothing. The big man banged the table with his fist so the glasses jumped.
Are you deaf as well?
Perhaps he is, said the blond man, whose face was right by the young man's ear, sticking up under the arm he had wrapped around him. Buddha here is wearing earplugs. The others laughed. The big man shook his head in despair while he scrolled his way to the code on the other briefcase.
He's yours, Bo. Cut him up.
There was a ping when the big man opened the briefcase, but the men were too focused on Bo's knife to notice the small metal pin falling from the inside of the briefcase and bouncing across the stone floor. Your tiny, clever mother is right about a lot of things, but wrong as far as you're concerned, Simon said. She never should have let the devil's child suck her tits.
What the
big man began. His men turned round. In the briefcase, next to a pistol and an Uzi, lay an olive-green object that looked like a handlebar grip of a bicycle. The big man looked up again, just in time to see the older man flip down the sunglasses from his forehead. It's correct that I agreed with Chief Inspector Simon Kefas to meet you here with my client, Jan Euler said, having shown Pontius Parr ID to prove that he was indeed a lawyer. Didn't he tell you? No, Pontius Parr said. Kari could see the confusion and anger in Parr's face. Euler exchanged glances with his client. Am I to take it that you don't know about our deal, either? What deal? Our plea bargain for a reduced sentence. Parr shook his head. All Simon Kefas told me was that I would have a couple of criminals handed to me on a plate. So what's this about? Euler was about to reply when Ivar Iverson leaned over and whispered something in his ear. Euler nodded, and Iverson sat back in his chair again and closed his eyes. Kari studied him. He looked broken, she thought. Beaten, resigned. Euler cleared his throat. Chief Inspector Kefas believes he has some evidence against my client and his late wife. It concerns a number of property transactions with a party by the name of Partie-2, perhaps better known by his nickname, the Twin. Two, Kari thought. Not a common name, and yet she had heard it recently. Someone she had said hello to. Someone at the police station. Kefas also claims to have evidence of an alleged hit which he believes Agneta Iverson ordered. Kefas said that out of consideration for Iverson's son, he would refrain from presenting proof of the latter, and as far as the property transactions are concerned, my client will be given a reduced sentence in return for a guilty plea and for giving evidence against two in a subsequent trial. Pontius Parr took off his rectangular glasses and polished them with his handkerchief. Kari was surprised at how childishly blue his eyes were. It sounds like a deal we can honor. Good, Euler said, and opened the briefcase that was lying on the chair next to him, took out an envelope and pushed it across the table to Parr. Here is a printout of all property transactions undertaken to launder money for Partie-2. Iverson is also prepared to testify against Frederick Ansgar, formerly of the Serious Fraud Office, who made sure that no one ever investigated the transactions. Parr took the envelope, squeezed it. There's something else inside, he said. A memory stick. It contains a sound file which Kefas sent to my client from a mobile, and which he requested should also be handed over to you. Do you know what's on it? Euler and Iverson exchanged looks again. Iverson cleared his throat. It's a recording of someone. Chief Inspector Kefas said that you would know who it was. I brought along a computer in case you wanted to listen to it straight away, Euler said. The open briefcase, the weapons, the olive-green grenade. Chief Inspector Simon Kefas had time to press his eyes shut and cover his ears. There was a flash of light that felt like fire breathing on his face, and a bang like a punch to the stomach. Then he opened his eyes, lunged forward, grabbed the pistol from the briefcase and turned round. The blond man was frozen, as if he had just stared straight into the eyes of Medusa. He still had his arm around Sonny's head and the knife in his hand. And Simon saw it now. Sonny had been right. The guy really did have a cross on his forehead. A crosshair's sight. Simon pulled the trigger and saw the hole the bullet made below the blonde fringe. As the man fell, Sonny grabbed the Uzi. Simon had explained to him that they would have a maximum of 2 seconds before the temporary paralysis would lift. They had sat in the hotel room at the Bismarck and practiced this very moment, seizing the weapons and discharging them. They hadn't been able to predict the sequence of events in detail, obviously, and right up until the point where the twin opened the briefcase, triggering the stun grenade, Simon had been sure that it would all go to hell. But when he saw Sonny pull the trigger and pirouette on one foot, he knew that the twin wouldn't go home happy after this day at work. The bullet spat from the stuttering weapon that never made it past the first syllable. 2 of the twin's men were already down, and the third had managed to stick his hand inside his jacket when the spray of bullets drew a dotted line across his chest. He remained standing for a moment before his knees received the message that he was dead, and by then Simon had already turned to the twin and stared in astonishment at the empty chair. How could such a big man move so? He spotted him at the end of the aquarium, right by the swing door to the kitchen. He took aim and pressed the trigger 3 times in quick succession. He saw the twin's jacket twitch, and then the glass in the aquarium cracked. For a moment it looked as if the water might retain its rectangular shape, held together by habit or unseen forces, before it came crashing towards them like a green wall. Simon tried to leap aside, but he was too slow. He crunched a lobster underfoot as he took a step, felt his knee buckle and fell his full length in the deluge. When he looked up again, he couldn't see the twin, only the flapping kitchen door. "Are you okay?" Sonny asked, as he offered to help Simon back on his feet. "Never been better," Simon groaned and knocked aside Sonny's hand. "But if the twin gets away now, he'll be gone for good." Simon ran to the kitchen door, kicked it open, and entered, holding the pistol in front of him. The harsh smell of a commercial kitchen. His gaze quickly scanned the brushed metal worktops and cookers, rows of pots, ladles, and palette knives hanging from the low ceiling and obstructing his view. Simon squatted down to look for shadows or movement. "The floor," Sonny said. Simon looked down. Red stains on the blue-grey tiles. His eyes hadn't deceived him. One of his bullets had found its target. He heard the distant sound of a door slamming. "Come on." The blood trail led them out of the kitchen, along a dark corridor, where Simon tore off his sunglasses, up a staircase and down another corridor, which ended in a metal door. A door that would have made the very noise they had just heard. Even so, Simon checked all the side doors on their way down the corridor and looked inside. 9 out of 10 men fleeing from 2 men and an Uzi would always take the shortest and most obvious way out, but the twin was the 10th man, always cold, always rational and calculating, the type who survives a shipwreck. He might simply have slammed the door in order to misdirect them. "We're losing him," Sonny said. "Calm down," Simon said, and opened the last side door. Nothing. And the bloodstains were now unequivocal. The twin was behind the metal door. "Ready?" Simon asked. Sonny nodded and positioned himself with the Uzi aimed right at the door. Simon pressed his back against the wall beside the door, lowered the handle, and pushed open the metal door. He saw Sonny get hit by the sunlight. Simon stepped outside. He felt the wind on his face. Damn! They were looking out at an empty street that lay bathed in morning sunshine. The street was Russelukveien, which intersected Munkedamsveien and disappeared upwards in the direction of the palace gardens. No cars, no people, and no twin. Chapter 43. "The blood stops here," Simon said, pointing at the tarmac. The twin must have realized he was leaving a trail of blood and managed to stop it from dripping on the ground. The type that survives a shipwreck. He stared up at the deserted Russelukveien, let his gaze sweep past St. Paul's Church, past the small bridge where the road bent and disappeared out of sight. He looked left and right across Munkedamsveien. Nothing. "Bloody hell!" Sonny slapped his thigh with the Uzi in frustration. "If he'd stayed on the road, we would have been in time to see him," Simon said. "He must have gone in somewhere." "Where?" "I don't know. Perhaps they had a car out here. Perhaps—" "Hey!" Simon pointed to the ground between Sonny's shoes. "Look, there's another bloodstain. What if—" Sonny shook his head and opened his jacket. The side of the clean shirt Simon had given him was red. Simon swore silently. "That bastard managed to reopen the wound." Sonny shrugged. Simon let his gaze wander upwards again. There was no street parking, no shops were open, only closed gates leading to backyards. Where could he have gone? Look at it from another perspective, Simon thought. Compensate for the blind spots. Let in... He shifted his gaze. His pupils reacted to something. A sharp flash of sunlight bouncing off a small piece of moving glass, or metal. Brass. "Come on," Sonny said. "We'll try the restaurant again. Perhaps see." "No," Simon said in a low voice. A brass door handle. A closer that makes the door shut slowly behind you. A place that is always open. I can see him. You can? The church door up there, do you see it? Sonny stared. No? It's still shutting. He's inside the church. Come on. Simon ran. He put one foot in front of the other and took off. It was a simple action, something he had done since he was a boy. He had run and run, every year a little faster, and then every year a little more slowly. Neither his knees nor his breathing worked together like they used to. Simon managed to keep up with Sonny for the first 20 meters. Then the boy took off. He was at least 50 meters ahead when Simon saw him leap up the 3 steps, throw open the heavy door, and disappear inside. Simon slowed down, waited for the bang, the staccato, almost childish sound that gunshots acquired when you heard them through a wall. It didn't come. He walked up the steps, pulled open the heavy door, and entered. The smell, the silence, the weight of so many thinking people's faith. The pews were empty, but candles were lit on the altar, and Simon remembered that morning mass would start in half an hour. The candles flickered over the lost Saviour on the cross. Then he heard the whispering, chanting voice and turned to the left. Sonny was sitting in the open cubicle of the confessional with the Uzi aimed at the perforated wooden board, separating it from the other cubicle, whose black curtain almost covered the board opening. There was only a tiny crack between the curtain and the board, but through it Simon could see a hand. And on the stone floor, from underneath the curtain, a pool of blood was slowly spreading. Simon crept closer. He caught Sonny's whispering. "All earthly and heavenly gods have mercy on you and forgive you your sins. You will die, but the soul of the penitent sinner shall be led to paradise. Amen." Silence followed. Simon watched Sonny tighten his finger around the trigger. Simon put his gun back in the shoulder holster. He wasn't going to do anything, not a damn thing. The boy's verdict would be pronounced and executed. His own judgment would come later.
"Yes, we killed your father."
The twins' voice sounded feeble behind the curtain.
"We had to. The mole had told me that your father was planning to kill him. Are you listening?"
Sonny didn't reply. Simon held his breath.
"He was going to do it that very night, in the medieval ruins in Maldalen," the twin continued. "The mole said that the police were on to him, that it was only a question of time before he was exposed. So he wanted us to make the killing look like a suicide. Give the impression that your father was the mole, so that the police would call off the search. I agreed to it. I had to protect my mole, yes."
Simon saw Sonny moisten his lips. "And who is he, this mole?"
"I don't know. I swear. We only ever communicated by email."
"Then you won't ever know." Sonny raised the Uzi again, curled his finger around the trigger. "Are you ready?"
"Wait. You don't have to kill me, Sonny. I'll bleed to death in here anyway. All I ask is that I get to say goodbye to my loved ones before I die. I let your father write a note telling you and your mother that he loved you. Please, show this sinner the same mercy.
Simon could see Sonny's chest heave and sink. The muscles rippled along his jawline. "Don't," Simon called out. "Don't give it to him, Sonny. Sonny turned to him. There was gentleness in his eyes. Elaine's gentleness. He had already lowered the Uzi. "Simon, all he's asking is—" Simon saw movement in the gap in the curtain, the hand being raised, a gold-plated pistol lighter, and Simon knew immediately that there wasn't enough time. Not enough time to warn Sonny and for him to react, not enough time to pull out his own gun from his shoulder holster, not enough time to give Elsa what she deserved. He was standing on the railings of the bridge across the Arca, and the river was raging under him. So Simon dived. He dived out of life and into the wonderful spinning roulette wheel. It didn't take intelligence or courage, only the folly of a doomed man who is willing to gamble a future he doesn't value highly, who knows he has less to lose than others. He dived into the open cubicle between the sun and the perforated wooden board. He heard the bang, felt the bite, the paralyzing sting of ice or heat tearing his body in two, connections being severed. And then came another sound. The Uzi. Simon's head was on the floor in the cubicle, and he felt wooden splinters from the board rain down on his face. He heard a scream. He lifted his head and saw the twin stagger out of the confessional and stumble between the pews, saw the bullets nip at the back of his suit like a swarm of angry bees. Empty shells from the Uzi, still red-hot, cascaded onto Simon, scorching his forehead. The twin knocked over pews, sank down on his knees, but he kept moving. He was refusing to die. It wasn't natural. Many years ago, when Simon had learned that the mother of one of Norway's most wanted men was working inside the police station as a cleaner and had sought her out, that had been the first thing she had said, that Levi wasn't natural. She was his mother and she loved him, obviously, but he had terrified her from the moment he was born, and not just because of his size. And she told him about that time when her young but already gigantic son had come to work with her because there was no one at home to look after him, and he had stared at his reflection in a bucket of water on the cleaning trolley and said that there was someone in there, someone who looked just like him. Sissel had suggested that perhaps they could play together, and gone to empty the waste paper baskets. When she came back, Levi had stuck his head in the bucket and was desperately kicking his legs in the air. His shoulders had become lodged inside the bucket, so that she had to use all her strength to pull him out. He had been soaking wet, and his face had gone all blue. But instead of crying like most children would have done, he had laughed, and said that the twin had been bad, had tried to kill him. From that moment on, she had wondered where he had come from, and she hadn't felt free until the day he moved out. The twin. 2 holes appeared right above the fat folds between his broad neck and mighty back, and the movements abruptly stopped. Of course, Simon thought, a perfectly normal, only child. And he knew that the big man was dead even before he tottered forward, and his forehead hit the stone floor with a thud. Simon closed his eyes. "Simon, where?" "My chest," Simon said, and coughed. He could tell from the consistency on his skin that it was blood. "I'll get you an ambulance." Simon opened his eyes. He looked down at himself, saw the deep red stain spread on his shirt front. "I won't make it. Don't bother." "Yes, you will. Listen." Sonny had taken out his mobile, but Simon covered it with his hand. "I know a little too much about gunshot wounds. All right." Sonny put his hand on Simon's chest. "It's no good," Simon said. "You run along now. You're free. You've done what you had to do." "No, I haven't." "Run, for my sake," Simon said, grabbing the boy's hand. It felt so warm and familiar, as if it were his own. "Your job is done now. Lie still. I said the mole would be there today, and he was. And now he's dead. So run. The ambulance will be here soon. Why won't you listen? If you just stop talking. It was me, Sonny." Simon looked up into the boy's clear, mild eyes. "I was the mole." Simon waited for the boy's pupils to expand in shock, for black to displace the bright green iris. But it didn't happen. And he understood.
You knew, Sonny.
Simon tried to swallow but had to cough again.
You knew it was me. How?
Sonny wiped the blood from Simon's mouth with his shirt sleeve. Arild Frank.
Frank?
After I cut off his finger, he started talking.
Talking? He knew nothing about me. No one knew that Ab and I were the moles. Sonny? No one.
No, but Frank told me what he did know, that the mole had a code name.
He told you that?
Yes. The code name was the Diver.
The Diver, yes. That was the name I used when I contacted the twin. Back then, one person used to call me that, you see. Just one person. So how did you know?
Sonny took something out of his jacket pocket, held it up in front of Simon. It was a photograph. It had dried specks of blood on it, and showed 2 men and a woman by a cairn, all 3 of them young and laughing. When I was a boy, I'd often look through our photo album, and that was where I saw this picture taken in the mountains. And I asked my mother who he was, this mysterious photographer with the exciting nickname, the Diver. And she told me that it was Simon, the 3rd of 3 best friends, that she had nicknamed him the Diver because he dived in where no one else dared.
So you put 2 and 2.
Frank didn't know there were 2 moles, but what he did tell me made everything add up, that my father was about to expose you, so you killed him before he could do it.
Simon blinked, but the darkness continued to creep in from the outer edges of his field of vision.
Even so, he could see more clearly than ever.
So you decided to kill me. That was why you contacted me. You wanted to be sure that I would find you. You were just waiting for me.
Yes, Sonny said, right until I found the diary and understood that my father was in on it, that there were 2 of you, 2 traitors.
Then your world fell apart, and you abandoned your mission. There was no longer any reason to kill.
Sonny nodded.
So what made you change your mind?
Sonny looked at him for a long time. Something you said, that a son's responsibility isn't to be like his father, but to be
better than him.
Simon could hear police sirens in the distance. He felt Sonny's hand on his forehead.
So be that, Sonny. Be better than your father.
Simon?
Yes.
You're dying. Is there anything you want?
I want to give her the gift of sight.
And forgiveness? Do you want that?
Simon closed his eyes again, hard, and shook his head. I can't. I don't deserve it.
None of us does. To err is human, to forgive is divine.
But I'm nothing to you. I'm a stranger who took away the people you loved.
You are someone. You're the diver who was always with them, but you weren't in the picture.
The boy lifted up Simon's jacket and slipped the photograph into his inside pocket.
Take it with you on your journey. They're your friends.
Simon closed his eyes. He thought, that's all right with me.
The son's words echoed in the space of the empty church. All earthly and heavenly gods have mercy on you and forgive your sins.
Simon looked at a drop of blood that had just dripped from inside the boy's jacket and onto the church floor. He moved a finger down to the drop's golden red surface. He saw how the blood seemed to stick to his fingertip. He raised the finger to his lips and closed his eyes, stared into the foaming white waterfall. The water, an icy embrace, silence, solitude, and peace. And this time he wouldn't resurface. In the silence that followed the second playing of the recording, Kari could hear birds chirping undisturbed outside the half-open window at the far end of the steak restaurant. The commissioner stared at the laptop in disbelief.
Yes, Ura asked. Yes, Pa said. The lawyer pulled out the memory stick and handed it to Pa. Did you recognize that voice? Yes, Pa said. His name is Ariel Frank, and he's the man who really runs Staten Maximum Security Prison. I'll check if that account he mentions in the Cayman Islands really exists, will you? If what he says is true, we're facing a huge scandal. I'm sorry to hear that, Ura said. Not at all, Pa said. I've had my suspicions for years. We were recently given information by a courageous police officer in Drummond which suggested that Loftus was granted day release from Staten so that he could take the fall for the Moorsan murder. We've been keeping this to ourselves until we were sure we had a solid case before we went after Frank. But with this, we ought to have more than enough ammunition. One last thing before we go. Yes? Did Chief Inspector Kefas say why he wanted you to meet with us, rather than meet you himself? Everson exchanged glances with Ura before he shrugged. He said he was busy with other things, and that you were the only two colleagues he trusted 100%. I understand, Pa said, and got up to leave. There is one more thing, Ura said, and picked up his phone. My client mentioned my name to Chief Inspector Kefas, who contacted me to ask if I could organize transport and the payment for an eye operation he has arranged at the Howell Clinic in Baltimore tomorrow. I said I would, and I have a message from our receptionist who informs me that a woman arrived at our office an hour ago and handed over a red sports bag. The bag contains a considerable amount of cash. I just want to know if this is something the police would like to follow up. Kari was aware that the birdsong outside the window had stopped and been replaced by distant sirens, several of them, police cars. Pa cleared his throat. I don't see how this information could be relevant to the police, and since the person who made the request must now be regarded as your client, then you have, as far as I'm concerned, attorney-client privilege, and you would be unable to give me any more information were I to ask. Excellent. Then we have the same understanding of the situation, Ura said, and closed his briefcase. Kari felt her mobile vibrate in her pocket, got up quickly, stepped away from the table and took out the phone. The marble came out with the phone and hit the wooden floor with a soft thud. Ardle? She stared at the marble, which seemed to hesitate, not knowing whether to move or stay where it was. But after a little quivering, it wobbled unsteadily in a southern direction. Thank you, Kari said, and put the phone back in her pocket. She turned to Pa, who was about to get up. There are 4 dead bodies at a fish restaurant called Nautilus. Pa blinked 4 times behind his glasses, and Kari wondered whether it was some kind of compulsive reaction to blink once for every new body on his patch. Where is that? Here. Here? Here on Arcobrücke. It's just a couple of 100 meters away. Kari's eyes had found the marble again. Let's go. She wanted to run over and pick up the marble. What are you waiting for, Ardle? Come on. The marble had acquired a steady course and was gaining speed. If she didn't make up her mind quickly, she would lose it. Okay, she said, and rushed after Pa. The police sirens were louder now. The noise rose and sank, cut through the air like a scythe. They ran outside, out into the white sunshine, into a morning full of promise, into the blue city. They kept running, and the morning rush of people parted in front of them. Faces flickered in and out of Kari's field of vision. And something at the back of her brain reacted to one of them. Sunglasses and a pale grey suit. Pa was aiming for the alleyway where they had seen several uniformed police officers hurry inside. Kari stopped, turned round, and saw the back of the grey suit board the ferry to Nesottangen, which was about to sail. Then she turned back and ran on. Marta had put down the hood of the convertible and was leaning her head against the neck rest. She looked at a seagull hovering in the wind between the blue sky and the blue fjord, balancing the forces, its own and the external ones, as it scouted for food. Her breathing was deep and steady, but her heart was pounding because the ferry was about to dock. Not many people sailed from Oslo to Nesottangen this early in the morning, so he wouldn't be difficult to spot. If he had pulled it off. If... She muttered the prayer she had repeated ever since leaving Tomter and Ura 1.5 hours ago. He hadn't been on the previous ferry 30 minutes ago, but she had told herself that would have been too much to hope for. But if he wasn't on this one, Yes, then what? She had no plan B, hadn't wanted one. The passengers appeared. Yes, she was right, there weren't many. People tended to travel into the city in the morning, not out. She took off her tortoise-shell sunglasses. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw the pale grey suit, but it wasn't him. Her heart sank. Then another grey suit appeared. He was stooping slightly, as if he had taken in water and was listing. She felt her heart swell in her chest and force sobs up her throat. Perhaps it was just the slanted morning light on his pale grey suit, but he looked as if he was glowing. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you, thank you." She looked in the rearview mirror, dried her tears and straightened her headscarf. Then she waved, and he waved back. And as he walked up the hill to where she was parked, a thought occurred to her, that it was too good to be true, that she was looking at a mirage, a ghost, that he was dead, shot, that right now he was hanging from a lighthouse, crucified, and that she was looking at his soul. He got into the car with great care and took off his sunglasses. He was pale, and she could tell from his red eyes that he had been crying. Then he flung his arms around her and pulled her close. At first she thought it must be her, before she realized that the trembling was coming from his body. "Oh, fine," he said without letting go of her. "Everything went fine." They sat in silence, clinging together like two people whose only fixed point is the other. She wanted to ask questions, but not now. There would be plenty of time for that later. "Now what?" she whispered. "Now," he said, gently releasing her and sitting upright with a low groan. "Now it starts. That's a big suitcase." He nodded to the back seat. "Only the bare essentials," she smiled, pushed the CD into the CD player and handed him the mobile. "I'll drive the first stretch. Will you be map reader?" He looked at the display on the mobile as the flat, robotic voice started chanting, "Your own, personal, 1,030 kilometers," he said. "Estimated driving time, 12 hours and 51 minutes. Epilogue. The snowflakes seemed to rise from a colourless, bottomless sky and stick to a roof of tarmac, pavement, cars and houses. Kari was bending down on the steps and had just laced up her ankle boots, so she got an upside-down view of the street between her legs. Simon had been right. You saw things differently when you changed your perspective and location. All blind spots could be compensated for. It had taken her time to realize it, to realize that Simon Kefas had been right about so many things. Not everything, but to an irritatingly high degree. She straightened up. "Have a great day, darling," said the girl in the doorway, and gave Kari a kiss on the lips. "You too." Sanding down floors probably isn't compatible with having a great day, but I'll try. When will you be home? Dinner time, unless something happens. Fine, though it looks as if something just did. Kari turned in the direction Sam was pointing. The car that had pulled up outside the gate was familiar, and the face above the lowered side window even more so. "What's up, Osmond?" Sam called out. "I'm sorry to interrupt your DIY, but I need to borrow your lady," the inspector called back to her. "Something's happened." Kari looked at Sam, who slapped the back pocket of her jeans. Kari had hung up her skirt and suit jacket in the wardrobe back in the autumn, and for some reason there they had stayed. "Off you go and serve the public, girl." As they drove east on the E18, Kari stared at the snow-covered landscape, thought about how the first snow always marked a dividing line, hiding everything that had been there before and changing the world you looked at. The months that followed the shootings at Arkebrücke and the Catholic Church had been chaotic. Criticism had, not unexpectedly, been levelled at the police, charges of brutality and one man's insane mission. But even so, Simon had been given a hero's funeral, He was the people's policeman, someone who had fought the city's criminals, laid down his life in the service of justice. As Commissioner Parr had said in his eulogy, the public was prepared to overlook the fact that he hadn't followed the rule book down to the last detail, or Norwegian law for that matter. Parr could afford a certain moral flexibility, given that he himself had pushed the boundaries of Norwegian tax legislation by placing some of his own money in anonymous trusts registered to the Cayman Islands. Kari had confronted Parr at the wake because her investigation into who paid the utility bills for Lofthus's house had led her eventually to him. And Parr had confessed to it on the spot, adding only that no laws had been broken and that his motive had been purely altruistic, to ease his own conscience for not taking care of Sonny and his mother after Ab's suicide. Parr said that it hadn't been cheap, but it meant that the boy would have a habitable house to live in once he had finished serving his sentence. After a while, people also began to accept that the Buddha with the sword had vanished without a trace. His crusade appeared to have ended with the death of Levi too, also known as the twin. Elsa's sight was much better now. She had told Kari, who visited her some weeks after the funeral, that the operation in the US had been 80% successful, that almost nothing was perfect. Not life, not people, not Simon. Only love. He never forgot her, Elaine. She was the love of his life. It had still been summer, and they had sat on recliners in Elsa's garden in Diesen, drinking port and watching the sun go down. And Kari had realized that Elsa had made a decision to share this with her. He told me that the two others who courted her, Ab and Pontius, were nicer, stronger, cleverer, but that he was the one who saw her as she really was. That was the strange thing about Simon. He saw people. He saw their angels and demons, while at the same time he fought his own demon, of course. Simon was a gambling addict. He told me. He and Elaine started seeing each other, but his gambling debt made their lives chaotic. It didn't last long, but Simon felt he was dragging her down with him when Ab Loftus came along and saved her from him. Ab and Elaine moved out. Simon was heartbroken, and shortly afterwards he learned that she was pregnant. He gambled like a maniac, lost everything, and was on the verge of the abyss. Then he sought out the devil and offered him the only thing he had left, his soul. He went to the twin. Yes, Simon was one of the few people who knew who the twin was and how to contact him. But the twin never knew who Simon and Ab were. The information they gave him was delivered either through telephone calls or by letters, in time via the computer. The hum of traffic from Trondheimsveien and Sinsen-Krysset reached them in the silence that followed. Simon and I told each other everything, but it was difficult for him to talk about this, how he had sold his soul. He believed that deep down he desired the shame, the degradation, the self-loathing, that it numbed the other pain, that it was a form of mental self-harm. She smoothed her dress. She looked so fragile and yet so strong as she sat there, Kari thought. But the worst for Simon was what he did to Ab. He hated Ab because he took from him the only thing that had ever had any value to him. He dragged Ab with him down into the abyss. Ab and Elaine were deep in debt when the banking crisis came and interest rates shot up. Only one thing could save them from homelessness, and that was quick money. So after Simon had struck a deal with the twin, he went straight to Ab and made him an offer for his soul. At first Ab refused and threatened to report Simon to their boss. Then Simon used Ab's Achilles heel, his son. He said that this was how the real world was, and that his son would pay the price for his father's pride and grow up poor. Simon said that had been the worst thing, to watch Ab being eaten up, lose his soul. But also that it made him feel less lonely, right until the twin wanted his mole to rise up the ranks in the police force, and then there was no longer room for two. Why are you telling me this, Elsa? Because he asked me to. He thought you ought to know before you made your choice. He asked you to do it. Did he know that he was going to? I don't know, Kari. He just said that he saw so much of himself in you. He wanted you to learn from his mistakes as a police officer. But he knew I wasn't going to stay in the police force. Aren't you? The rays of sunlight gleamed dully in the port as Elsa raised her glass to her lips, sipping it carefully before putting it down again. When Simon realized that Ab Loftus was willing to kill him to take the only spot with the twin, he contacted the twin and said he had to eliminate Ab, that Ab was on to both of them, that it was urgent. He said that he and Ab were like identical twins who had the same nightmare, which was that each was trying to kill the other. So he beat Ab to it. Simon killed his best friend. Kari swallowed, fighting the tears. But he repented, she whispered. Yes, he repented. He stopped being the mole. He could have continued, but then Helene died. Simon had reached the end of the road. He had lost everything there was to lose. So there was no longer anything to be scared of. And he spent the rest of his life doing penance, making amends. And he was merciless in hunting down those who were corrupt, like he had once been, and that doesn't earn you many friends in the police force. He grew lonely, but he never felt sorry for himself. He thought loneliness was what he deserved. I remember him saying that self-loathing is the kind of hatred you feel every morning when you wake up and look at yourself in the mirror. You saved him, didn't you? He called me his angel. But it wasn't my love for him that saved him. Completely the opposite of what so-called wise men say, I'll argue that being loved never saved anyone. It was his love of me that did it. He saved himself. By loving you back. Amen. They sat outside until midnight, when Kari left. On the way out, in the hallway, Elsa had shown her the photograph. 3 people in front of a cairn. Simon had this on him when he died. There she is, Helene. I saw a photo of her in the yellow house before it burned down. I told Simon that she looked like a singer or an actress. Mia Farrow. He took me to see Rosemary's Baby, just so he could look at her, even though he claimed he couldn't see the likeness. The photograph moved Kari strangely. It was something about their smiles, the optimism, the faith. You and Simon never talked about having children? She shook her head. He was scared. Of what? That his own vices would be passed down. The addiction gene, the destructive risk-taking, the lack of boundaries, the black moods. I guess he feared it might be the devil's child. I used to tease him and say he must have an illegitimate child somewhere, and that was why he was scared. Kari had nodded. Rosemary's Baby. She had remembered the little old lady who cleaned at the police station and whose name had eventually come back to her. Then Kari had said goodbye to Elsa and gone out into the summer night, where first a mild breeze, and then time, had picked her up and whirled her away until she sat here, in a car, looking out at the virgin snow and thinking how it transformed the whole landscape. How often things turned out differently from what you had planned. She and Sam were already trying for a baby. To her own amazement, she had declined not only an interesting job offer from the Justice Department, but also a job with a huge salary with an insurance company. It wasn't until they had left Oslo and driven across the small bridge and up the gravel path that she asked Osmund what had happened. German police called and asked us to assist them, Osmund said. The victim is a ship owner, Ingvar Morsan. Good God, it's the husband. Yes. Murder? Suicide? I don't know the details. They parked behind the police cars, walked through the gate in the picket fence, and up to the front door of the big house. They were met by an inspector from Buskerud Police. He hugged Kari and introduced himself to Bjørnstad as Henrik Vista. Could it be a suicide? Kari asked on the way in. What makes you say that? Vista said. Grief at the loss of his wife, Kari answered. Because people suspected him of killing her, or that he actually did kill her and couldn't live with it. It's possible, Vestar said as he ushered them into the living room. The CSOs were practically crawling all over the man in the chair. Like white maggots, Kari thought. But I doubt it. Vestar completed his sentence. Kari and Björnstar stared at the body. Bloody hell, Björnstar said in a low voice to Kari. Do you think that he... Kari thought about the hard-boiled egg she had had for breakfast. Or perhaps she was already pregnant. Maybe that could explain why she felt so sick. She pushed the thought aside and concentrated on the body. It had one wide-open eye, a black patch over the other, and over the eyelid there was a jagged edge where the top of the head had been sawn off.